Draw the Dark by Ilsa J. Bick. History is a nightmare from which I am trying to awake. James Joyce. November 1st, late morning, Winter, Wisconsin. So everything I need to leave is here. My brushes, paint, the wall. Actually, not really the wall, my bedroom wall, but the pictures of the 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘵 place, which I copied from the cover of this really old book my mom kept on her nightstand after my father disappeared. I was only a year old when Dad went away, so I never knew him. Uncle Hank is my dad's brother, and he says Dad was a really good man and loved my mom more than was good for either of them because my mom wasn't quite right after my father vanished. Uncle Hank says Mom would stare at this old book for hours, and when he asked about it, she'd say, "He's there, Hank. He's gone sideways, and he can't find his way out, and he needs me. If I can just find the way." Uncle Hank figured she was crazy with grief. Most everybody else thought she was just crazy because she couldn't accept that my dad had found someone else. Not that anyone knew that for a fact. They were just saying. People here say a lot of things when they don't have a clue what they're talking about. Anyway, no one was surprised when, 2 years after my dad went away, my mom disappeared too. That was 14 years ago, and I've been looking for my mom ever since. People in Winter say either she did the same as my dad, found someone else, or killed herself someplace far away to spare us. Uncle Hank doesn't believe any of that, and neither do I, because the only important thing she left behind, well, besides me, I guess, was the cover from that book, with her goodbye note to Uncle Hank written on the reverse, telling him to make sure that cover went to me. So I know that cover's the clue, if I can just figure out how to see into it the right way. Which might explain why the only things I really remember about my mom are her eyes. They were stormy, gray, like mine. So maybe that's why I have this, well, I guess you'd call it an obsession with trying to see the world through her eyes. Because if I can just do that, I think I'll find her again. See, I think she figured out a way to slip into the 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘵 place, and that's where she is now, with my dad. And neither one of them can get back. That's why they need me. That's why, among other things, I have to leave. The cover is, well, it's strange. There's this freaky, bombed, blasted-looking landscape with craggy coal-black trees that claw at a sky that's gone the color of a bruise, a deep swirling purple, streaked orange and yellow and blood red. A spiky mountain stabs the sky. There are creatures there, too, half dragon, half wolf, with drippy fangs and slitty gold eyes. Everything on that cover is weird and scary, and somehow very, very familiar, as if I really have seen this place before, or maybe just belong there. That's the 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘵 place. That's what I've painted on my walls. Every detail, right down to the mountain, everything the same as the cover, except that door. I'm not talking about a real door with hinges, the one that will take me back downstairs to where it's warm and safe and familiar. No, I painted this door in my sleep. Twice, actually. The first time I was so freaked out, I painted over it. The second time, only a month or so ago, I let it stay on what I guess you'd call a personal dare, because the door's incomplete. There's no knob, so there's been no way to get through. I've thought about this a lot lately, especially after what happened last night, and I think that last step, painting the knob, has to be a conscious choice, and not something I do in a dream. I just haven't been brave enough, and that's been fine, until now. Because after last night, I know I have to leave. I can't stay here anymore. It's not safe for the people I care about with me, still in this world. See, I draw, and what I draw out comes alive. Sometimes I draw nightmares, what people want to forget, except their minds won't let them. So sometimes that means I'm pulling out the past. Other times, well, I guess you could say I draw destiny because I pull out their worst nightmares of the future, what they're afraid will happen. Or maybe I do both because my shrink says the person you are is who you were. All your memories and experiences, and all the dreams and hopes and everyone put into you, so you sometimes can't tell where they leave off and you begin. In a way, who you were is what you will be. I think that's right because sometimes when I paint, when what I am comes out of my head and down through my fingers, I kill people, or get them killed, which is pretty much the same thing, even if I don't do it on purpose, like last night. So, whatever's really living in the sideways place is in me, and behind the door. All I've got to do is draw the knob and give it a turn, and I will. I will. But if my shrink is right, if you can't know where you're going unless you understand where you've been, then I need to understand how I got here so I can keep going and make it through and maybe get us all back in one piece. So I have to start at the beginning, the Wednesday morning I woke up from a nightmare, the morning after I saw the murder for the very first time. Chapter 1. The morning I got arrested, I had a headache, the worst I'd ever had, like someone hammering nails into my eyes. Waking up was like clawing through cobwebs, and I swear I smelled hay and manure. I knew I'd been having a nightmare. Blood. No, Papa, no, with lots of blood, and horses screaming, and men shouting, Papa, no. And had there been a knife? No, it was Grant Wood, I thought. That's the painter who popped into my head when I tried to remember what I'd seen in my dream. Even if you don't know who Grant Wood is, you probably know American Gothic. The painting he did of the small, white Gothic farmhouse, the one with the guy and the pitchfork. The guy's really Grant Wood's dentist, and the woman is Wood's sister. But that's not important. Not what my brain snagged on when I tried to remember the dream. What I thought was, not a knife, but blood on my hands. A pitchfork. My head killed. My legs were all sore, and my knees ached like when I ride my bike a long time. My right arm hurt, and my fingers were all cramped up, like I'd taken 1,000,000 PSATs and filled in all those circles just right. And there was crud under my nails, like dried blood, only bright, like I'd cut myself, which I hadn't. And one last thing, there was this weird, muttering in my head, like the growl of motorcycles or the rumble of far-off thunder. My head felt crowded. So yeah, weird. This was September, the second week of school, a Wednesday. It was hot, and my sheets were sticky, and my mouth was gummy. We don't have air conditioning because we're only a couple of blocks off the lake, and we get by with fans. So I lay there, the fan going like a jet engine, the sweat wicking away, until I started getting cold, and the smell of fried eggs told me I'd better get moving. So I sat up, and that's when I noticed that my wall was a little different. I've been drawing and painting on my walls since forever. Uncle Hank and Aunt Jean didn't care, said creativity shouldn't be stifled. Or maybe they were remembering my mom and figured they couldn't stop me. That's about right, because I couldn't stop myself if my life depended on it. First, I did kid stuff, mostly rockets and stars and things like that. The stuff with Mom, her face and eyes. That didn't start until maybe I was 5, 6. There are things I paint over. Either I can't look at them anymore, or they aren't important. But I never paint over my mother or her eyes. You know how when a peacock unfurls its tail, The feathers all have those cobalt blue eyes, and so there are hundreds of eyes staring from that tail. Well, I did that on my walls, made this peacock fan of my mother's eyes. Only you see things in her eyes, the way you would if my mother's eyes were mirrors or stuffed with memories. So in her eyes there's me when I was little, and then Uncle Hank and Aunt Jean, and other eyes with real place buildings, things I recognize from around the town. The sideways place, though, that didn't start up until after Aunt Jean died. I think that's because the afternoon before she died was the first time I let myself get really, really mad. So mad I reached through to the sideways place, or it shot out of me. I'm not sure. All I do know is that by that night, Aunt Jean was dead, her car spinning off black ice and into the water, and I knew that was because of me. Anyway, that Wednesday morning in September, there were two things on the wall with the sideways place that hadn't been there before. The first was a pair of eyes I didn't recognize. Not my mom's, not mine, more like a wolf's, slanted, the color of molten gold. The second was a door. No knob, just a black rectangle painted a little to the right of that spiked mountain. Somehow I knew that the muttering in my head was from the things squatting just behind that door. That really gave me the creeps. So I got out of bed pretty fast, did the shower, dug out clothes from under a pile of books on Dali and Picasso, and hurried downstairs, because I just didn't want to think about it. Not the muttering or the dream. Blood and horses screaming. No, Papa, no. Or things waiting on the other side of that door. Or the eyes, especially those weird golden eyes. I didn't know whose they were, and I sure as hell didn't want to find out. Uncle Hank doled out a plate of eggs and sausage, like usual for a Wednesday. We have this system: cereal on Mondays and Thursdays, oatmeal Tuesdays, eggs and sausage on Wednesdays, and pancakes on Friday. Trade cooking duties every other week. Saturday and Sunday we sleep late. Only sometimes I get up early on Saturday and bike on downtown to Gina Pedersen's bakery for cinnamon rolls, especially if I know that Uncle Hank's working third shift on Friday. That morning, Uncle Hank did a double take, gave me the squinty cop eye, like the Marlboro Man, without the lung cancer. "You look like you've been carjacked and drug about 10 miles. His voice sounded like tires on gravel, and he leaned in a little closer and frowned. "There's smudges under your eyes. You worried about something? School?" I mumbled. I was fine, and just tired, which should have satisfied him, because that's about all I ever do say, and I'm comfortable with Uncle Hank. Only I don't think Uncle Hank would have let it go if he hadn't gotten a call from the dispatcher. Then he was jamming on his Stetson while I shoveled his eggs and sausage onto bread and wrapped that up with wax paper. I practically had to throw the sandwich at him. He was out of there so fast. Didn't say what the call was about, but you get used to stuff like that when your uncle's the sheriff. Tugging on my shoes, I noticed that my new chucks were wet, which was weird because my shoes were on that mat inside the back door, so there was no way they should be wet. But they were, and smelled like grass, too. So I had to hunt for an old pair because I didn't want to stink up my chucks. I biked in. We lived south of town, which is right on the lake, and the school's about 4 blocks west of Einsman Ironworks and ceramics plant. If the wind's blowing the wrong way, you smell the factory before you see it. I don't know how many acres the factory takes up, but it's pretty much half the size of the town, what with the foundry and ceramics buildings, the warehouses, water towers and all. The plant even has its own railroad. To hear most people, you'd think that Eismans are gods or something, which I guess they kind of are, considering that just about everyone works for them. Me? I'd known for a long time there was no way I'd ever stay in this town 1 second longer than I had to. It's not just that I've never been very popular or had much to say. People here have known each other all their lives. They probably know things about you that you've forgotten. To them, Milwaukee and Madison are like foreign countries. The 𝘊𝘬𝘮𝘮𝘬 are the American dream. In 5th grade, we had the special civics unit on the 𝘊𝘬𝘮𝘮𝘮. How they were dirt poor and came over from Germany before World War I, made the trip all the way into iron country and built up the factory, put the town on the map, blah, blah, blah. The second 𝘊𝘬𝘮𝘮 was the one who actually created the town when you get right down to it. Being one of the first German immigrants to come out this way and a guy who knew iron, he decided he wanted other skilled Germans to be his workforce. So he built a couple of big dormitory-style buildings about a block away from the plant, and then paid for all those workers to make the trip from Germany and Austria to Wisconsin. Living in the dormitories, all they had to do was walk across the street to work. 𝘊𝘬𝘮𝘮 even paid for these guys to go to school when they weren't working their shifts. Learn about America, the language, all that. Even now, most everyone works for the 𝘊𝘬𝘮𝘮 in one way or another. So yeah, the 𝘊𝘬𝘮𝘮 are gods. School was school. Less than 500 kids, all grades. Small. Everyone knows everything about everyone. I was in second period U.S. history after World War I, and the teacher was talking about our independent projects for the semester when the principal came to the door and asked to see the teacher a couple of seconds. My chair was on the right side of the room, same as the door, and in the back, so I had no idea if anyone was with the principal. Everyone else kind of started in talking, though no one talked to me, which is okay because I'm used to it. There was my mother leaving the way she did that made other mothers tell their kids to stay away from me. Then there was that business with my first-grade teacher, Mrs. Stefanczyk. How she had this breakdown and put her head through a noose not an hour after she yelled at me. But I was little, and I'm still not sure I did that. And then there was Aunt Jean, which I do know about, although nobody else does, especially not Uncle Hank. If he knew, he'd hate me for life. He might even kill me himself. Anyway, it was okay that no one talked to me. Not like I have a lot to say. Probably safer that way. Instead, I doodled an idea I had about a charcoal I was working on in art. I'd found this old picture of a lady trying on a hat in front of this 4-paneled mirror. The woman's back faced you, like a Margaret painting, and her face was reflected in each panel of the mirror at 4 different angles. I took a look at the Margaret and that old picture, and I thought, yeah, this is a way of seeing my mom from like all around, so I'd recognize her no matter what, and then I was drawing, my head growing hollow as a gourd, the knuckles of my clenched brain relaxing, and fingers unfurling and filling me like skinning on a glove. I love this feeling. I'm not very good with words, but I know there's what you do with a pencil or brush, and then there's drawing, like hauling up water from a well, sometimes so deep you wonder there's anything there at all. Michelangelo used to say that the statues he created were trapped in the stone. The stone already was David, or the Pieta, and all he had to do was, well, free them. I guess you could say that's what I do when I draw. I draw out something just as I channel something else. Like if I draw a tree, I'll pull out what the tree is from what I see, but I'm also drawing from the tree, its energy. I know that sounds weird, but I don't know any other words to say it. I think that's why artists say they're tapped out, nothing more in the well. For them, there's no more water, nothing left to draw from or out. But for me, when I draw, when I'm at my best, there's this tiny click, the flick of an inner light switch, and then I'm pulling, drawing from this hidden place in my head, and the drawing swells and grows larger and is me. When I draw, there's nothing between me and the pencil and the paper, because we're all one unit, with a single purpose. So as I drew out my idea for my mother, the world thinned, then shushed to a whisper, then simply went away, and I was at once diamond bright and formless as a nebula, floaty, and yet so concentrated with purpose, and it was the best feeling. It was like I wasn't there, and still I was most intensely there, and the smell of graphite that filled my nose, and the sturdy feel of the pencil between my fingers, and how my vision sharpened so the weave of paper was hills and valleys, and threads all connecting together, and it was a real high, the best, and I loved that. I would kill to stay in that place. Christian? My name dropped like a hammer. I blinked away from my drawing. The teacher and the principal stood together at the front. Every single pair of eyes from every other person in the class was on me, like they'd been calling my name for a while and I hadn't heard, which was very likely. I felt myself, all those great expansive feelings, shrivel, collapse, and go black as a lump of coal. The principal said, "Christian, would you come with me, please? Bring your books." Sure. My stomach was a little fluttery. When this happened at school, it was either somebody's relative was sick or something bad at home. The only thing I could think of was that something had happened to Uncle Hank. Heads swiveled as I walked to the front of the class. A couple of people started whispering. About the only one to look as worried as I felt was Sarah Schoenberg. We used to hang around a lot when we were kids. Her parents and my aunt and uncle were good friends. Then Aunt Jean died and Sarah started getting popular. And since that was never one of my problems, we didn't see much of each other except every couple of Sundays for dinner, and to say hi and how are you, that kind of stuff. Sarah's eyes are warm, buttery caramel, Da Vinci eyes. She's not beautiful, but you can tell she's a nice person when she smiles. Only this time, she wasn't smiling. At the front, the teacher wouldn't look me in the eye, and I thought, uh-oh, Uncle Hank was the only family I had, and if he was hurt or... But when I stepped into the hall, Uncle Hank was there. He didn't smile. "Christian, we need to talk a couple of minutes." I looked from Uncle Hank to the principal and back. "Okay." "Not here," said the principal. He led the way to the office. All the secretaries stopped talking when we pushed inside. They watched us go down the hall, looking at me like I was an animal in a zoo. We filed into the principal's office, me sandwiched between the principal and Uncle Hank. The principal said, "Have a seat, Christian." I sat. He didn't. Neither did Uncle Hank. The principal leaned his butt against his desk, and Uncle Hank stood at my right elbow. I felt like a suspect getting sweated by the police. Maybe I was. "What?" I asked. Uncle Hank said, "Christian, that call I got this morning was from Mr. Einsman." He paused like that was supposed to mean something. "Okay," I said. "Someone took red spray paint to that barn on his property, the old farm about 10 miles outside town. Not graffiti either. It got reported by some of the workers coming in first shift." "Yeah? You know anything about it?" "Me?" I blinked. "No." "You sure about that?" "Yeah, I'm sure." "What if I was to tell you that when I saw what was painted on that barn, I didn't think of anyone else but you?" I was going to say, "Well then, I don't know what to tell you," but I didn't, because I thought about my chucks being wet, and how my arm hurt, about that nightmare, and all that blood. Uncle Hank gave me that cop eye. "What?" I didn't say anything. After a few more seconds, the principal said, "So you won't mind if we open your locker?" I shook my head. Actually, I was a little relieved, to tell the truth. I mean, how stupid would you be if you hid cans of spray paint in your locker or at the bottom of your backpack or something? 3 guesses how stupid. There were 2 drippy cans in my backpack that I somehow hadn't noticed even though I dug around that sack that very morning. Of course, the paint was still tacky. I didn't put those there. I turned to Uncle Hank. I didn't do that. The principal said, Who else would have access to your locker? Who would do that to you? Everyone? Anyone? How should I know? I mean, you can test these for fingerprints, right? I looked at Uncle Hank again. Right? Uncle Hank put a hand on my shoulder. His hand felt like it was weighed down with lead shot. Let me see your hands, Christian. He studied the rust crescents under my nails, and then he pulled out a little penknife and scraped out a bit of the crud. I think he and I realized what that stuff was on the blade at just about the same moment. I was stunned, but he only looked sad. All right, then, he said to the principal. We'll be going now. Uncle Hank drove. He made me sit in back. We didn't talk. We headed southwest, the road cutting through hills and farmland. The corn had petered out 2 weeks back, and the stalks had been cut back, leaving the fields covered with brown stubble. 7 miles out, Uncle Hank hung a left onto a dirt track, and we clattered due south another couple of miles, spewing dust clouds. The farmland here hadn't been cultivated in a long time. I was certain I'd never been here before, but a weird swell of déjà vu crashed against my mind. Then, after hours of nothing, that weird muttering started up in my head again. The barn perched alone on a rise, coming up on the right. The barn might have been white once, but this eastern face was weathered gray. The soot-black trim of its shutters, mottled and looking moth-eaten. The barn was maybe 100 feet long and 50 feet wide. A weedy ramp curled away to the northwest, probably to hay doors. All the windows were long gone, just blank sockets. Far off to my right, I saw what remained of a house, reduced now to a foundation and rubble, where there was once a chimney. As we ground up the rise, a dozen crows rose in a cloud from the bare spindles of a weeping willow bowed over the ratty ruin of a well. I swung my head back to the barn, and then I got a good look at that northwest face. That's when my stomach kind of bottomed out. There, just below a broken-out window, were 3 words in big, splashy red letters. I see you. These were bracketed by 2 swastikas, one on either side. Sprayed above the words was a pair of blood-red eyes, and those eyes... Dread whispered up and down my spine. Those eyes were not my mother's. They weren't mine. They were the eyes of a wolf. They were the eyes of someone new. Chapter 2. Lord knows, Hank, everyone thinks you and Jean did the right thing taking in your brother's boy. Mr. Eisenman frowned down at me then, the tears dribbling from his droopy left eye. I hope you appreciate the sacrifices your uncles made on your behalf. I appreciate it, I said. We were sitting in Uncle Hank's office, with Mr. Eisman in the one comfortable chair and me on a metal folding chair from the roll call room. Uncle Hank was behind his desk, his face a chunk of granite. My head hurt like there were a million knives stabbing my brain, and I worried I might puke. But I didn't do it. Mr. Eisenman waved my words away. His fingers were skeletal and twig-like, and he had the face of a gargoyle, creased with scars from some kind of accident almost 60 years ago. A pink seam slashed a diagonal through the outer third of his left eyebrow, bisected his left eyelid, and tracked over his cheek and the knob of his nose. Another scar carved a half-moon over his right cheek. A deep horizontal gash cut his chin like a second mouth. The cuts had done something to the tear duct of his left eye, so he was always crying crocodile tears. I think we've established beyond a shadow of a doubt that you did indeed do this, young man. The issue now is what is to be done about it." Dabbing at his eye with a folded white kerchief, Einsman swung his gargoyle's head back at Uncle Hank. Einsman was 80 at least, and I'd never seen him in anything but a three-piece suit and a gold-watch chain with heavy gold fobs. He always carried a redwood cane topped with a gold wolf's head. "Hank, this boy isn't right and never has been. You know that. I know that. Hell, everyone in town knows it, and now he's getting violent, vandalizing." "Wait a minute," I said, but Uncle Hank held up a hand, and I knew better than to go on. "Violent and morbidly preoccupied." Eisman held open the history notebook I'd been doodling in earlier that morning. "Cemeteries? Tombstones? It's ghoulish, Hank. It's disturbed." For the record, I hadn't remembered doing a single headstone. I was drawing my mother. But there they all were, marching across the page like fence posts. The tombstones were weird, too. Not singleton stones, but doubles shaped like the 10 Commandments, and not a cross in sight. 3 steep-roofed mausoleums loomed in the background, like something out of New Orleans. But I didn't remember drawing on the blood on my hands. And Papa, no, the horses are screaming. The thought was sudden and violent, like a bolt of lightning in my brain, and so sharp I gasped. "What? Blood? No, Papa, no." The nightmare again. But I wasn't asleep. I was awake. How? Watch out! Watch! Oh my God. I squeezed my head between my hands. My pulse thumped in my head, and the same muttering I'd noticed when I woke up was back now and louder. A grumble that was the sound of many voices, all balled together. Not my thoughts. These were not mine. So who? Christian? Uncle Hank said. I don't remember. I screwed my eyes shut and thought at the chaos in my brain. Go away. Be quiet. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I said way too loudly. I don't remember. Eidsman started in again. Hank, this boy needs help. You know it. I know it. Next thing you know, he'll be shooting up the place like those Columbine kids. That's enough. Uncle Hank's voice was low, soft, and deadly. That's my nephew, so I'll thank you to watch your goddamn mouth. Eidsman gawped for a second, then spluttered. Do you know who you're talking to? One word from me and I could get your tenure as sheriff revoked. Uncle Hank's lips thinned like the gash on Eisman's chin. He said nothing. That's right, Eisman nodded, as if Uncle Hank had agreed. That's right. So don't think I won't press charges. Don't even consider that we aren't going to court. It's Christian's first offense. I could tell that cost Uncle Hank. He wasn't pleading exactly, but it was close. I'll take the boy to counseling. We'll make restitution. For God's sake, that barn's seen nothing but trouble. Needed to come down years ago. It's not as if we're talking something you actually use. That's my concern, Sheriff, not yours. And a property is property. As for a first offense, I remind you that business with Mrs. Stefanczyk. She had a nervous breakdown. Christian had nothing to do with that. Believe that if it brings you comfort. Using his wolf-headed cane, Mr. Eisenman levered himself to his feet. You're up for re-election come April. I'd keep that in mind if I were you. See you in court. After he left, I couldn't think of anything worth saying, so I didn't. Uncle Hank didn't say anything either, just stared at that stupid cemetery drawing. Why had I drawn that? Why today of all days? At least the muttering in my head was just a murmur now, and fuzzy, like static from an old radio. There was a soft rap, and then Marjorie, the office manager, poked her head in the door. I've got Madison on the line for you, Sheriff. What would you like me to tell Deputy Brandt?" Uncle Hank passed a weary hand before his eyes. "Tell Brandt to secure the house as best he can. If the owner won't leave—" "She's staying. Says she won't go near the 3rd story. Though why anyone would want to stay in a virtual crime scene, I don't know." "Got me." Uncle Hank's ice-blue eyes clicked to me. "Go with Marjorie and wait in the roll call room. I'll be out in a few minutes." I stood. "I'm sorry, Uncle Hank." "I know," he said, but he was already picking up the phone as I headed for the door. On the way, I asked Marjorie, "What's going on? What crime scene? Who's in Madison?" She took the last question first. "The forensic anthropologist. She'd be here sooner, only they've got some sort of horrible multiple murder in a condominium right outside Milwaukee, in Brookfield. Some poor woman was having her basement extended, and one of the workmen broke through the concrete and found a body. Relatively fresh, too. I hear they think it was put there when the foundation was poured, about 6 months ago. Now they've brought in ground-penetrating radar to check all the other condominiums. So far they've found a body in every single basement, like a graveyard." She nodded sagely. "That's the problem. You get too big, people all pile up on each other like rats. People turn violent." Wow. I knew what a forensic anthropologist was from television. So why do we need the anthropologist up here? Marjorie hesitated, her mouth puckering to a rosebud. She was office manager back when Uncle Hank's dad was sheriff, and looks the way you think a woman who's run a bunch of guys with more efficiency than a drill sergeant should look. A helmet of silver-gray hair, sharp brown eyes behind steel-rimmed glasses on a holder chain. There were a few people in Winter who either weren't leery of me or who tolerated me because of Uncle Hank. Marjorie was in a separate category. We genuinely got along. When I was a little kid, she used to filch pop out of the deputy's icebox. Over the years, I'd had so much orange crush, I could probably float a boat. "Come with me." She shooed me into the roll call room, shut the door, and said, "You know the old Ziegler place on the north side? That old brownstone mansion?" I didn't, but I didn't want to derail her by asking about it. "Well, the new owner was having work done on the 3rd story, the servants' quarters, and I guess the workmen were tearing out an old hearth. Only when they did, they found a body." She paused. "A mummy, actually." "Whoa! Who?" "Nobody knows. The coroner says it's not recent. Been there for years and years. That also means there's no hurry. So we're low down on Madison's list, I guess. It happens. Your uncle says there aren't very good records, like maybe none at all, since the place has been vacant so long. The Zieglers weren't even the original owners. And then they rented for years, so they might never know. How do you put a whole person into a hearth?" "Well," Marjorie said, "that gets a whole lot easier when it's a baby." Something changed in my head after that. Maybe it was the day finally catching up to me, or perhaps my subconscious picked up on yet another tumbler falling into place. But when I heard about that dead baby, there was this sensation of something going click in my mind, almost the same as when I drew, only not as nice. I knew, without knowing how, that the baby and the weirdness I'd done at Mr. Einsman's barn were somehow connected. Winter was too small, the history too intertwined, for all of this not to be. I had no idea how these two things could be connected, but they were. My problem was I couldn't talk to anyone about my feelings. Heck, I wasn't even sure what they were. Even if I had, I'd probably have sounded pretty crazy, considering that's how most people saw me anyway. Maybe that would have been par for the course, and there would have been no harm done. But even now, I wonder what would have happened if I'd spoken up a little sooner. If I had, maybe a couple other people wouldn't have gotten killed. I don't know that for sure, but I think so. I didn't go back to school, But Uncle Hank didn't take me home right away either. He got tied up and eventually had one of the deputies drive me out. The deputy was new, and I didn't know him. "What about my bike?" I asked as we walked to his cruiser. "It's still at school." "Sorry, kiddo, I got my orders," said the deputy. After that, we didn't have anything to talk about. He stared straight ahead, and I looked out the side window. People on the sidewalks turned to watch as the cruiser went past, and some elbowed each other and pointed, or started nodding and chattering to each other. By then, I was getting really scared. 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬𝘦 said I was crazy. Worse, I was deranged. I would go postal. But was he right? My idea of crazy was like Renfield and Dracula. You know, eating flies and talking to people who aren't there, and spouting gobbledygook. But I wasn't like that at all. I mean, yeah, I was strange and different, and people looked at me funny, or made excuses not to hang around when I walked into a room, but it wasn't the same thing. Only what if it was? I thought about the muttering in my head. Was that the way voices started up? The ones that schizophrenics got? So maybe I was already far gone. When I got home, I couldn't go to my room. I was too restless to sit still. For once, I didn't want to draw. Maybe I was afraid to. But I had to keep moving, pacing a circle around and around the living room the way caged tigers do in the zoo. I found my iPod and tried listening. But after maybe 5 minutes, the music was irritating, and I shut it off. It occurred to me that this was what it would be like in jail, pacing miles and miles in my cell, for years and years and years. My chest got all tight, and my face flushed so hot I started to sweat, and I burst into tears. I just stood there, shoulders heaving, and tears streaming down my face, gulping sobs in the middle of the living room, which we don't use except for company. There are a lot of Aunt Jean's things in here, and her pictures are everywhere, like some kind of creepy mausoleum. I could feel her eyes on me then from those pictures, and I got all limp. My legs wobbled, and my knees gave out, and I sort of flopped to the floor. I groveled and sobbed the way a truly evil person does in all those movies, when everyone knows he's going to hell and there isn't a damn thing he can do about it. I deserved everything bad that was going to happen because 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬𝘦 was right. I was nuts, and I had gotten my aunt killed and made my teacher go insane, and weird shit was coming like thunderheads on the horizon. And if my mother had gone away, it was for a good reason, and probably on account of me. I woke up in a sweaty ball on the living room carpet, drool on my right cheek. My clothes were moist, and I could smell myself. At least the muttering was gone. I stood under a shower so hot my skin got boiled looking, and steam hazed the bathroom. Padding out of the bathroom in a towel, I dumped my clothes in the hamper. Thought about doing a load. Only the laundry room reminded me of movies about prison laundries, and then I felt the tears start up, and so I got out of there before I could start bawling again. Usually, Uncle Hank gets home for dinner around about 7, but it was 8:30 now, so I knew it was going to be another late night for him. Or maybe he didn't want to see me. I made myself a peanut butter sandwich, took a bite, chewed, and then my throat bawled, and I had to spit it out. I tossed the sandwich in the garbage. I trudged up to my room, flicked on my fan, and lay down on my bed. The sun was almost gone, and my paintings of the Sideways place, plum purple and ruddy orange, looked bloody in the sunset. My head ached as if someone had taken a brick and pounded the top of my skull. I watched shadows creep across the ceiling, tried not to think and couldn't not think. No question, I'd done a number on 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬𝘦's barn, so I had to be sleepwalking. And sleep biking, come to think of it. That was the only explanation for my wet chucks. The ache in my shoulders and arms was because I'd had to dangle from a rope tied off in the hayloft, and needed one hand to keep from falling, the other to paint. The crescents of red paint beneath my nails just confirmed everything. Then I thought back to the nightmare of the evening before. Horses and blood and men screaming. A pitchfork. For some reason my eyes crawled to my desk. My drawing pad was squared there, a pencil worn almost down to nothing lying on top. And that was wrong. That pencil had been sharp the night before. As if in a dream, I opened my pad and started flipping pages. I didn't start shaking until the next to last drawing, because there was the barn I knew I'd never seen until today. And on the very last page, a view of the town from a great distance and high up. From the hay door on the east side of the barn. Had to be. The fields and hills were right, and there was a smudge of lake. The foundry smokestacks, and the big square clock tower opposite the town hall. And one more building I didn't recognize at all that had an onion dome, like buildings in Russia. I stared. There was nothing like that in winter. Not in this life, or world, anyway. And then I thought, the sideways place? My whole body went clammy cold. That had never occurred to me before, that it might work like osmosis. You know, maybe my mother and father could slip in and not get back out, but maybe that meant if something in there got out here, it couldn't get back either because a balance had to be kept. I remembered that weird muttering gone now. What if the muttering really wasn't me? What if something was sitting behind my eyes, in my head? Stop it. My voice was shaky and sounded really small. Stop freaking yourself out. But once I'd thought all this, it was impossible not to keep thinking. Uncorking the bottle and letting out the genie. That's what Aunt Jean used to call it, when you'd gotten a notion in your head you just couldn't shake. You can't unthink a possibility once it's occurred to you. So what if the thing out at the barn was something that I really hadn't done? What if my body had been there, but not me? I lay there, thinking about that, wondering what if. Then I cried again, pillow over my face, in case Uncle Hank came home. While I lay there, my face all damp, I wondered what would happen if I fell asleep with the pillow still on my face. How long would it take for a grown man to suffocate a stupid teenager, and would it hurt much? Dumb things like that. I don't remember falling asleep so much as my head got swimmy, and my thoughts slipped sideways, and hot. So hot July bright sun that hurt my eyes and dust. The smell of scorched metal, because the wind is blowing the wrong way today. I run down Main Street because it is the day the train is coming, and everyone is scared and excited all at the same time because they're coming. Papa's in the foundry back in the ceramics workshop, the special clean room that keeps out soot and dust, and he's painting something with lots of swirls and flowers, and I'm not allowed there, but I squirt through like a wet watermelon seed and burst in. What's this? He scowls. What are you doing? Come on, Papa. I tug his hand. Come on, come on. He comes because we are all curious. There's a big crowd along the tracks, and Marta is there in gauzy white and broad straw hat with a red ribbon to match her hair band, and I can tell Papa doesn't like that. But she is 17 and going to college to be an interpreter, and she is as stubborn as Papa. So stubborn, Mama says they should both be Irish instead of Polish. The train is going very slowly, so we can all get a very good look. The prisoners are staring out at us through the open boxcars, and there are other men with rifles. The prisoners' faces are still like wax, like clay, and they don't smile, and neither do we. But they have eyes like wolves, golden and strange, and I look away. No good will come of this. Sheriff Cage stands next to Papa, and he has blue eyes like the sky at twilight. I'd be happier the crots rot in the field than bring them here. The Union boys and Papa mill around, but Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 is happy. He's very rich, and so he didn't have to go off to war because the plant is so important, because of all the iron, and his father gave him the plant to run. And so for Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮, the prisoners are good because they can work the fields and the plant, and anything else needs doing. The Union boys don't like it. Papa doesn't like it. 𝘊𝘮𝘮's out to break us. That's what they say. The mayor makes a speech. The prison commander makes a speech. It's so hot, sweat trickles down my sides and glues my shirt to my back. Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 is all gold. The ring on his little finger, the links of his gold watch chain, the buttons of his linen suit, even his cravat and his hair. He talks the longest about how the prisoners will stay in the old dormitories on the foundry grounds and how they will be good for the town, and he brings a prisoner with white teeth and blue eyes to stand next to him, and they are both gold in the sun, like when Mrs. Grunwald talks about the Gemini twins in school, and Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 puts his arm around the prisoner and calls him my friend, and my right arm, and my brother. And this is all good, only I don't think so. And the Union boys are against it all, and my papa most of all. Then the prisoner talks, Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮's friend talks, and he has white teeth, and his eyes are bluer than the sky. His skin is brown as a nut because of being in the sun all the time, and this makes his teeth look even whiter, and his words are perfect. His accent is less than mine, and that makes me ashamed. The sheriff shakes his head. My boy's still over there. War's over, and my boy still doesn't know when he can come home. Bringing in prisoners to work when our own boys could do the work. This ain't right. And I don't care how many relatives folks here got back there. Ain't none of these people my friend. They take pictures of Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮, and the sheriff, and the men with rifles, and the prisoner with no accent and the good teeth. But then something happens, and only I see it. The prisoner looks at Marta, and she stares back, and then she smiles, and then his face changes. It melts like wax. His jaw gets long, and his eyes are yellow, and then gold, and his teeth are sharp, sharp, sharp as the pitchfork, and his lips are black and peel back, and he is a wolf. He is a wolf, and only I see it. And there is blood, so much blood. Papa, no. No, Papa, don't. No, not the pitchfork. No. Blood on my clothes and on my hands, and it's sticky and smells like a milk pail left out in the rain. The horses smell it, and they are stamping and kicking the stalls. And I want to run, 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 far, far away, but I have to be quiet. Shh. Shh, shh. Then the ghosts cluster round, and they stab, they sting, they take my mouth. Don't take my mouth, please, don't take my mouth. I need to scream. I need to scream, Papa, 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 don't. Chapter 3. When I woke up after 1 a.m, it was to the taste of dust in my mouth, and the sour smell of sweat and images that made no sense. And, oh yeah, I was still alive. It was Thursday, a cereal day, and so when I stumbled downstairs after 9, Uncle Hank was in the kitchen with a mug of coffee cupped in his hands. He looked up as I dragged in. "Christian, how'd you sleep?" "Not too good. There was a bowl of Cocoa Puffs at my place. I usually had Wheaties or cornflakes. Cocoa Puffs used to be my favorite, only Aunt Jean said I didn't need the sugar. I hadn't had Cocoa Puffs since I was 10, but Uncle Hank had gone out and bought me Cocoa Puffs. I stared at the cereal and felt this big lump push into the back of my throat, and tears itched the back of my eyes. "Not surprised." Uncle Hank pushed the milk toward me. "Sit down and have something to eat." Okay. I ate my Cocoa Puffs. I didn't think I would be able to choke them down, but I did it for Uncle Hank. They tasted terrible and made me queasy. but I ate every last one. I even drank the milk just like when I was a kid." Uncle Hank cleared his throat. "You're supposed to appear in juvenile court on Friday." "Tomorrow? Isn't that kind of fast?" I licked off a chocolate milk mustache. Maybe they didn't need a lot of time when they had your sorry ass. "A little." He missed a patch shaving, and there was dried blood on his neck. His eyes looked raw. "But it's probably best. Sooner you get this out of the way, sooner you get back to your life. Now there are a couple of things going to happen today." He went over them. Lawyer, social worker, psychological tests. When he was done, I said, "What do you want to have happen?" "How do you mean?" "Do you want me to go away?" He looked genuinely shocked. "No, of course not, Christian. How could you think such a thing?" My lips started trembling again. "But I've screwed everything up. Everyone hates me, and no college will ever take me, and—" "Quiet!" Uncle Hank's voice was all clogged, like he had a cold. He put his hand out to touch my arm. "That's enough of that. You haven't done anything going to jeopardize college. I promise." "You can't know that. Mr. Eisman
is pissed off and used to getting his own way, but it's not like you burned the factory down. We're talking about a barn, and a derelict at that. Anyway, you're going to juvenile court. Records are sealed. No college need ever know. In a couple of years you can leave this and winter behind. And that's okay, Christian. This is my life, but it doesn't have to be yours."
That made me feel a little better. Then I thought of something. "What did you mean yesterday when you talked about the barn seeing trouble?"
"Oh," Uncle Hank looked uncomfortable. "Well, there was a bad business happened there back before I was born. This was 1945, sometime in September, October. This would have been when your great-grandfather Jasper was sheriff. A man was murdered, that's all. Farmhand. Never did catch his killer, though. Everyone knew who had done it because he ran off. Worker at the foundry, some immigrant. Abandoned his wife and 2 children.
And they never caught him?"
"There was too much going on. That fire I told you about, the one that killed your great-grandfather and all those union boys, and half the non-union workers at the foundry, that happened maybe a week later. After that, well, I guess folks figured there were more important things to worry about. Anyway, technically it's still an open case, but—"
He shrugged.
"No one really looks into it anymore. Killer's probably dead anyway."
"Why would Mr. Eisman want the barn?"
"Because he's Eisman, and he wants everything. After the murder, wasn't any way the owner, I think his name was Anderson, could work the fields. Things were bad enough during the war, trying to get enough labor to pick the crops and work the factory. Given the murder, people said the place was hexed, haunted. Heck, someone back then even set fire to the farmhouse."
"Really? Why burn the farmhouse and not the barn?"
"Before my time. I don't know. Anyway, when I was a boy, we used to go out there on Halloween and try to scare ourselves silly. Of course, nothing ever happened."
My mouth was gluey, so I got up and filled a glass with water from the tap. "But I've never done that. I've never been there before. I still don't remember going there. Why would I go somewhere I haven't been and take spray paints I don't remember buying?" I drank my water, rinsed my glass, set it on the drain board, and then turned back to Uncle Hank. "Do you believe me?"
"It doesn't matter what I believe."
"That's not what I asked."
"I believe in you,"
he said, but his eyes slewed sideways, and a few minutes later he said he had business down at the department and left. I got the court-appointed lawyer for juveniles. She was okay, but she kept checking her watch, and I wanted to scream that she should just go see all those way more important kids than me already. But I kept my mouth shut. That's what I'm best at. A social worker came. She spent a long time with Uncle Hank, and then she talked to me. She had this way of talking like she knew exactly how you were feeling, and that made me kind of mad. That's the one thing about people who say they want to help kids. I never come away with that feeling. I always think about how they're trained to talk to kids so kids will want to believe them. Only they're adults, and they have jobs, and they must do this 100 times a month, and they can't all be your friend. I also had to take a bunch of tests to see if I was crazy. One test was stupid and pretty long and asked a lot of questions over and over again, so I started psyching myself out, worrying that maybe they were trying to trick me by asking the same questions, then seeing if maybe I answered them differently than before. I thought about going back and checking to see what I'd answered, but then I figured that this was what they wanted me to do, and that it was a trick. Then I decided I was screwed anyway, so what was the point? Uncle Hank and I didn't talk much, which, come to think of it, wasn't really much different than normal. I'd said everything I could think of anyway. There was this big hole in my chest, like I knew I was different, and he'd done the best he could to protect me, and here I was bringing him nothing but grief. Maybe it would be better if I just went away. Court happened by Friday noon. There wasn't much I had to do except stand up when the judge called my name and say, "Guilty," and then keep on standing so the judge could tell me what a sorry piece of work I was, how vandalism wouldn't be tolerated, blah, blah, blah. Actually, it was good I didn't have to do much other than be present and accounted for. By then, I wasn't just creeped out by my dreams and what I'd drawn. I wasn't only scared, I was freaking out. I mean, if you just looked at the thing, yeah, I was quiet and kind of dreamy and geeky weird, and talking was hard, but I hadn't set fire to anything or robbed a bank or sold drugs. I wasn't a bit like some guys I'd known at school, like this one junior last year named Carl Decker, who'd gotten kicked out for vandalizing the school and drinking and a bunch of other stuff. So considering a guy like him, it would be harder to justify sending me away to, like, a boys' home or something. Man, if that happened, I would have left. I would have gotten out of town as fast as I could, because they'd kill me in a place like that. The Decker kind of kids. They're scary. Besides, this was my life. I had plans, things I was supposed to be doing. I had my eye on art school. I mean, when I did art, it was pretty good, and something about the idea of painting like Rembrandt and Velázquez and Caravaggio excited me. The way they used 𝘚𝘩𝘅𝑚, all those inky shadows and sudden light, and drawing in the dark, was a language I understood. And Dali or Picasso. I wanted to understand how they drew out what they painted as a person or watch. For me, when the painting was going well, it's like I said, there was this click in my head, like someone had thrown a switch somewhere and all of a sudden I was on this different plane of existence. I know that sounds crazy, but I've read books about artists and writers and composers, and they all say the same thing, how when you're creative, your brain works differently. My science teacher called it an altered state of consciousness, right brain thinking. Something like that. Anyway, when all was said and done at court, my punishment came down to community service and reparations, which was a legal way of saying I had to repair the damage I'd done, repaint that side of the barn. My community service wasn't bad, just working in the old age home twice a week. Except the judge slapped me for 800 hours total, or some ridiculous number that would take me until past New Year's to finish. But still, it could have been worse. I didn't mind being around old people. The ones who remembered things were pretty interesting, actually, and I'd never had grandparents, so it was okay. And I had to see a shrink, too, twice a week, so I guess maybe the test results weren't too good. I figured that between the work on the barn, the community service, the shrink, and school, they were out to make sure I didn't have too much downtime. The thing was, I'd done Einsman's barn in my sleep. Considering how my dreams had been going lately, I wasn't too sure they could put the genie back into that particular bottle. Chapter 4. Saturday. Another dog day scorcher. I started on the barn. Some time between Wednesday and then, Eisenman had gotten a bunch of scaffolding put up. That's pretty high. Uncle Hank had sent Deputy Brandt with me because, technically, I was supposed to do this under the supervision of the court. Being a deputy, Justin Brandt filled the bill, and he'd volunteered. He was another one of the adults in town who didn't hold with the way everyone else felt about me, but that might have been because he wasn't all that much older than me. Aunt Jean had kind of adopted him when his father got disabled in a foundry accident. Wrapping his fist around one of the scaffold supports, Justin gave it a good shake, grunted when nothing came crashing down. Seems sturdy enough. You should be okay. Oh, sure. Heights don't bother me, I lied. Justin hooked his thumbs in his utility belt. Why Eisman doesn't just tear down this old place, I don't know. The idea of making you scrape off red paint so you can paint the barn over in another color red. That's just plain mean. That was an understatement. Before I could scrape anything off, I had to brush on an acid-base softener. Otherwise, I'd be chipping out wood. The softener didn't stink, but it would burn something fierce. So I also had to gear up in these coveralls and wear gloves and goggles, like those hazmat guys. Let the softener get to work, and then scrape off the paint without taking half the wood with me. I'd be lucky not to end up a puddle of grease on account of the heat. Justin said, "Man, I'd like to help you, but if your uncle comes by and catches me, he'll have my hide. Still, I feel kind of stupid just sitting here with my thumb up my ass." I laughed, like he wanted me to, and that did feel kind of good. I'll be okay. Uh-huh. You got enough of that Gatorade? Last thing I need is you getting heat stroke. I told Justin I would be okay and got to work. A line of crows marched along the barn's roof line, but rose in a chorus of harsh caws as I began to climb. Hauling that can of solvent, wondering if everything was going to hold, was the hardest part. The vibrations of my footfalls shuddered into the palms of my hands as I climbed the ladder. Those crows swarmed overhead, and I kept thinking, this is when the whole thing crashes down and I break my neck. Once I was up there, I plugged into my iPod, fitted on the goggles, and got down to it. After a few nervous minutes, I settled into a rhythm, brushing on softener. But I was sweating like nobody's business, the perspiration pooling around my waistband. Justin had brought along a book, and he pretended to read in a wedge of shade along the north edge of the barn. Maybe 20 minutes after I got started, I glanced over and Justin's deputy's hat was down over his eyes. His arms crossed over his chest. If my earbuds hadn't been in, I'd have probably heard him snoring. The sun beat down on my back and head and arms. I was baking and basting at the same time. In maybe 30 minutes, I'd sweated through my clothes. Even the backs of my knees were wet, and my hands were clammy in their latex gloves. I chugged from a couple quart jugs of Gatorade Rain, but that made me have to pee. I might have just done the point and shoot. That high, the arc might have been kind of cool, but I was in enough trouble, so I was up and down. I paced myself. I'm not a real athlete or anything, but my arms are pretty good. I brushed on softener, working a left to right swath. By the time I reached the end, it had been about an hour, and then I could go back and start scraping. A couple hours of this, though, and my shoulders started to really ache, and my arms were sore. I started to wonder if maybe I could get my hands on a cordless sander or power washer. I had to have something, because doing this all by hand was going to take until sometime next summer. My fourth time down, Justin woke up, yawned, stretched, smacked his lips a couple times, squinted up at me and said, "Hey, you're doing okay." The right swastika was maybe half gone, a mess of red and gray flakes snowing the grass below. A big irregular splotch of weathered gray board flowered along the barn like a fungus. I shrugged and worked my right shoulder. The muscles between my shoulder blades felt tight. But I'm never going to get this done. I'll be here for years, way more than 800 hours of community service. Justin grinned. "Yeah, Iceman's one cruel SOB, but I got a cousin who does a lot of carpentry. You want, I'll see if maybe he's got some kind of machine for next time. I don't know a lot about painting, but there's got to be a better way than doing this by hand." Yeah, I armed away sweat. I reeked of greasy sunscreen I didn't need because of the coveralls. That'd be great. Come on, it's lunchtime, my treat. But I shook my head. If it's all the same to you, I think that I should keep going. I'm kind of worried that getting started again would be 100 times worse. Justin said I was probably right about that. He said he'd go into town, grab some sandwiches and drinks, and be right back. You'll be okay, right? Sure, just me and the barn swallows. The muttering started up as soon as the red dust ball of Justin's cruiser was out of sight. I was on the scaffold again when that happened. Suddenly, my arm froze. The edge of the paint scraper pressed against old wood, and I started trembling. Cold beads of sweat popped over my forehead, and my teeth actually chattered the way they hadn't since I was a little kid with the flu. I thought about heat stroke, but I remembered that you weren't supposed to sweat. Then, just as quickly, the icy wave passed to be replaced by the muttering. I wasn't too scared, which was really weird. Did this mean I was getting used to being crazy? Did crazy people even worry about things like that? But I was more apprehensive. The empty eye of that window the next level up seemed to yawn wider and wider, and then this arrow of thought, the muttering, the voices, wanted me inside. Well, why not? It was hotter than heck, and the ground was so far away. The crows had come back too, their claws digging into the roof, and I felt their glittery eyes drilling my back as I pulled myself over the lip of the window and into the barn. Inside, the first thing that hit was the smell, which is weird for me because I usually notice how things look first. But this time it was the smell, the memory of sun-scorched timothy hay, a faint overlay of manure, and the fresher stink of bird poop. Heart-thumping, I eased my way down a rickety old ladder from a kind of catwalk that went around the mow. The ladder groaned and squealed, and I kept waiting for a rung to crumble under my feet and drop me to the loft floor. But I made it down and I stood a sec, waiting for my legs to stop wobbling. I turned a slow circle, letting my eyes sweep over the barn and broken windows, unsure what I was supposed to see, but drinking, drawing it all in. The loft was cut by thick shadow, alternating with bolts of sunlight shooting through gaps in the roof. A flight of stairs led from the cupola and ducked through a square cut into the wooden floor. The mow was wide, and above it ran bare wooden beams. I spotted an old rat's tail of rope curled around one beam, but it was frayed and would probably crumble to dust if you touched it. The muttering in my head was, well, it was there, but holding its breath, waiting for me to notice. What? Then I saw it through the jagged gap in an east-facing window, and all at once my vision narrowed and sharpened, like I was looking through a telescope, and the muttering surged to life. I was looking at winter, and it was the town almost exactly as I'd drawn it on the last page of my pad on the day I'd awakened from that first awful nightmare. There were the stacks of Eidsmann's plant, chuffing ash-gray smoke. There were fields alternating with tracts of oak and birch, and beyond, the cerulean lake seeping into a light turquoise sky. My gaze involuntarily clicked to the place in the landscape where I knew the onion-domed building ought to be. But of course, it wasn't there. To the left was a copse of aspen on the southern tip of a small pond. From this height, I could see that someone had decided that was a great place to dump a load of old bricks, barely visible through the weedy snarls. I didn't know why I needed to see this. I didn't know why I was doing any of this. I decided I really needed to take a break. I was tired, sweaty, hungry, my head swimmy from the heat, and, a little freaked out again. Best to rest, and then Justin would come back, and I'd have lunch and feel better. The hinges of the second-story hay door protested when I tugged, but I got the door open, and a gust of cool air, lifting from the lake, pillowed against my cheeks. I leaned out a few seconds, letting the air wash over my face, and then I felt calmer, ready for a nap. I sprawled with my back up against the boards and stretched out my legs, and the muttering dropped to a whisper. My thoughts got jagged, and smells became sounds, became colors, and then I was falling.
Chapter 5. I'll try to describe exactly what happened next. I still smelled manure and hay, but the smell was stronger now, and horses nickered in their stalls below. My head filled with a swirly sensation like being on a roller coaster, and I swooped up and down, the way you do when you're on the edge of a dream. Not quite asleep, but not really awake either. I knew I was in the haymow. The hard edge of splintering wood from the frame dug into my back, and I felt grit beneath my thighs. I cranked open my eyes. Everything had changed. For one, it was high summer. I could tell from the gold and green of the fields, stretching away toward the horizon. There were men in the fields to my right, bent over rows of bush beans, trailing lumpy burlap bags which they filled. 2 men on horseback kept watch. Each cradled a rifle. They were uniformed, but I couldn't make out if they were police or prison guards. To the left, I spotted 2 horses munching clumps of orchard grass, and still farther on, 2 jet-black horses ambled toward the mirror-still pond. The aspens were still there, but not as tall. I don't know what I felt exactly. Part of me was confused, convinced I was dreaming. The other part was just scared. "Be happy you're not a prisoner," said someone behind me. "Otherwise, Anderson would be working you into the ground too." I was so startled, I almost fell out of the loft. My heart seized up, and I gasped audibly. I turned. On the floor of the loft was a mountain of loose, fresh mown alfalfa. A thick rope, big around as my forearm, and strong and new. And not at all that frayed curl I'd spotted before. Was knotted around one of the wooden beams, and a sturdy ladder leaned against a post, leading to some kind of ledge. And there was a boy. He was much younger than me, maybe 7 or 8, and thin with a flop of brown hair and large brown eyes. My tongue came unglued from the roof of my mouth. "What? Who?" But I already knew. His name was on the tip of my tongue. Pavel. "Yeah? What are you waiting for, David? Let's go." "Go? Go where?" Then, "What did you call me?" Pavel made a horsey sound. "Stop fooling around. I know you get to do this all the time, but some of us don't get the chance, so come on." The boy whirled on his heel and scampered over to the ladder, ascending the rickety ladder like a small monkey. The soles of his bare feet were black, and he wore grimy corduroy trousers. My eyes jerked to my own legs. My paint-flecked coveralls were gone.
replaced by a dusty denim overall and a white button-up shirt with short sleeves. What? What? I plucked at the fabric, and that's when I noticed that my hands weren't right. They were smaller, the wrists bony. A scar curved along the back of my left hand. I wasn't me. I was... David! High above, Pavel was reaching for the rope that dangled from the highest point of the loft. Come on, you sissy! I staggered to my feet. They too were bare. Wait, Woo! Pavel pushed off. The rope carried him in a swooping arc, like a trapeze artist. And then, at the peak of his swing, above the thick mound of alfalfa, he let go. With a jungle yell, Pavel dropped like a rock and plowed into the hay. A second later, his head popped up like a jack-in-the-box. Come on, David! You going to stand around all day? No. And then I was walking, my body a little stiff, as if I were some kind of android getting used to this new skin. Which I guess was true. With every step, more of the body I was in took over, and more of me, who I was, kind of took a back seat, like an observer in a balcony. I felt my consciousness, me, Christian, pull back into the shadows. By the time I put the boy's hand on the rope, I wasn't really me so much as, David! From my vantage point, looking down, Pavel was as tiny as a bug. His head was tipped back, his arms akimbo. Come on, it's easy! Heart in mouth, I pushed off. I felt the rush of air through my hair, long, shaggy, fluttering around my ears, and the mouth blurred. I wondered, too late, when I should let go, and then the boy's body took over. At the precisely right instant, his hands loosened, and he rocketed for the floor. The hay rushed for his face, and then the sweet scent of alfalfa envelops me, and I'm floundering for the surface, laughing and sputtering out stalks of hay. Pavel's beaming. Wow, that was great! Come on, let's do it again. Pavel's right, and now I'm glad I invited Pavel, even though Mama's not happy, because while the war's over, we've still got rationing, and there's only so much laundry soap. I glance at the farmhouse and spy the 2 chimneys, and there is my own sweet mother shaking a rug from the upstairs window, and I'm happy because it's summer, and school's out, and the Germans don't matter. But then I look east. There, straight ahead, is the town, the familiar smokestacks, the clock tower, the high spire of the old Lutheran Kirche, and that stark gold cross winking in the sun. I can see the onion dome, too, a deep lapis surmounted by tinier echoes of the main dome. As always, it reminds me of Mama's nesting Matryoshka doll. You know the ones I mean. You open one, and inside there's a smaller one, and on, until the last doll is no bigger than the nail of your little finger. That's what the White Lady's dome reminds me of. Who? My body flinches. That last thought. It isn't mine. That's not me. There's someone else in my mind, and me, Christian, I feel the boy tense, as if he's suddenly aware that I am there, staring through his eyes. And he must look awful because his friend Pavel suddenly frowns. David, you okay? What is it? You look sick. I'm dizzy and I reel, my hand shooting out to the clutch at a beam before I can topple to the floor so far below. Whoa! Pavel's hauling back on my arm, and we're both stumbling away from the edge. Whoa! You're going to get us killed! Sorry. I sense the boy twisting around in his mind, as if he's trying to see into a dark corner. I turn to Pavel. Don't you see him? See who? Pavel frowns, looks over his shoulder, and then back. He looks more frightened now than simply concerned. His dark eyes have gotten very big. David, You better lie down. You don't look so good. No, he's here, I say stupidly. Don't you see him? Only I'm staring at a dark place where there's me. Somebody's staring. And then Pavel says something, but I don't hear him, and neither does David, because there's a sudden roar. The muttering swells, and then... Chapter 6. Another growl of engine roar, a burst of crow chatter, and I jerked awake. My arms and legs spazzing so much, I almost rolled right out of the open door. Gasping, I crabbed back, the heels of my hands snagging on splinters. The air was filled with a guttural rumbling, like thunder, only much louder. Confused, I inched back, glanced out, and got my second bad shock of the day. "Hey, killer!" Straddling his bike, Carl Decker lounged in black leather and matching docks. A cigarette was glued to his lower lip, and a red and black do-rag hugged his scalp. He didn't look any different than he did when he dropped out a year ago. Mean and wiry, a sand rat with big knots of muscle from working the foundry. If there was a person born mean, that was Carl Decker. He'd singled me out ever since Uncle Hank busted up Decker's dad's chop shop. The first time Uncle Hank did that was when we were in the 3rd grade. Decker's dad went to prison for 9 months. I remembered how bad I had felt, how I had tried to make it up to Decker on the playground one afternoon. I woke up in an emergency room with stitches in my scalp and Aunt Jean trying not to cry. Eventually, Decker's dad made one too many mistakes. Not only the chop shop, like 3 times, but he was a drunk and beat Carl. So that's when the social workers sent Decker to live in Boys Town for a while. Carl thought that was my fault too. Not that I was the only one Carl hated. 2 years ago, while his dad was getting back on his feet, Deckard went to live with the Schoenbergs. It had been Reverend Schoenberg's idea, and Decker and Sarah had maybe hooked up. I don't know. All I did know was Carl made some kind of trouble, and they turned him out too. Of course, Decker wasn't alone. He was never alone. He always traveled with 2 other guys, also sand brats, straddling their bikes and squinting up through curls of cigarette smoke. I didn't know them, mainly because they were so the same. Decker was Decker. You couldn't mistake him for anyone else. These other guys, they could have been Curly and Larry, or Athos and Porthos, or Crabby and Goyle. See what I'm saying? The only guy who really mattered, the only constant, was Decker. "Came by to see the handiwork." Decker swung off his bike. "You did a pretty good job there, killer. Not bad at all. You could be one of the real bad boys." Curly and Larry spluttered, their mouths hanging open like dogs. Decker said, "Come on down, Cage. You're not scared, are you?" "Yes," I swallowed, suddenly aware not only of how far out of town I was, but that I was half-dressed and totally defenseless. I said, "I was just taking a rest." Like that answered anything. Decker was poking around the can of softener, and I said stupidly, "Hey, you got to be careful with that. There's acid in it." "Ooh." Decker gave a mock shudder. "What do you think I'm going to do? Stick my dick in it? Unless—" He dangled the can from his fingers. "What a shame if this slipped, or, something happened to that scaffolding there, or, what do you want?" He showed his teeth. "We got something to discuss, killer." "Stop calling me that." "Stop calling me that," he mimicked, and then he said, "You coming down, or are you going to make me come up?" What choice did I have? I fished out my sloppy tea and tugged it on. It reeked, and the clammy fabric made me shiver. I hated turning my back, but I had no choice. If I wanted to get down, I half expected the scaffolding to collapse at any second. When I made it down, I turned, folded my arms over my chest, and said, "What?" "Want to talk to you about your uncle." Streaks of black foundry grime sketched the creases in Decker's face, and his nails were ragged. "What about him?" "Know what he did?" Decker leaned in. His breath stank of cigarettes. "He come by my old man's place. Said that anything like that," he hooked a thumb over his shoulder, "had to be the work of someone like me. That I must have imitated you just to get back at him." To my surprise, I felt bad and sad at the same time. Decker was a jerk, and he was no one I wanted to be around, and he probably deserved much of what he got. But then, maybe you could say that about me, too. I'm sorry. I didn't see how I could make up for anything Uncle Hank had done, though. That wasn't fair. Decker jabbed a finger in my chest. "Look who's talking fair. There's any trouble in town, your uncle comes out and sees my dad." I didn't know what to say, so I kept my mouth shut. "But here's what pisses me off." Another finger jab. "You're the one who needs watching. Miss Stefanczyk stuck her head through that noose her own self, but who helped? Who was the kid shooting death rays into her eyes?" I knew where this was going, where it always went. What everyone thought in this crummy little town and talked about behind my back. "And when your aunt bought it, you know who came tearing down to the shop? Your uncle. Said any drunk in these parts had to be my dad or one of my dad's guys. This is right before my dad got sent away, and there wasn't nothing to those charges. They were all bogus. I was just a kid. Actually, I sounded like I still was, and that made me mad. I didn't have anything to do with it." "Little kid my ass." Decker's face twisted. "Well, I was a kid too, but which kid got the short end? Who got sent away? Wasn't you, even though we know all about you, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you killed your aunt your own self. 10 to 1, she took a look at something you drew and she couldn't stand what she saw, and..." That's when I punched Decker in the mouth. Chapter 7. So, okay, that wasn't bright. Actually, it was suicidal. Or maybe I had to stop Decker from talking because every word, I didn't need to hear from Decker what I'd already thought of myself. My fist connected with his nose, and it felt like a bomb went off in my hand. The edge of his teeth cut across my knuckles, and fire streaked up my hand. Hitting Decker hurt worse than I could have imagined, and I felt the blow shiver all the way up my arm and into my shoulder. Decker staggered. He lost his grip on the can of softener. The can flew in a short, heavy arc before bursting open against his bike. A gurgling gush of yellowish goo drooled over the black body and chrome exhaust pipes like thick snot. The other sand rats had gone dead quiet. Then they slid off their bikes. "You fuck!" Blood trickled from one of Decker's nostrils. His face flushed an angry purple. "You fucking ruined my bike!" His guys moved in, and then they were crowding me back against the barn, probably so Decker would have a nice solid surface while he wailed on me for as long as he liked. I saw him coming, and it was like this awful slow motion of a nightmare, where the monster's coming and you know you've got to run, but the monster's gaining. "I'm going to cut off your fucking nuts," said Decker. There was a glint of steel, an audible snick, and then I saw the knife. "No," I said. I had nowhere to go but back, and in another second I felt wood dig into my back. The knife in Decker's fist looked like a scimitar. "Please, I'll pay for it. I'll do anything you want." "Yeah, you will." Decker's teeth were a smeary orange. His fist flashed out and back, and then a second later, a line of fire sizzled along my right forearm. "You're going to pay, and you're going to do whatever I say." Bright red blood welled from the slice, a long one, in my flesh. I clapped a hand over the cut. My teeth were chattering, and my face was wet with cold sweat. "Shut up!" The knife flickered again, and this time I screamed as a seam of blood straight my left bicep. "Hey!" One of Decker's guys, Curly, was looking over his shoulder, and now I heard it too. engine grumble, and the pop of gravel. Curly said, "Cool it! There's a car! Shit! It's a cruiser!" "Everybody stay cool," ordered Decker, and then he crowded in. I cringed back, but his knife had disappeared. He thrust his face toward mine until we were inches apart. His hot breath slashed my face. "Open your mouth about the knife, and you better hope I don't ever find you." "Hey!" Justin was out of his cruiser, striding toward us. "Hey, you! Decker! Back off!" "We're cool. It's cool, Brant." Decker stepped away and turned hands up, palms out. He looked back at me. "We're cool, right?" Yeah, we were cool. After Decker and Curly and Larry growled off on their motorcycles, after I agreed with some version that he had me nearly falling off the scaffolding, knocking over the softener all over Decker's bike, and snagging my arms on nails, Justin said, "I'm going to have to tell your uncle about this. I got to turn in a report, and if Decker presses charges—" "He won't press charges." I was so dizzy, the world tilted. You heard him. All I got to do is fix his bike. What's another paint job? I tried to grin, but the world spun and I swayed. "Hey!" Justin moved in, wrapped a hand around my left forearm below a band of blood from Decker's knife. "Let's get these cuts taken care of." I might have said something like, "Sure," but then the smell of blood filled my nose, and then my brain scrambled in a weird jumble. Ghosts. I recognized the feeling, the same splits along the seams of someone else's consciousness I'd experienced before, and teeth like knives, and my mouth. When I landed in that other boy's body. "Don't take my mouth, please." And then Justin was saying something, but I didn't get any of it. "Don't take my mouth." Because gray ate at the margins of my vision, and then everything went black. "Don't. Please. Help me. Help me." Chapter 8. "Hank, you can't let him do it." Reverend Schoenberg forked pot roast and applesauce into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and said, "He goes alone and Decker will kill him." "I'll be okay." I sat beside Uncle Hank. As usual, Mrs. Schoenberg had made a fantastic dinner. Pot roast with carrots and potato pancakes, with homemade applesauce. Only my stomach was too tied in knots, and the food tasted like sawdust. Not that I wasn't grateful. A ton of eyes had lasered my back that morning in church, and conversations dried up as we slid into our pew. But no one had to be talking for me to know what everyone was thinking. I was sure everyone had heard about me fainting out at the barn the day before, too. Now I had steri strips on my arms, and a train track stitch on my forehead. So I knew the Schoenbergs had invited us to Sunday dinner as a way of taking some kind of stand. From across the table, Sarah said to me, "You should be more careful. Carl Decker's just the type of person who'd arrange for you to have an accident." "She's right, and we know whereof we speak." The Reverend was a moon-faced man and a theology professor at the Ashburg extension of the University of Wisconsin. He liked books, gossip, and red wine. "You're lucky Justin was there when you fainted." "If you ask me, he was lucky, period," said Mrs. Schoenberg. She and Aunt Jean had been best friends, and she'd made it her mission to make sure we ate a decent meal twice a month. "But luck doesn't last forever, Hank." "I know that, Miriam." Uncle Hank accepted more wine from the Reverend. "I've already talked to Justin Brant, and he'll stick close while Christian's there." "I'll be all right," I said. "I can take care of myself." Of course, no one paid attention to anything I said. Probably didn't believe me, given everything so far. I wasn't so sure I believed me much either. The adults talked that to death some more, and then the Rev said, "So what's this about a body at the old Ziegler place?" Sarah perked right up. "Body?" Her dad waggled his eyebrows. "A baby is what I heard." baby? Sarah looked at her father and then Uncle Hank. You mean like a baby or a little kid?
I don't know how old, and Uncle Hank shook his head at the Reverend. You know I can't talk about this, Steve. It's an ongoing investigation.
The Rev made a horsey sound.
From 1,000,000 years ago. Maybe not that long. I still can't talk about it.
All right, decades. Anyway, I heard some folks from Madison are on their way up, said the Rev, like Uncle Hank hadn't said a word. He and my uncle had done this before. The Rev wanted gossip. My uncle would say he couldn't, and then the Rev would just keep going until he got what he wanted. The Rev splashed more wine into his glass. Crime scene people is what I heard. Uncle Hank shrugged.
Just the forensic anthropologist and her crew. They won't be here for weeks yet. No real rush on this end. Coroner says the body's been there for a real long time.
No rush? Mrs. Schoenberg's eyes went up. If it were my house, I'd want a body out as soon as possible. For that matter, I might just move. The owner isn't a little, upset?
No, she's... Uncle Hank thought a second. She's an interesting woman.
Oh? I could practically feel Mrs. Schoenberg's ears prick up at that. I don't think I've ever heard you find any woman interesting, Hank. Uncle Hank gave a little laugh, like he was embarrassed, and said,
No, it's just that I think she's more fascinated. Real keen about learning all she can about the house.
Well, if there ever was a haunted house, how long has the place been vacant? 20 years?
Longer than that. Near as I can figure, the original owner, Mort Ziegler, lost his shirt when the Apostle Brownstone business dried up in the 1890s.
There aren't records? Asked Reverend Schoenberg.
If there are, no one knows where. Place has been vacant all that time. Kind of strange. You come right down to it. Nice location, beautiful house. Didn't know it was on the market until the new owner moved in.
Cost you an arm and a leg to heat. Think of the electrical you'd have to update. Is that how they found the body?
Yup, doing repairs. The crew was upstairs yanking out old insulation and getting ready to redo a lot of the stonework. They found the body when they dismantled the hearth. The Madison people said they'd bring up GPR, ground-penetrating radar, to go around the grounds and the rest of the house. Make sure there are no more surprises.
Any idea whose child it is?
Uncle Hank shook his head. But I'll bet it was one of the servants from way back, maybe even turn of the century. The house has been here that long, so it stands to reason. Nobody would care much about a servant or even notice that they'd stop showing their face around town. You'd think there'd be rumors, though.
Sarah piped up. I did this project in world history last year on superstitions. You remember, Dad? I used your account through the university to do the search. Anyway, there was this really weird superstition from Germany way back, when they used to put a live kid in the doorway or wall of castles, or something for good luck, and to keep away evil spirits. Her mother scoffed. Oh, that can't be. It is, said Sarah, looking annoyed. There was this old castle named Westenberg, where the mason built a special seat for this little boy in one of the walls. The legend was that the boy was given an apple to keep him from crying. Then they walled him up. They did the same thing in a church in another village. I did a report on it. I even got an A. That's disgusting, said her mother. The Rev shook his head. No, that's called a custom we wouldn't want to emulate. Religion's full of superstitions that make no sense to us, but perfect sense to those who lived in the times. Actually, now that I think of it, it's really a commentary on Christ, isn't it?
How do you figure that? Asked Uncle Hank.
Think about it. A child is sacrificed, and he carries the apple of Eve's sin to his grave. Now there's got to be a sermon in that. The Rev crammed a hunk of dinner roll in his mouth, gave a meditative chew, then inhaled more wine. So what do you think, Hank? Most everyone in winter's got some German. Maybe they brought over a couple of interesting customs from the old country. I suspect it'll depend on how the forensic people think the body is.
Can I come watch? Asked Sarah.
Absolutely not, said Mrs. 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮.
Why not?
Because it's ghoulish. That's why not.
Mom, it's science. What do you think the archaeologists or paleontologists do? What if I want to become a forensic scientist?
She's got a point, said her father. Miriam, it can't do any harm.
Hank, Mrs. 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘮 looked at my uncle for help. Tell her she really can't do this.
Well, Uncle Hank drawled, actually, Miriam, I can't see why not. Might be interesting for her. And I've known the forensic people to bring up grad students, so they're used to having young people around. I'll have to ask the forensic anthropologist. If she says it's okay, sure.
Sarah beamed. Great! Thanks a lot, Hank. Mrs. 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘮 pushed back from the table. Who wants pie? After we helped with the dishes, Sarah said, Let's go outside. We went around back. The swing set was weathered cedar, with black belt swings on chains, and an 8-foot, dinged-up green slide. There were big divots scuffed out from the dirt from years of kids pushing off and digging in their toes. The seats looked too small and were a little tight, and I sat with my feet practically out straight in front of me. Still, it felt kind of good to be out there. Familiar. It occurred to me that this was the first time Sarah had made any time to actually talk to me, and I didn't know how long. She dropped into the swing beside me. The old chains creaked. You think your uncle will keep his promise? Yeah, but it's kind of creepy. You should talk. Anyway, if it's real, I might do this as my project for history. You know, investigate something local. It'd be kind of neat. You going to come out too? Maybe. Good. She looked me square in the eye. Why'd you do it? I knew she was talking about the barn. I honestly don't know. I don't remember doing anything. I don't know why, but I told her the truth. Well, some of it. I left out the stuff about drawing the picture with the weird onion dome and dropping into another boy's body, and most of the dream stuff. But it felt good to talk to somebody about what was going on, even if it was only half. I knew I was expected to talk to my shrink about this kind of thing, but I didn't know the psychiatrist except as an abstraction, and Sarah was right here, and we had some history. When we were kids, before Mrs. Stefanczyk, we used to play together and hang out. Then Ms. Stefanczyk happened. Then Sarah got popular. And then I started drawing the sideways place. She listened seriously, twirling back and forth on her toes, her arms locked around the chains. I don't see how they can get on your case for sleepwalking. In psychology, we read that sleepwalking might be a symptom of a brain problem, like, seizures. They going to test you? Dunno. I started scuffing out a dirt sketch with the toe of my chucks. I took a bunch of other tests. Really? She listened as I described what I'd done, then nodded. The one with all the questions was the MMPI. It's a personality test where they can tell if you're lying or psychotic or something. That's why there were so many of the same questions. They want to see if you get paranoid. Yeah, well, it worked. The ink blots, the Rorschach, test for psychosis too. So, do they think you're psychotic? Because, psychotic people, like schizophrenics and manic depressives and stuff, can be like totally out of touch, hearing voices and stuff. That felt way too close to the truth. Yeah, well, everyone thinks I'm weird anyway. Well, you are, always drawing stuff, eyes. You're obsessive, she said, but a lot of creative people are borderline crazy. They are? Uh-huh. There was a whole chapter in the book about creativity and insanity. Proust was a manic depressive. Virginia Woolf killed herself, and so did Sylvia Plath. Anne Sexton, Edward Munch painted his most famous stuff after he got sick. Van Gogh was just plain loony. Gee, I feel so much better. She gave me a withering look. My point is that maybe the people who create the greatest art aren't all that normal. I mean, Picasso had to be seeing and thinking with a part of the brain someone like me just can't. I was amazed. I didn't know anyone was interested in the stuff I was. I had no idea that Sarah even knew about these artists, much less thought this way. None of the people she hung with knew anything beyond nail art. She said, "So you're an artist and you're weird. I can accept that, but you could try harder to fit in too." I don't think people here are interested in that. They've already decided what they think. She was quiet a moment. Then, almost to herself, she said, "If people took the time to get to know you, or if maybe you weren't always drawing, weird stuff. But I do, and they don't. It's okay. But it's not. You're not a bad guy. I mean, yeah, there was that stuff with Miss Stefanczyk, but that was just a coincidence. Her singling you out in that note. And okay, you're strange. Thanks a lot. I guess it must be hard being so popular and having a soft spot for the weirdo everyone's freaked out about. I didn't mean it as sarcastically as it came out. Or maybe I did." She looked startled, as if I'd slapped her, and then she flushed. "I'm trying to help." All of a sudden, I got angry. I'd been effectively on my own for years. Years. I was on everyone's shit list, and now she wanted to be my nurse or sister or therapist or something. "I don't need help. I'm doing fine." "That's bull—" Her cell chirped. She glanced at the number, flipped open her phone, and then, with a fierce look at me, said defiantly, "Hi, Stacy. No, I'm not busy. I wasn't doing anything, in fact." She hopped off the swing and walked off without a backward glance, cell phone to her ear. I looked down at the sketch I'd made in the dirt. It was crude, but there was the curve of Sarah's face and chin. Her eyes, of course. Duh. I scuffed the dirt bare and walked back inside. On the way home, Uncle Hank said, "I got a call from that psychiatrist you're supposed to see. Name's 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴." He paused as if waiting for me to ask a question, and when I didn't, he said, "She wants you in her office after school on Tuesdays and maybe Thursdays or Fridays. She says she has to meet you to decide." I thought about that. Between the work at the barn, the old age home starting tomorrow, Decker's motorcycle, and now the shrink on top of all my regular work, I wouldn't have any free time. Maybe that was the idea. But SATs and ACTs were coming up, and I needed to study. For the first time since all this started, I got mad. Yeah, okay, I was a spooky kid. I was a geek and weird, but even I had a life. I knew it wouldn't do any good to talk about it, though. Uncle Hank would just say what was done, and I'd made the bed I had to lie in. Stuff like that. So instead I asked, "Are you coming to the psychiatrist?" "Not unless she asks. You want me there? I'll come if you want." Yes, I thought. No, I thought. Heck, I didn't know. No. What's she going to say that everyone else doesn't already think? Uncle Hank didn't have anything to say to that. That night, I didn't dream, and I didn't end up in a little boy's body, looking out through his eyes. In the morning, when I woke up, there weren't any new drawings on my pad either. That was fine with me. Chapter 9. Monday. My first day back at school. Not much had changed, though. I got some more strange looks because of the stitches in my arms. At lunch, I spotted Sarah at a table with her friends. They checked me out and then started with the peek, giggle, whisper routine. Sarah threw me a worried look and half raised her hand, but she stopped in midair, like she suddenly realized what she was doing, and let her hand fall into her lap. I got out of there and headed to the art studio. I never ate in the school cafeteria anymore anyway. We're allowed to eat lunch in a classroom if we're doing work, so I'd been eating in the studio since freshman year. Once in the studio, I unwrapped my sandwich and kind of stared at it. I didn't have much of an appetite. In fact, when I thought about it, I hadn't really eaten anything since that bowl of Cocoa Puffs the Thursday before. Every time I thought about what was happening to me, wondering if maybe I really was crazy, my chest got this suffocating feeling, like someone clenching down a rubber band around my ribs. I hadn't felt this bad since Aunt Jean died, and I was completely freaked out about the mental illness thing. All that stuff Sarah said. All I knew about mental illness was that people were unhappy and tried killing themselves or other people and took a lot of medicine that didn't really do them any good and made them fat or shake. The ones who didn't take medicine talked to themselves and had bugs in their hair and shuffled around in big cities with shopping carts loaded with crap and slept on park benches. So if I were nuts, better to go the sideways place. If I never found my mom and dad, it would be better to get eaten by something there than spend my life squatting on a dirty street corner and begging for handouts with a Starbucks coffee cup. Geez, did homeless people even wipe their butts after taking a crap? I mean, if they didn't have a place to go, how would they do that exactly? With scrap paper on their hands or what? I didn't even want to think about it. With all that on my mind, I couldn't even work on my mom's portrait. Just couldn't. Aspen Lake was the old age place, 8 miles northwest of town. I'd been biking out that way a bunch of times. There's a very cool grove of white pines that goes on for what seems forever. Everyone in town says the trees were planted way back when winter was big into shipbuilding. White pines grow straight, and the trunks were used for masts. For me, there was something very peaceful about that grove. I guess you could say it called to me and drew me in. Sometimes I'd hike in and lie down on a bed of soft needles and stare into the cool green darkness overhead. I liked the smell, the sharp tang of resin, and the fallen needles muffled all sound. The branches were high and thick, and the shadows dense. The temperature always 5 degrees cooler. That grove was always a place I associated with quiet, like things slept there, if that makes any sense. Aspen Lake was west of that, and although I'd passed the entrance, I'd never turned down the 1/4-mile drive to the home until that Monday. I'm a good biker, but that Monday my legs moved as if churning through molasses. I was not looking forward to this. The place was X-shaped and looked like an airport, with a chalet-style entrance lobby. The lobby was a cross between a dentist's waiting room and a hotel. Vinyl couches, overstuffed leatherette armchairs, and low coffee tables strewn with ragged magazines. A huge plasma screen TV was mounted along the left wall. The receptionist passed me on to the personnel manager, a sour-looking older woman with a beehive of silver hair named Mrs. Kraus, who seemed put out that I'd arrived at all. She peered at me over black plastic cat-eye glasses. "You're 10 minutes late." When I tried to explain about school and having to bicycle out, she shushed me with a wave of her hand and then pulled out a manila folder. She asked a bunch of questions and was even more pissed off when she discovered I didn't know CPR. She did the clucking routine with her tongue and made a phone call and scheduled me for a class at the Y the next town over. The next class met on Saturday afternoons for 2 weeks. Terrific. Then she folded her hands on top of my folder and looked sternly through her glasses. Her eyes were the color of buckshot. "Let me be frank, Mr. Cage. I do not approve of the way in which you've come to us. At Aspen Lake we pride ourselves on our mission, serving seniors in need, providing them with a nurturing community, and the closeness that comes with family, and also service to the Lord. I have only consented to take you on because you are the sheriff's nephew. As far as I am concerned, you will follow instructions to the letter. Your supervisor is responsible for assigning you to your duties, and you will report directly to her. Any deviations from your specified duties are to be approved by me. Is that clear? In addition, you are to refrain from interacting with our guests in any way other than what is required of you. Many of our residents have memory problems and dementia. They are easily upset and agitated, and you are not to upset them more. When she stopped to inhale, I said, I won't upset anybody. She gave me a narrow look. You'll excuse me, Mr. Cage, but I've lived in winter all my life. I know about you. I felt my cheeks get hot. You don't have to worry about me. I hope not. She held up a bony finger. One slip-up, one deviation, and I shall ask the court to remove you from this facility. Am I perfectly clear? Crystal, I said. Do you have any experience with seniors? Peggy McClellan was Wisconsin lean, a big-boned woman with chipmunk cheeks and 2 blonde curls. Mrs. Krause had marched me through the lobby and out a set of double doors. We had taken a connected breezeway to a separate building she called the Lakeview House, and there she'd passed me on to Peggy, with relief, I thought. Another tick off the old to-do list. No? Well, what about grandparents? When I shook my head, she sighed. Okay, well, dinner's always kind of a busy time, but you might as well jump right in. Dinner? It's only 5. The seniors eat early here, and believe me, it'll be 6:30 or 7 before we're finally done. After dinner, there's one last activity. I think it's art today, and you'll help with that too, but let's get going, and I'll explain things as we go along. She set off down a hall lined with open doors left and right. There were slots for name tags to the side of each door. None seemed to be vacant. Big wall clocks and date tags were set at either end of the hall. The air smelled like disinfectant, scrambled eggs, and boiled rice. This is our assisted living wing, said Peggy. We have about 60 guests, most of whom either have early or mid-stage Alzheimer's or dementia. That means they can still pretty much take care of themselves, but the building's secured, and our courtyard is fenced, so they can't wander off. The oldest is 91, and I'll eat my hat if he's not in skilled nursing by Thanksgiving. Trust me, when someone's looking over a fork like he's never seen one in his life, he's pretty close to the end. Where do they go then? She inclined her head. Next door, skilled nursing facility. That's for the ones who check in but don't check out, if you catch my drift. We'll get you a key card so you can get back and forth without having to come find me. Great, I said. At least Peggy was willing to cut me some slack. One thing, though, some of the people here, when they start losing it, they can be changeable. Some get downright mean, and I don't know if that's because of the dementia or they were always that way. There was this one gentleman who liked to pinch me, not like he was being fresh. He wanted to hurt me because he was angry at his family, the world. He'd had a stroke and needed help feeding himself, getting dressed, going to the bathroom. So he lashed out. He eventually wound up next door in skilled nursing. When he passed, I didn't shed a tear, but I always treated him with respect. That's the most important thing, respect. No matter what happens, you keep your cool. Okay, I thought back to my abortive brawl with Decker. We're all cool, right? So these are all bedrooms? Uh-huh. She hooked a thumb over her shoulder. Down the hall's the public dining room, living room, and common kitchen for those seniors who can still microwave popcorn and bake cookies without setting fire to the place. Wow. Yeah, that's happened once or twice. Off the living room are some of our activity rooms, where we do things like art, yoga, dance, games, or watch movies. Sundays, one of the pastors from town rotates through, and a priest does Catholic Mass. Anyway, she squared her shoulders, like we were heading off to battle or something. Right now, we go make sure everyone gets to the dining room, either on their own or we get them there. There are other caregivers who man the dining room so we can go next door to the skilled nursing unit and help out with meals.
You mean, like, feed people?
Mm-hmm. Peggy eyed me. You got a problem with that? No, it's just I've never done anything like that. First time for everything. You're going to do a lot of things you've never done before. Get used to it. By now, a few people were making their way to the dining rooms. They were the oldest people I'd ever seen, and the way they filed out of their rooms sort of freaked me out. It was like vampires coming out of their coffins at night, or maybe zombies. It was really kind of scary. A lot of them thunked along with walkers or canes. Others shuffled or minced carefully, watching their feet. No one talked much because they were too busy concentrating on where they were going. I noticed a couple ladies in flowery dresses, and old guys in trousers and sport coats, like going to eat dinner was the nearest thing they had to going out on the town. That made me feel, well, sad. After Peggy gave me a crash course on wheelchairs, how to put on the brakes and flip down the footrests, we rapped on doors, poked our heads into rooms, and otherwise herded people into the big common dining room. The tables were for 2 and 4. Everyone went through a buffet line where these people in hairnets doled out spoonfuls of mashed potatoes and slabs of meatloaf from warming trays, just like at school. Other workers brought plates of food to those residents who couldn't stand in line. As I settled one old woman named Lucy at a table for 4, she said, "Oh dear, I'm afraid I've left my purse in my room." Her face was wrinkled as a raisin, and she had vague, watery blue eyes. "Is it all right if I tip you tomorrow, young man?" I said. To her right, another old lady with orange hair said, "Don't listen to her. She says that to anyone new. Give her a couple days and she'll stop. But don't tell Peggy, all right? They'll move Lucy to skilled nursing, and she'll just wither and die there. Besides, as long as she can keep track of the tricks, we need her for bridge." To Lucy, "I've taken care of him, dear." "A nice tip?" Lucy quavered. $1? "Yes, dear." The lady with the orange hair patted her hand as a worker plunked down a plate before Lucy. "It's mashed potatoes, green beans, and meatloaf today." "Oh, my favorite!" Lucy gave me a sweet smile. "The secret to the tomato sauce is sugar and a pinch of saffron. Cuts the acid." "Yes, ma'am," I said. "Do you like meatloaf, young man?" "Yes, ma'am." "Would you like to join us?" "He can't, dear." The lady with the orange hair took a dinner roll from a basket in the center of the table, thought about it, took another, and said, "He has to help the other guests." "Oh, what a shame," said Lucy. "Christian," Peggy was in the doorway, motioning me over. I said at Lucy, "I'm sorry, ma'am. I've got to go. Some other time." As I hurried away, I heard Lucy say, "Such a nice young man. Next time, Regina, give him $2. After the relative hubbub of Lakeview, and you really could see the lake, although it was man-made and about the size of a dinky wading pool, the skilled nursing unit next door was like walking onto a real hospital ward. Nurses in uniforms worked behind a big horseshoe of a desk with computer workstations and monitors, and glassed-in cabinets with bottles of medications. Behind the desk, there was also a pretty woman with chestnut hair down to her shoulders and dark almond-shaped eyes, and I thought, Caravaggio. She had a handset pressed to one ear and was jotting notes on a pad, but she looked up and smiled as we passed. "Who's that?" I asked Peggy. "The doc on call. She switches off at the 2 other docs in town. She usually makes her rounds at the end of the day when she's done at her office or first thing in the morning. We call her at night if we need to." "Do you need to a lot?" "More than we'd like to sometimes. We can run a code and take care of someone in an emergency situation, get them stabilized, but if they get really, really complicated, like they need surgery or something, we transport them to Ashburg Memorial. Sometimes they come back. Sometimes they don't. Most times they do. We're set up as a hospice, too." "You mean people die here?" The look Peggy threw me practically screamed, "Duh." "Where else? Believe it or not, it's better to die here than a hospital. When I go, I want to go at a home in my own bed. If I can't do that, then I'd want a place where I can look outside and see water and trees, have my things in my room. There are worse ways to go." The unit was large, arranged in a big square around the nurses' station, and held about 100 guests in need of more intensive care, Peggy said. It was also much quieter a place when you instinctively lowered your voice, though I could hear the occasional beep, beep, beep of machines coming from some of the rooms. A lot of the residents were in hospital gowns and lay in aluminum-railed hospital beds. The smell was really different, the antiseptic odor again, but now I caught the scent of age, the stink of diapers. The people here weren't necessarily older than the seniors next door, but they really were frailer, all spindly arms with wattles of sagging skin. A lot of the seniors were tied up in their wheelchairs, or bedside chairs with a kind of sling Peggy called a posy. A few sat in the common area where a TV chattered to itself in one corner. As we passed through on our way to the kitchen, some of the old people looked over. Their faces were blank and nearly featureless, like when I molded something out of clay that hadn't worked, and so I'd taken a loop tool and skimmed off all the detail in large curls until the clay was smooth again. Peggy retrieved a big metal cafeteria-style gurney loaded with covered trays. "Okay, so here's the drill. Some people we have to feed. Other folks can feed themselves, but you have to check every couple of minutes, or else you'll be cleaning peas off their laps or the floor. Also, you've got to be sure to match the tray with the right person. You got that? Let's take care of the people who don't need to be fed first. Then I'll coach you through feeding a few of them. Oh, and be sure to say everyone's name, and then tell them what's on the tray to orient them." A half an hour went by in a blur of covered trays, napkins tucked under chins, cut-up meatloaf, bowls of quivering jello and mushy peas, and other bowls of colored glop that were probably pureed vegetables and looked like baby food. Still, I was getting into it a little, not so freaked out, because the work wasn't hard. You just had to get over being creeped out, and then it was easy. Well, easier. So everything was going okay. Yeah, Mrs. Krause was a jerk, but Peggy was okay. Lucy had been kind of sweet. I was feeling kind of good, actually, so that alone should have tipped me off things were about to go really, really bad. I was on the last set of trays when I saw the doctor at the end of the hall. She was busy reading a chart, and then she peeled off into one of the rooms. And I felt this little, tiny metal tug, like a fishhook in my brain. I stopped dead. Something was pulling at me, stroking my brain with sticky fingers, and it was coming from that room where the doctor was. Something was drawing me. So I eased down to the door. To the left was a name tag written with black magic marker, slotted into a metal holder. Wittig. To the right, I saw a strange brass tube, inlaid with colored glass and crystal, stuck at a weird angle to the right door jamb. Inside was a single hospital bed, and there was this brittle-looking old guy propped up on pillows. His arms were sticks, and his face was so sunken his cheeks looked like axe blades about to cut through his skin. There was something wrong with his face. The whole right side drooped like molten candle wax, like he was Mr. Einsmann's mirror image, only not scarred, and definitely not a gargoyle. The doctor was talking to the old man. I couldn't hear what she said, but her voice was kind, like what I imagine a mom might be like with her kid. She was leaning over the old guy, flicking a penlight back and forth across his eyes. Her back was to the door, so she didn't see me. but I saw those paintings. There were 5, all in frames, and most were oils, I thought. The canvases were relatively small, maybe 24 and 30-inch squares. I was too far away to make out any of the details, but it didn't matter, because I felt this queer little thrum in my head. Not quite a sound, but definitely physical, and then that weird floaty feeling caught hold, and then I was falling, the way I had right before those nightmares and in the barn, and I'm sweating, and my tongue is glued to the roof of my mouth, and I wish I had a penny to spend for an ice that Mr. Grinstein is selling at the corner from his white handcart. Like it's May Day or the 4th, but I don't have any money. And besides, the prisoners will be here soon, and I don't want to miss that. So instead, I squirt to the front of the crowd of people lining Main Street to the Foundry's gates. It is still blindingly hot, so bright that everything looks bleached and bone white. Even though the prisoners have been here for a few weeks, people are still curious. Papa's forbidden me to come. He says that these men are our enemies, and we have better things to do than gawk. But I don't understand that, because Papa spends a lot of time with them. In fact, Papa told us at supper that Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘰 had taken him out of the ceramic shop for the time being. Papa's only job now is to make drawings of the prisoners, because that's what Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 wants. Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 says that this is history in the making, and he wants Papa to record everything. And Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 himself, of course, because he's the town's history too. I spy Marta across the street, close to the gates. Of course, she's there, making eyes at the prisoners, who make eyes back. She's with some of her girlfriends, and all of them are wearing nicer clothes than normal. Marta stands out, of course, with her gypsy looks and brown skin and red hairband. Papa doesn't want her here either, but she comes every day so she can watch when the prisoners get back from the fields. Mama and Marta have quarreled, their hands flashing, because Mama and Papa believe that Marta should be modest. But she only shouts with her hands that there are no other men in town because everyone is either away at war or too young or too old. Besides, all her friends are there, and where's the harm? I know where there's harm in making eyes with wolves. If Papa knew what she was doing, he would beat her and not allow her to work at Big Brown, because the wolves are there too. Ms. Catherine wants a new house, but Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘮 says that Big Brown should do very well, only it will need a lot of work, and the wolves can do that. Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘮 and Ms. Catherine have quarreled about this in public because my mother says that Ms. Catherine is headstrong and willful. We're not supposed to notice the quarrels, but everyone does. The rich are not like the rest of us, that is what Papa says. There is a grumbling from down the street, and now the trucks are coming back in boiling spumes of red dust. The truck beds are open, and the prisoners are there, along with some guards who cradle their rifles like babies, and laugh and joke with the prisoners. There are 7 trucks, and only 1 guard per truck, and that doesn't seem like very much to me. A prisoner drives each truck, with no guard. I think all they would have to do is push the guards out of the truck or kill them, and then they could escape. Only these men won't do that. They're fed and have a place to sleep, and money too. Here, Papa says, they have it good and know it. The trucks squeal to a stop at the Foundry gates. I taste grit in my mouth and spit red, and my eyes sting. Pavel's scrubbing his eyes with his fists, and muddy tears streak his face, but he is jabbing me with his elbow too. They don't look so tough. I heard most of these are wolf's angels, only they're the wolves that got caught now, aren't they? I see that he is right, because all their eyes are yellow, and when they smile they grin like wolves, showing all their teeth. Across the street, Marta and her friends are smiling and waving and holding out little wrapped parcels of sweets. A few of the prisoners reach down to snatch at them, And that reminds me of what I've read from the books Mama's brought from Poland, about knights, and how a lady might hand one a ribbon, or a glove, or a kerchief, to show that he was hers. That is what Marta is doing, and it makes me uneasy, because there is the Gemini, the golden prisoner, who is Mr. Einsmann's right arm, and he's taken a parcel from Marta, and said something slowly, so she understands, and they're smiling into each other's eyes, and I'm thinking, doesn't she see that he's... There is a scream, very high, like an iron spike piercing the air, and then a woman shouts, "Fritz! Fritz! Fritz Huber!" All the men in the trucks turn, and then, in the second truck, one prisoner leaps over the wooden slats and sprints toward the crowd. People start screaming, and Marta looks confused, not understanding at first, and I'm jostled as everyone lurches away, the crowd parting like the Red Sea. Around the trucks, the guards are bewildered. Then someone in the crowd screams, and that seems to throw a switch in the guards because a few bound after the prisoner, their rifles held high so they don't shoot anyone by accident. "Halt! Halt! Halt!" The woman screams again, "Fritz!" She pushes past, and it's Mrs. Grunwald from our school, and then she and the prisoner are hugging and crying, and she is screaming, "Oh, we thought you were dead! We thought you were dead!" Everyone else is gawping, and the guards pound over now and shout, "Get back! Everyone, get back! Huber, let her go, and come back here! Back away! Don't make us shoot you, Fritz!" Then another prisoner shoves through, the one with no accent and good teeth and yellow eyes, slit eyes, eyes like a wolf. It is Marta's Gemini, and he's shouting in his flawless English, "Get back, everyone! Be calm! He means no harm!" He goes to Huber, who is crying with Mrs. Grunwald, and he puts his arms around the other prisoner, and they're talking together. Mrs. Grunwald's face is blotchy, and there are white stripes on her cheeks from where her tears have cleaned away the dust, and she says, "He's my cousin. We thought Fritz was dead, but he isn't. Here he is, and we thought he was dead." Then someone in the crowd, the minister at St. Luke's Lutheran, shouts, "It's a miracle! It's a sign from God! These are our brothers!" And then other people start nodding, and some begin to weep. Mr. Einsmann comes running through the foundry gates into the street, and even though he is in his shirt sleeves and they're rolled to his elbows, he is as he always is, because he's like a king, all gold, and his gold ring flashes, and his gold chain with its twinkly fobs is very bright. He talks to a few of the guards, and then walks with the prisoner commander to speak with the prisoner with the yellow wolf eyes. They talk together, heads bent, their hair spun gold in the sun. Eventually, everyone calms down. Mr. Einsmann makes a speech about family and brothers, and how war divides, and he talks about the Civil War, which I know nothing about, but everyone else who is not new here does. All around, people are weeping. I hear whispers, muttered talk about how there might be others, brothers and cousins and uncles. Across the street, I see Marta smearing away tears from her cheeks, because it is all so touching. Even the wolf is crying. But looking at Mrs. Grunwald and Fritz Huber, I also wonder if maybe what the rabbi says is true, that we are all brothers under the skin, even if some are wolves. A hand falls on my shoulder. Startled, I twist my head around, and there is Papa. His face black as a storm cloud. His eyes are thunderous, and I expect a beating. I cringe back, and my feet tangle. And then he's on me. "What are you doing here, Christian? That tray belongs to Mr. Griffith." I blinked and nearly dropped the food tray at Peggy's feet. Before I could say anything, a monitor in the old man's room gave a little eep of alarm. The doctor's head whipped towards some machine and then back at the man on the bed, and then she took his hand. "Mr. Whittick, can you hear me? Blink if you hear me. More bleeps from the machine, and now my fingers began to itch, and I thought, give me a pen, give me a pencil, anything. Well? Peggy was semi-pissed. Mr. Griffith's room is 2 doors down. Ah! Confused, I looked from the tray to Peggy, then to the old man on the bed. Sorry, I got mixed up. Uh-huh. Peggy's eyes clicked over my face, and then she nodded. That's okay. Let's just keep moving. Sorry about that, Doc. No problem. The doctor was studying me with a curious expression I couldn't read. Are you all right? Well, I just dropped into another kid's body, only this time it was like a band slipping into a glove, like time travel, and I was awake. I'm fine. We've got it covered, Doc. Peggy was steering me away. No problems. Right, Christian? Later, after the dinner rush, Peggy didn't ask what I'd been doing or why. That was good, because I didn't have any answers. Chapter 10. After that, my entire body went creepy-crawly twitchy, like ants on my skin. I couldn't get that old guy with the paintings out of my head, or the whole dream thing. I'd been awake this time. Maybe Sarah was right. Maybe I was having seizures or something. There was a scritchy-screechy feeling in my head, like nails raking my brain. I told myself to calm down, take it easy, but I also knew that I had not imagined being drawn, and I wasn't daydreaming. It was time travel all over again, just like the barn, and it started at the threshold to the old guy's room. No, correction. It really got going when I got a look at those paintings. After an hour of clearing dinner trays and settling people into rooms, Peggy said, Would you help Mr. Nelson down to the activities room for the art class? I'm going to take a smoke break. The activities room was set up with about 20 easels. The teacher looked up as I wheeled in Mr. Nelson and pointed me to an empty spot. A rectangle of drawing paper was clipped to the easel. A shaky, half-finished, Japanese-style wash of bamboo and some kind of attempt at a bird. I spotted his brushes, and it was all I could do not to grab them. Hey, I said as I slotted Mr. Nelson before the easel and kicked on his brakes. That's pretty good. Mr. Nelson's lips parted to reveal irregular yellow pegs ground down almost to the roots. Thank you. I used to draw a bit, but then life caught up with me, and I had to go to work to support my family. He fumbled up a brush, and I half reached to steady his hand, but quick jammed my fist into my pockets as he said, Now they're supporting me, and I've got all the time I need to draw. I muttered something about that being nice. Then the teacher moved in, and I backed away. The urge to draw was so overwhelming, though, I had no idea what was begging to flow out of my hands and onto paper. I turned, thinking, Get out, just get out. Young man, a familiar voice quavered. Young man! Lucy. I hadn't seen her. She lifted a hand like she was a student in class. Young man, I need your help. Be right there, Lucy, the teacher called, and then he jerked his head at me. Go keep her company a second, would you? So I was trapped. Lucy's picture was a mess. She'd been trying to do a copy of a portrait of her done maybe 10 years back by someone else. The older portrait was actually pretty good and a little disturbing, if you knew how to look. In that picture, your gaze snapped to her eyes. Blue, sharp, a little angry. The irises stark against the whites, like a surrealist vision of what a doll's eyes might look like. But the rest of her face was deliberately blurred, like another Lucy was trying to step outside her body. Or maybe it was just that the perspective had been flattened and smudged. Her image like something scissored out of a magazine and slapped onto paper. But I could have sworn another person was there, stepping out of Lucy's body. Not quite a shadow, not a ghost, but as if Lucy were giving birth to another version of herself. Imperceptible, but there nonetheless. There was virtually no color other than Lucy's accusing blue eyes and a blood-red sweater. Everything else, her skin and features, was gray with smudges of a sick, putrid yellow, like something oozing out through her pores. The background was a frantic, spastic wash of various shades of cool gray, mixed with 6% blue into slate and pewter and a little green. Maybe the artist had sensed that Lucy was losing it. Lucy's attempts at a copy had produced only an amorphous, muddy blob floating in the center of the paper. A vaguely egg-shaped head with tiny, pellet eyes, an off-kilter nose glued to one cheek, a slash for a mouth. A cubist nightmare, actually. I just can't seem to get it right. The hollows beneath Lucy's faded denim eyes were wet. A tear trickled over the cracks and crevices of one pruned cheek. Her fingers were black from charcoal, and when she smeared away tears, she left a watery smudge. Could you help me? I can't seem to find myself. I used to, but I can't now. That made me feel really sad, and I kind of choked up. Sure, I said. I found a clean piece of paper and clipped it to her easel and took down the artist's portrait because I thought, well, maybe it upset her. Then, without thinking, I reached out and took her right hand in mine. The moment of contact was a snap, a charge, like a little electric shock. I stiffened and Lucy gasped, and her fingers twitched. My mouth was dry and I said, let's draw it together, okay? All right, she said, her voice faint as if from far away. Or maybe that was just my head starting to balloon. I, pressed the charcoal against the paper and made the first hesitant swoop of a cheek and jaw. And then I thought, don't look, just let it come out. Just draw. So I closed my eyes. And then I felt it happen. The magic. And I was floating, my head expanding. Disjointed images and sensations flickered bright as flashbulbs. A hot summer's day that was so brilliant the sidewalk was bone and it hurt to look. The high screech of a train whistle in the distance. Grit in my eyes. A flutter of white dress. A fan of lush black hair. Everything faded away. The itch in my hands. The voice of the teacher. The murmurs of the other seniors. I was only dimly aware that Lucy's movements were more fluid, no longer hesitant, no longer old but swift and sure and graceful, like we'd found an island of calm in the center of a hurricane. The only sounds in my ears were the soft scratch of charcoal on paper and the steady thump of my heart. In time, I don't really know how long, but I do know that I didn't want it to end. Lucy went still, and then I heard her say, "Oh, my." I opened my eyes. There is an oil by Whistler called Symphony No. 1, The White Girl. The auburn hair girl is tall and regal, dressed completely in a floor-length white dress, with lace around the collar and cuffs, buttoned tight around her wrists. She's standing on a fox-skin rug, but the fox's face is playful, almost like a teddy bear. The portrait is soft and gentle, almost a dream. Lucy wasn't quite Whistler's girl, but close. The girl in her picture wore her hair in an old-fashioned kind of bun that revealed the graceful swan's curve of her neck. Her dress was square-necked, with loose, gauzy sleeves. The bodice gave way to a cinched waist that just brushed the tips of her black shoes. She was turned slightly away, looking back at the viewer over her left shoulder. A parasol balanced over her right. In the background there were tracks and a station platform, and a blocky locomotive just moving in. The words Rio Grande clear and unmistakable. But the girl was Lucy, no question. All you had to do was look at the eyes. Oh, my God! The teacher over my right shoulder, and then I saw that Peggy and the doctor were there too. I realized then that I was still holding Lucy's hand. I dropped it like I'd been scorched. I was just helping. I'll say, said Peggy, but Lucy only stared at the drawing. Tears dripped down her cheeks, but she was beaming. Oh, she breathed, there I am. Chapter 11. So Mrs. Krause was pissed. Her mouth was screwed so tight it almost disappeared. You are not to do anything other than what Peggy assigned and I approved. Sitting in the chair next to mine, the doctor said, I don't get what you're upset about. You're always talking about how much help you don't have. I've talked to the teacher, and he thinks Christian's fine, a natural. To me, she said, you did good. I nodded. My mouth was very dry, and I could hear the click in my ears as I swallowed. Even now, the whole episode felt unreal, like it had happened to someone else. The doctor was saying, Lucy used to be an elementary art teacher a long, long time ago, but she's got Alzheimer's, and, well, you can see what's happened to her work. I slicked my lips and the roof of my mouth. You mean that picture of her? The one with her in a red sweater? She did that? Uh-huh. Her illness was just starting. The thing about Alzheimer's is that while it affects the entire brain, it really whacks the right partial lobe. She touched the right side of her head. That's where people visualize things in their head and then translate that onto paper or canvas. Over time, her ability to visualize herself has diminished. Is that why she can't even draw her own face anymore? Even when she's looking at it? Yes, she's gotten so bad, we've thought about not allowing her to go to art anymore because it upsets her so much. Today, I'm glad we did, because what you did for her was amazing. It's like you calmed her down enough to tap into her visual memories. I've no doubt that her drawing was all muscle memory, a picture of herself from long ago. That's why there's the parasol, the dress, the train. She shook her head again. Truly amazing. You've got a real gift. Yeah, lucky for me, this time my gift didn't get anyone killed. Is that the same thing as what's going on with that old guy, the one with all the paintings? We do not gossip about our guests, Mrs. Krause put in. The doctor either didn't hear or decided to ignore her. Mr. Whittick? No, he's had another left hemispheric stroke. Mrs. Krause leaned forward. Doctor, this is privileged medical information. The doctor threw Mrs. Krause a cool, sideways glance. No, this is information that any caregiver needs in order to serve our residents better. Or would you prefer that Christian just muddle along? Mrs. Krause's eyes slitted, and her face hardened, but she flicked a hand, giving permission. The doctor said to me, Mr. Whittick's latest stroke occurred about 3 weeks ago. The way your brain works, a stroke on the left affects the right side of your body. He's got right-sided paralysis now because of the stroke. That's why his face droops. Of course, he had profound memory problems before, but I can't begin to assess them now. I can only imagine that everything is much worse. Anyway, he was just transferred back to our facility a few days ago. There's not much more a hospital can do for him. Why? Because Mr. Whittick is going to die, the doctor said, and soon. Even if he hadn't suffered a stroke, his Alzheimer's is in its terminal phase. Most patients live 10 to 15 years max. He's been ill for 10, so at this point, he's a DNR. Do not resuscitate. He can't eat or drink, so we're keeping him hydrated and comfortable. How long can he live like that? Not long. He wasn't eating before the stroke, and his body's eating itself. It's a normal part of dying. So a few weeks, maybe a month. Why can't you feed him through a tube? Because that's not what's in his living will. Someone has power of attorney, perhaps a relative, but I don't believe anyone visits. She looked at Mrs. Krause. Are there any relatives? Mrs. Krause said, None of which I'm aware. So we're his family, said the doctor. The biggest problem now is that if he's in pain, he can't tell us. I have to infer. I've reduced his sedation, gradually, to see how much he wakes up. I'd rather not snow him with meds, but he's bound to be confused no matter what. Actually, he had this very peculiar delusion, intermetamorphosis, the delusional belief that people are body-hopping, switching identities. Whoa, that sounded a lot like what I'd felt in the hayloft, and just today. Wow, really? I mean, can people do that? Body hop? Oh no, it's a delusional misidentification syndrome caused by profound brain dysfunction. Anyway, I don't know what he's thinking now because we can't communicate. Although there are reservoirs of brain function we can't fathom, or perhaps reliably measure. You'd be amazed how some people have these startling moments of clarity at the very end. No one knows why, but we observe it quite often. So he can't paint anymore. I'm not sure he's ever painted. The way I understand it, those pictures were done by... We're getting a little far afield now, aren't we? Mrs. Krause interrupted. I don't see how this is relevant. I understand that you're fairly new to town, Doctor, and so you may not appreciate the reluctance we feel here in discussing one another's lives. In a small town, everyone knows everything about everyone else. We strive to maintain some distance. Like anyone had ever done that for me. The doctor either didn't understand or wasn't cowed. Maybe both. All I have to do is examine his medical records for the relevant history and you may do so at your leisure. Now, you, Mrs. Krause threw me a look, you are excused. I need a moment with the doctor. I got up to go. I'm really sorry, ma'am, I said to Mrs. Krause. Lucy needed help. I didn't mean any harm. Thinking of the judge, I really don't want to lose this job. The doctor said, You didn't do a thing wrong, and I'll note that in the medical records, in fact. She grinned. You were awesome. Yeah? Yeah. I don't think I can write that in the record. It would sound a little weird coming out in court, but if anything does end up with the judge in any capacity, the medical record will be part of that. Might even be made public. I don't know. But I'll be sure to document what happened today and my assessment of your behavior and contributions. I had a feeling she meant that more for Mrs. Krause than me because Mrs. Krause's face suddenly pinked. If that look had been daggers, the doctor would have been skewered. Okay, thanks, I said. My pleasure, said the doctor. See you around, Christian. It was dark, and there was no moon, so I followed the headlights on my bike all the way home. There were no cars on the road, and as the blackness closed around, I let my mind go. Okay, to say that I was freaked out would have been an understatement. I really thought I was losing it, big time. The first time, I'd had the awareness that something was happening to me, Christian Cage. Yes, I'd been that kid, David, but the sense that there was something wrong in his head had been there from the start. This time, that hadn't happened with Mr. Whittick. It was literally a case of here one instant, there the next, and it happened when I saw them, the paintings. There'd been the draw, the same kind I felt when I'd painted all over my walls, like a door waiting for me to have the courage to step through into the sideways place. The thing was, I wasn't being honest with myself. Forget being honest with the doctor or anyone else. They already thought I was crazy, even if the doctor had been okay. But the thing with Lucy, Oh yeah, I knew that feeling. That little click in my head happened when I painted. At the moment I separated the thinking, critical part of my mind from what I was actually doing. When the click happened, it was like another set of eyes opened up in my mind, and I painted what they saw. I drew from them, and I knew that because I'd done it before, with Ms. Stefanczyk and Aunt Jean. Now, Lucy. Shit, I'd have to be careful. That night, after Uncle Hank thought I was asleep, I painted over the door on my wall. There was no way. There was just no way I was going through there, or letting them out. Then I went to bed, expecting to dream or time travel or body swap or whatever, but nothing happened. Thank God.
Chapter 12. I got to my first shrink's appointment about 5 minutes early. The waiting room was empty. A closed door opposite the entrance obviously led to the shrink's office. I'd seen in movies how shrinks usually had a little light or bell, or something that told them when a patient had come in, and then the shrink always opened the door like maybe 3 seconds later. So I didn't sit. Figured, heck, I just have to get right back up. Only the door didn't open, and didn't open. And then, just when I started to feel stupid, the door opened. Hello, Christian. Today she was wearing a white, buttoned shirt, open at the throat, blue jeans, and brown cowboy boots. But it was her. I'm Dr. Helen Rainier. Come on in. I didn't move. You're Dr. Rainier? But they call you Doc, like you're a real doctor. Because I am? All psychiatrists are. And I've had additional training in neurology and geriatrics, so I'm boarded in both. Actually, triple boarded. Why didn't you say anything? What did you want me to say exactly? And would you have wanted me to do that in front of Mrs. Krause? That was a good point. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, I thought so too. Everyone at Aspen just calls me Doc, so I didn't see any graceful way to bring it up, and I didn't want to embarrass you. Winter's a small town. Most people are pretty sensitive when it comes to seeing me, and we hadn't set any ground rules yet. So, what do we do? She stepped away from the door. Coming in would be a start. And here, I'd been all prepared to hate her. There were 3 rooms, a playroom with toys and an easel off to my left, the room where Dr. Rainier saw her adult patients to our right, and another door directly ahead. I pointed to that. What's behind there? Nothing important. She tilted her head to the right. Want to come have a seat? I hung back. Who goes in that room, with all the toys? And the easel. Kids, mainly. Ones who are too young to want to just talk. Do you want to go in there instead? I eyed a box of crayons and colored pencils, watercolors, a blackboard. Maybe another time. Her main office was big, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves along one entire wall, a bank of windows opposite that overlooked the lake, a desk with a computer workstation, a couple of sling-back chairs. She gestured me to one, and then dropped into the one opposite. She said, let's talk about here versus Aspen Lake first, okay? At Aspen, we work together, so it's nothing heavy, just whatever comes up, and we may not run into each other that much. Here we work together too, but you get to call the shots. Her lips moved in a small smile. You could put it that way, but not really. Anything we talk about will have to be a two-way street. The thing is, we might also run into each other around town. I usually leave it up to patients to approach me. So if you spot me, I won't say anything unless you say something first. That way, you control things, not me. I like that. What do I call you? What do you want to call me? I thought about that. Dr. Rainier, if that's okay. That's fine. She fingered up a sheaf of papers. I've got the court's report, the sheriff's report, and the results of the psych testing.
There's other stuff here from the time when your mother left, the report your uncle filed, and an assessment by a court-appointed social worker. I don't remember any of that. It also hit me that I hadn't thought about my mother in days. It felt like years. My mom didn't leave. Oh? But I was already sorry I'd said anything. I just shrugged, and then folded my arms and looked at the walls of books. You read all those? Uh-huh. So you're smart. I'm not sure that reading a lot translates to smarts. You can read 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 too, and not understand anything. I once picked up a book on quantum physics, and I could read all the words, but I didn't understand a thing. That's different. You read Swahili? No, French and German. What about you? I take Spanish. I wanted to take Japanese, but the school's too small to afford a teacher. Why Japanese? Then her face cleared. Ah, you must like anime. I blinked. Manga. Yeah, I like 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘵 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 is awesome. She was nodding. I know that one. What do you like about 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘦? Well, you know it's Dracula backwards, right? He's just awesome. He's got this great red coat. He's kind of creepy, and he goes after ghouls and bad vampires, and... I stopped. What is it? This tells you about me, doesn't it? I mean, that I like this kind of stuff. Well, you also like art, and that says just as much about you. You don't want to know all about me. Why not? We have all our dark places, Christian. Right. Like what bad things have you lived through? She cocked her head, studied me for a long moment that stretched into 3, and then 4, enough to get a little uncomfortable. She said finally, Here's what I'll tell you. I don't have to have a heart attack to know how to treat one. In a way, it's the same thing here. I don't have to be an axe murderer to understand how to deal with one. But, a smile flitted across her lips, there is the old saying about shrinks. Either you have to be incredibly normal to know what crazy looks like, or it takes one to know one. Let's just say I'm comfortably in between. So, not too crazy? I have my moments, but no, not too crazy. I liked her for that. So how come you're not scared of me? You mean beyond the fact that you're not holding a gun to my head? What's to be scared of? I don't know, I said, feeling stupid. A lot of other people are. You mean because of what happened with your teacher, Betty Stefanczyk? She shrugged. I wasn't here then. I don't know anything more about it than she had a nervous breakdown. How that's related to you, I don't know. But if the reports I read are right, she'd been diagnosed with manic depressive illness. 10 to 1, she simply didn't take her meds. She said it was me in her note. So what? Well, I thought of the power flowing out of my fingers with Lucy and Aunt Jean. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Okay, so then let's talk about the barn. How come that happened? I don't remember doing it. So you were sleepwalking. What do you think you were painting? A nightmare? Yeah, but someone else's. I remembered what Uncle Hank had said about a murder, and for the first time it occurred to me that maybe that was what I was seeing, like what they talked about when you heard about haunted houses, a psychic residue. Except, why now? I'd lived in winter my whole life, and I'd never gone out to that barn or ever heard about a murder. I said nothing. She said, I guess it's easier to talk about how everyone hates you and is scared of you, right? I mean, that's a part of you, like your name. If you say so. Is that what you want me to put in my notes? Look, I had a bad dream. I sleepwalked. That's all. But why there? And why swastikas? I don't know. You think it has something to do with 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦? At my frown, she said, the Nazis. They're all over 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦, right? And you like Magna, so maybe that's where the swastikas came from. I didn't think so. I don't think so. So what's your theory? I don't have one. I pulled on my lip, then blurted, Did you know that someone was murdered there? Her eyebrows arched. Really? No, I didn't. Tell me. I told what little I did know, and then said, I keep meaning to look it up, but I've kind of been busy. Okay, and you think this means what? I don't know. I'm not the doctor. She chuckled. Touché. Well, I think that maybe you heard about this at one point in your life, and it's surfaced now. I was shaking my head before she finished. You heard Mrs. Krause. This is a little tiny town, and there are things people don't talk about. This is one of them. I've never heard about this, never. You had to have known, Christian. I don't see how. It's not something Uncle Hank would talk about. Heck, he barely knows anything himself. It's been so long, and other than the fact that it happened in 1945, that doesn't explain the swastikas. I mean, Nazis? In winter? I shook my head. Never happened. After that, the hour, 50 minutes was up. Leaving, I asked, How do you know my uncle? You know that case your uncle's working? The baby in the hearth? That's your house? The very one. She held the door open. See you Friday. Why didn't you tell me? Uncle Hank chewed a mouthful of stew very carefully. He swallowed and said, Well, it really wasn't any of my business now, was it? What are you talking about? You're investigating a body in her house, and she's my shrink. Would it have changed anything? No. Then he spooned up another mouthful of beef and carrots. No harm done. I frowned, stirred my stew a few times. My appetite was still terrible. What do you think of her? Dr. Rainier? He gave this careful thought. She's an interesting woman. A lot of other people, men and women, they'd have long gone out of that house, completely spooked. She's very analytical about it. To her, they're just bones. She's an interesting person. Yeah, you said that. Was there color in his cheeks? How often are you going out there? Uncle Hank was suddenly very busy salting his stew. As often as I need to. Uh-huh. So how often is that? Depends. There are logistical matters, updates. Then he eyed me in a way that said no more questions. Eat your stew before it gets cold. I did what he said, but I thought, Chapter 13. So things kind of settled down for about 2 weeks, which, all things considered, was weird. Now, in hindsight, I realized that it was because it was the beginning of the end. At school, the other kids stopped poking each other every time I went by, and settled back into treating me like a bad smell. Decker was waiting for me one day after school, but then got all buddy when Jason rolled past in his cruiser. After that, Decker just told me I could do the paint job on his bike in another week, and then we'd be cool. I saw Dr. Rainier every Tuesday and Friday. She was okay. Mainly, we were kind of feeling each other out. I didn't tell her anything, really. I mean, shrinks aren't mind readers. Thank God. I did the home on Mondays and Thursdays, with the possibility of the occasional Sunday. Things at the home got routine pretty fast, though Peggy kept me away from Lakeview Home most of the time. The few times we did go on the unit together, she kept checking to make sure I stayed right with her. On the other hand, she loosened up enough that she said I could come extra days if I wanted to speed things up and get all my community service hours in. So I said sure. I'd try to come by on Wednesdays. I mean, might as well fill up the afternoons, right? So yeah, the week was full. I did homework and took tests and stuff, and I kind of calmed down enough inside so that I could actually feel hungry again. And Uncle Hank said he thought it was because of all the extra work I was doing at the home. I let him think that. The muttering just kind of died. I tried not to think about it because I didn't want to jinx anything. My dreams didn't change, though, and that was bad. They came in snatches. Always the same thing. A dark space. The smell of hay and blood. The horses screaming and men shouting. But everything was garbled. I always had the weird feeling that I watched through eyes that weren't mine, though I didn't know whose. That boy's? David? Had to be. It rained the next weekend, so I wasn't able to go to the barn, which didn't exactly slay me. Staying away helped too a little. Sometimes I'd snap awake like a rubber band, and I almost felt as if the answer, whatever that was on the tip of my tongue. I tried drawing what I dreamt, but they weren't, well, right. Just images, and sometimes not even that. More like hints of sensations. Something bright, that rust smell, the screams of horses and men. Definitely the barn, I thought. No way in hell I wanted to find out more. I was good with that. Oh, and one other thing. The door on my wall didn't reappear. I was good with that too. On Wednesday, the following week, in history, big groans all around the room. One kid said, "A paper on local history? Nothing ever happens here." "Oh no," said Sarah. "People find bodies in their walls all the time." "Except that," said the kid, "and you've already got dibs, so what does that leave?" "Listen, not everything has to be on something as sensational as what Sarah's writing," said the teacher. "You've got the history of the foundry for one, and the Icemans after World War I. There's the Union unrest of the 30s and 40s, the big fire of 45, the town's contributions to the war effort, and so on. There are plenty of areas that tie us into the state and national level, and world events after World War I. I'll get a list of general topics together, and then I'd encourage you to use your imagination." After class, Sarah paused by my desk. "So, I've interviewed Dr. Rainier." "Yeah?" "Uh-huh. She's pretty nice." Sarah was studying me. I gathered up my books. "That's good." "You going to come out when the anthropologist gets there?" "Maybe." "Look, I got class." "So what are you going to work on?" she asked as we moved into the hall. I saw people look at us and then each other and do the elbow nudging routine. Sarah either was ignoring them or didn't care, and I had to wonder about that. Well, I was kind of thinking about a murder myself. She looked interested. "Yeah? Which one?" "Hey, Sarah!" It was one of her girlfriends, and I saw Sarah frown and then nibble on her lower lip. Sarah turned back. "Look, yeah, see ya," I said, and walked away. So yeah, I was thinking about the barn when I got to Aspen Lake that Wednesday afternoon. As I pedaled past the grove of white pines, it seemed to me that they exhaled air that was much colder than usual. Farther back, the shadows seemed almost solid. I got this urge to veer off, plunge into that darkness, but I pedaled on past. No more ghosts. Then, on the approach road to the home, I saw a quartet of crows lift from the remains of a squashed rabbit, and I had this funny, really weird feeling like, what are you guys doing out here? Like they were the same crows from the barn, right? Dumb. But I twisted around in my saddle as they swarmed back down over that roadkill. One crow tugged a rope of intestine, and I looked away. Peggy was off. The woman in her place, Stephanie, was tiny and brown, like a house wren. She had eyes like a bird, too, quick and bright, darting all over the place, always sliding off my face until I finally figured out that she was freaked out to be working with me. She kept shooing me away from the trays. "Oh, now, I can do that." Or, No, you go help out in the dining room. Why don't you?" But they didn't need me in the dining room. So after I'd settled Lucy and some other people in wheelchairs at their spots, I wandered out and thought, I got a key card. Why the heck not? The nurses in Lakeview didn't pay me much mind. If Dr. Rainier was around, I didn't see her. So I walked straight to Mr. Whittick's room, stood in the doorway, listened to the monitors go bip, bip, bip. Propped up on his head, Mr. Whittick looked pretty much the same as the week or two before. only this time his eyes were closed, and his mouth sagged open, and I could hear his breath every time he inhaled. He looked asleep or in a coma. My heart was banging against my ribs, and I was breathing kind of fast. Calm down. I smoothed moist palms over my jeans. I don't know what I was expecting. Well, that's a lie. I did. I was hoping for that little thrum again, but nothing happened. I knocked softly on the door jamb. "Mr. Whittick?" Then again, and a little louder. "Mr. Whittick, it's me, Christian." Of course he didn't answer. Duh. But something changed. I felt it in the air. A subtle plucking at my brain, like fingers at the strings of a harp. My eyes crept to the decorated brass tube on the door jamb. Now that I was close enough, I saw that there was also some kind of symbol, also fashioned out of brass, near the top. It kind of looked like some kind of letter, like a W, and for a brief second, that tip of my tongue feeling, the one that grabbed me every time I woke up from one of those weird dreams, surged through me. I know what this is. Pulling the door shut behind me, I stepped across the threshold. For a second, I just stood there. My knees trembled, and my hands were still wet. Besides the monitor, I caught the faint ticking of the IV pumps. The room smelled sour, like the old man needed a bath or to have his sheets changed. The paintings stared out from the walls. A few landscapes, and what looked like a family portrait of mother, father, daughter, and son. The closest to my right was a woman, reclining on a couch. Her skin was like alabaster, and her arms were thrown back over her head, and sank into the lush tangle of her hair that cascaded like molten gold over the deep forest green pillows. She wore only a shimmering cream-colored silk robe with black trim and blood-red chrysanthemums, and the robe sagged around her neck, and the faintest crescent of pink nipple was visible along her left breast. She looked directly out of the frame, completely unself-conscious, more than a hint of invitation in her dark eyes. Her lips, full and blush-red, were parted to reveal small, even white teeth. The woman was posed against a long picture window with a stained-glass transom. The stained glass reminded me of Tiffany, a style called French Nouveau, stylized tulips, water lilies, and pond grasses. The picture window looked out on a garden. To the right, I saw a brass fountain, a woman in Grecian costume pouring water from an urn. To the left were an enormous willow and those kinds of wrought iron benches that completely encircled the trunk. I looked for the artist's signature and found nothing but an odd symbol. A six-sided star and two letters in the center, M.W. Two numbers above and below the star at 12 and 6 o'clock, 4 and 5. That thought again. I know this. Then my eyes clicked to the oil to the right of the portrait, and a forest of hackles pricked along my neck. There was no mistake. There were the same rolling hills, the tracks of deep green woods, and the thin ribbon of lake along the eastern horizon. The square brick clock tower, and the foundry alongside. Even the curls of smoke rising above the buildings were the same, and there was the azure blue of that onion dome, the White Lady. It was the oil of the sketch I'd drawn the night of my first nightmare, and then I'd seen it again in the barn as David. Oh my God. My whisper was like a shout in my head. Goosebumps rose along my arms, and I felt a cramp in my groin, like I had to pee. I thought I heard something coming from the old guy, and my head whipped around, my mouth open, ready to scream. He was lying there just as he had been, the bellows of his chest moving with every breath, his jaw unhinged, and his mouth all caved in on account of his having no teeth. Beneath his half-closed lids, I saw the slivers of white, and his eyes jerked from side to side, dreaming. My hands came alive at once, with a ferocious sting of electricity. The fingers actually spazzed and twitched, and I thought, a pencil, a pen, anything. Then I saw a slim packet on the bedstand to Mr. Whittick's right. Had it been there before? I didn't recall. The packet was a khaki canvas roll and lay atop an artist's sketchbook. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd picked up the roll. Instantly, the pain in my hands eased. Not all the way, but a bit. I tugged at the ribbon and unrolled the packet and caught just the faintest whisper of turpentine. They were brushes, each slotted into a separate canvas holder. They were the kind you'd use for oil painting. Some were stiff hog hair for thick paints, but there were also softer sable hair brushes, and all types. Flats, rounds, a few filberts, daggers, and scripts for very fine work. The brushes were in excellent condition. Their toes were absolutely perfect, the lacquered dark wood of the handles unblemished with the size of each brush in tiny gold numbers, and a name done in an ornate script, Dynasty. I knew these belonged to the artist who'd done all these paintings, to M.W. Obviously, the W must mean Whittick. I looked at the old man, licked my lips, and then said, "Mr. Whittick, sir, do you want me to have these? Is that why they're here?" Of course he didn't answer. His breathing didn't even change. It was like having a conversation with a corpse. Still, I looked at the packet of brushes in my hands and then at the old man. Then I tucked the canvas roll into my hip pocket and pulled my shirt out so no one could see. I felt like a complete thief, but that didn't stop me from scooping up that sketchbook either. The sketchbook was old, the pages yellowed and spotted with age. There was no information on the first page, only a date written in black ink, 07/08/45. The second page was a pencil sketch, a head and shoulders portrait of a young man in 3/4 profile, his left side toward the viewer. The man looked to be in his early 20s. His face was lean, a little hungry-looking, with a fringe of bangs over a high forehead. The man's lips were very thin and uneven, with a scar bisecting his upper lip just below his nose, and there was another half-moon scar puckering his left cheekbone. The eyes were a little too close together over the bridge of a narrow nose, and there was something off about them, a look that reminded me of a flounder, a lazy eye. Maybe I could just see the curved frame of spectacles jutting from the man's left breast pocket. His shirt was open on the throat, and there was something in white, a letter, just visible below the hump of the left shoulder. There was a name penciled below, followed by some kind of code. Docker, L.K., 31G, 5293. A hum of recognition when I saw the name. Docker? No one in town with that name, but I quickly leafed through a few more pages and saw that they were all pencil portraits, all men, all with codes next to their names. Puzzled, I looked down at the old man again. "Sir? Mr. Whittick? I don't know what this is all about, or if you can hear me, but maybe you can. I mean, can you blink or some... What are you doing?" I nearly let loose with a yell. As it was, I jumped back from Mr. Whittick's bed, turning so fast that I almost smacked Stephanie in the face. She glared, her beady bird eyes narrowing as she saw the sketchbook. I said, "What are you doing in here?" I swallowed and did the most absolutely wrong thing by hastily replacing the sketchbook on the nightstand, just like a guilty guy caught with his hand in the register. "Nothing. I was just talking to Mr. Whittick." "Talking?" Stephanie bustled toward the bed. "How could you be talking to—" She broke off, and a hand flew to her lips. "Oh, my God! Mr. Whittick's eyes were open, and the very next second my head exploded. The sensation was huge and immediate and physical, like being clobbered from behind, this huge kabang, a blinding flash that was also physical, a ripping open of some fissure, and the muttering, gone for so long, jostled in and... You. Chapter 14. Mr. Whittick's eyes didn't waver. He didn't blink, but he was seeing me, really seeing me for the first time, and the words in my mind were screams. And then there were so many voices. He's crazy. I hate peas, little bitch. Not wearing panties. I'm 3 weeks late, little bitch. She stinks. That's because I'm old. I can't get it up better. I'll call security. If I could just find myself, that's right, come closer. Let's see those little titties. Oh, I'm so lost. All overlapping in a blurry cacophony, like water gushing out a burst dam. I screamed, my hands clapping to my temples as I stumbled back from the bed. My legs got tangled, and I flailed, knocking over an IV pump with a huge crash. What is it? What's the matter? Stephanie was shouting. She actually took a step back. What's wrong with you? Her frantic thoughts bulleted out. Call security. Better call security. Hell, if I'll take the blame. My head. I gritted my teeth, doubling over with the pain. My vision sheeted red, and then a white, like a lightning bolt had jagged across my eyes. All of a sudden, something hot and wet spurred over my lips, and I backhanded bright red blood as more gushed from my nose. The pain was so intense, I thought my eyes were bleeding. It hurts. Let's get you out of here, said Stephanie, and plucked at my arm. Come on, you need to go sit down. No, I said. Another burst of pain in my head, blistering and fiery as napalm. Oh, I've lost myself, hurt my eyes. And all of a sudden, I thought, this is what it's like to die. Another jumble of images flickered. A train, white gauze, a lace parasol. Oh, God, it's Lucy. I took one lurching step for the door, swayed and grappled for a handhold. I hung onto the wall, my bloody hands smearing rust over cream paint. Not me. It's her. It's... Quick! You have to get help! Something's happening. Something's happening to Lucy. But Stephanie was already moving fast. Lock him in. He's nuts. He's crazy. Trying to get out and lock me in. No. I grabbed for her, but she shied away. A sickly gray fog was steaming over my vision, and the fluorescence had dimmed, and the objects in the room. Stephanie's face. They were becoming fuzzy and indistinct, grainy the way the world seemed to dissolve at twilight. Then I saw something new, the potato shape of a head, but not with pellet black eyes this time. This time the eyes were wide and startled, the face twisted in a grimace, the slash of mouth bleeding black because the hand holding the charcoal was failing, falling, the world spinning away. That got me moving. No, stop! You don't understand. I stumbled for the door, grabbed the edge before Stephanie could slam it in my face, and yanked. Stephanie fell back with a sharp cry. The door bammed against the wall hard enough that the painting of the woman in the silk crashed to the floor. Get out of the way! Get out of my way! Then I was pushing past, into the hall, still shouting, roaring. Call Dr. Rainier! Call the doctor! It's Lucy! It's Lucy! I took off for the exit at a dead run. No, don't help me. Help me. Help me. Don't leave. Don't. Chapter 15. At the commotion,
A few of the nurses had come into the hall, but they moved aside fast, breaking up like startled ducks as I tore out of Mr. Whittick's room. I must have looked like a maniac, blood slicking my chin, staining my shirt, my hands rust-colored, my eyes. All that blood must have killed Stephanie. Gotta get out of here. Wild. But then I was blasting past, screaming something about Lucy again, and calling Dr. Rainier. And I saw one nurse grab a handset and start punching numbers into her phone. Security. And then I hit the exit doors at a dead run, banging through. A second later, an alarm shrieked from the intercom, spiking my ears, and then words, but not the ones I'd expected. Code Blue, Lakeview Common Room, Code Blue, Lakeview. Oh God, I was too late. I galloped down the breezeway, swiped the key card, and banged into Lakeview in seconds. Images slammed against my mind, breaking like waves. The halls were crowded with old people, all talking and thinking excitedly, and I bullied my way past, squirting through. People moving aside once they got a good look at me. There was another crowd outside the common room, the one where they held the art class, and now I could hear a gabble of voices. "Excuse me, I have to get through," I gasped, shoving my way to the front. "I have to get through. Let me through. Let me—" I stopped dead. Lucy's friend, the woman with the orange hair, was huddled to one side, and Aid hugging her as she wept. There were upended easels and paper and brushes on the floor. Multicolored footprints from where people had stepped in spilled paint as they scattered. Lucy's easel had overturned when she toppled out of her wheelchair, but I could see the charcoal portrait, that lump of a head, very clearly, and it was exactly as I'd seen it in my mind. There were backs huddled around, but I could see Lucy, spread-eagled, her dress speckled with tiny blue flowers bunched up around her hips, her thighs fish-belly white. Lucy's eyes were jammed wide, her mouth open, a look of surprise and agony on her twisted, withered features. And that's when I realized she'd drawn the moment of her death. No, she'd drawn herself to death. Oh, God, it felt like my brain was leaking out of my ears. Oh, God, it's like Miss Stefanczyk. It's like what I did to Aunt Jean. Dr. Rainier was doing CPR. "Get me a tube. Get me an ET tube right now, and I want some access." Then she saw me. Christian, what? But I couldn't stay there a minute longer. Not one more second. Instead, I turned and ran. Chapter 16. No one tried to stop me. I slammed out of the home, jumped on my bike, and took off as fast as I could pedal. It was near dark, the light going fast, and the sky a brilliant wash of orange and peach to the west, but cobalt blue directly overhead. Maybe 3 minutes out from the home, an ambulance screamed in the opposite direction, light bar and headlights flashing. For one brief second, as the headlights tracked me against the graying twilight, I thought, "Hit me. Please hit me. Just hit me, and this will all be over." Maybe I thought about swerving into the ambulance's path. Maybe not. It's such a jumble now, I don't know. Of course, the ambulance didn't hit me, but blew past in a blast of exhaust and a swirl of grit. I kept on. I guess you'd say I was losing it. I was beyond freaked out. My thoughts tumbled. The wrong person had died. What good had I ever done anyone? First my dad, and then my mom, and then Aunt Jean, and everything I touched turned bad. I thought about not going home. I wasn't sure where I could run, or what I might do for money, or anything. Maybe go north to Canada, sneak across the border,
live off the land or get a job in some tiny little town, and hunker down and never touch another piece of chalk or charcoal or pencil or brush. Brushes. The brushes. They were still in my pocket. Why had I taken them? Because they'd been on Mr. Whittick's nightstand like some kind of sign? Great. That was something a crazy person did. And touching them, taking them, had touched off something, started a ball rolling, and now it was picking up speed, and it was all my fault. My face was wet with a mix of blood and my tears, my mouth full of the taste of salt and rust. My heart felt like it was going to burst wide open, and I was crying and pedaling and weaving all over the stupid road. My headlight gave out 2 miles from home, and even though I kept hoping for it, no one hit me either. I don't know when I realized that the muttering in my head was gone. Had it faded even before? Maybe my brain had automatically kicked in some kind of override switch, like in a movie when the engines are going critical and the whole ship's going to blow if the override doesn't get its act together. I don't know. I half expected Uncle Hank's truck to be in the driveway, but it wasn't. Probably no one had told him what his crazy nephew had done now. Not yet, anyway. But I knew that he'd be home soon, and by then I had to think about what I was going to do, because Kraus would kick me out for sure. And then the court would... I just couldn't think about it anymore. I dumped my bike, banged in through the kitchen, and pounded upstairs. The blood on my face was tacky. My shirt was stiff with it. I peeled out of my clothes and underwear, and then I cranked on the shower and ducked under the water while it was still icy. Stupid, maybe, but I remembered reading about some old monk or saint or something, and how he'd stand in an ice-cold pool for hours to get rid of all the bad feelings that he'd pent up inside. For him, I think it was sex. For me, it was, I don't know, murder? Knowing that I'd touched death? Knowing I'd killed someone again? The shock of the water stole my breath, and I grunted, my mouth tightening into a grimace, and I turned my face into water that was so cold the spray felt like needles. Good, good. Pain was good because I was bad. I was no good. I deserved whatever I got. The blood on my face swirled, pale red, down the drain. By then I was panting, my heart booming in my chest, my skin getting numb. I started to shake and couldn't stop, just the way they say when you go into shock. My teeth clacked together, and I bit my tongue, tasted fresh, brackish blood, and I wasn't dead. I was still alive, and I thought, okay, you want to die? You do it like Ms. Stefanczyk, or you ride your bike off a bridge, or you find a car and wrap it around a tree. You do it with a gun or a rope or fire or... And then I was weeping again, all of a sudden, and so wobbly my knees buckled, and I curled up on the stall floor, letting the icy water rain on my back. I was so cold. I was in agony. I kept waiting for my heart to seize up, but it didn't. And then I remembered that Uncle Hank would be here soon, and if I wanted to die, it would have to be somewhere else, because I couldn't bear the thought of him finding me. There'd be no way he wouldn't blame himself, and that was wrong. That was evil. Swaying up on my knees, I reached up, groped, turned the water to hot, felt it turn from icy to tepid to steaming to boiling. It took a while for the steely cold in my gut to loosen, and then my skin got so hot it felt like it was going to peel off. So I dialed the temperature to something I could stand. Gritting my teeth, I soaped up. I lathered every inch, and still I didn't feel clean. At the end, I started crying again, sagging against the tile as water pounded my neck and shoulders, but I wouldn't let myself fall. I didn't hear Uncle Hank over the rush of water until he pounded on the bathroom door. "Christian!
Christian, you all right?"
I thought about pretending that I couldn't hear, but considering that Uncle Hank had broken down locked doors to get at people, I figured that would only delay the inevitable. "I'm okay." I twisted off the water. "I'll be out in a couple minutes." Silence on the other side of the door. Then,
"Dr. Rainier called just as soon as she could. She's on her way over. She's pretty worried about you."
a pause.
"Me too."
"I'm okay. She doesn't need to come." Uncle Hank chose not to get into it.
"I'll be waiting downstairs. There's a fresh change of clothes just outside the door."
I was so stunned, I forgot to thank him, and by the time I remembered, he was already gone. They were waiting for me in the kitchen, mugs of fresh coffee steaming on the table. Uncle Hank looked tired and sad, and worried. Dr. Rainier just looked concerned, and they both kept throwing looks at each other in that way adults have when they're trying to figure out the best way to talk to the crazy kid. They waited while I poured coffee, sloshed in milk, and dumped in a couple tablespoons of sugar before Dr. Rainier said, "It wasn't your fault." I concentrated on stirring. I didn't turn around. "You wouldn't understand."
"Try us," said Uncle Hank. "Help me understand why you ran out of there. You scared Dr. Rainier half to death. She said there was blood all over your face."
I turned around then. I had a nosebleed. I sipped my coffee. It was too hot, and I burned the roof of my mouth. "Stephanie said you were acting—" Dr. Rainier chose her words carefully. "Very erratically." Ashley gave a bleak laugh. "I'll bet those weren't the words she used." Uncle Hank said not too heatedly, "Watch that." "It's okay." Dr. Rainier actually smiled. "She said you were acting, and I quote, nuts. Is that accurate?" "Yeah, that pretty much covered it." "Hadn't she even thought those exact words?" "From her point of view, I guess. Heck, even from my own point of view." Dr. Rainier pulled out a chair at the table and nodded me toward it. She waited until I dragged over and then said, "What happened? Exactly." I debated. What could I really tell them? Let me see. Well, I went into a room I shouldn't have been in the first place. There's a painting on the old guy's wall that's exactly the same as the one I drew in my sleep. The same night I spray-painted swastikas and eyes on Eisenman's barn. Oh, and I stole the old guy's brushes. Then I got a flash of Lucy as I'd drawn her, or maybe as she'd drawn herself, only it was like this cosmic Ouija board, so she couldn't have done it if there wasn't some kind of power I was tapping into. Then I felt her draw out her death, and I freaked out. I got this headache. I smeared blood all over the place, bolted from the room and tore into the next building, and I could read people's thoughts, if only briefly. Oh, and that poor little baby someone walled up in your hearth, Doc? I think that's tied in somehow, too." Right. There was no way I could tell the whole truth and no lie. I could figure out that would cover everything that had happened, so I said, "Do you believe in ESP?" Uncle Hank frowned. To her credit, Dr. Rainier didn't even blink. Well, I could be a psychiatrist about it and answer a question with a question, like, "What do you believe?" But I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could read my patients' minds. The most gifted therapists I know have cultivated empathy to a fine art. And it's a fact that couples with solid long-term marriages pretty much know what the other person is thinking. Identical twins report finishing each other's sentences. She paused for a second to look at me. I think that can look like ESP, but it's more likely that and those gifted therapists, are picking up on subtle nonverbal cues. It's how experts in kinesics, body language, do what looks like mind reading, but is really close scrutiny of clusters of behaviors. So, you don't believe in it? Reading minds? Throwing thoughts around? No, I don't. I'd like to. I studied the stuff in college. Even did a research paper on it. But that probably says more about me than anything else. She cocked her head. Are you saying that you think you can read other people's thoughts? All I know is that I felt like I had to go into Mr. Whittick's room, like it was calling me, I said. Maybe it's all those pictures. I don't know. You mean the fact that you enjoy painting and drawing? I nodded. But when I got in there and saw them, I snuck a glance at Uncle Hank and then said to Dr. Rainier, I realized that I had drawn a picture almost exactly the same one of Mr. Whittick's paintings. Uncle Hank sat up a little straighter. Dr. Rainier didn't notice. Then you must have seen the painting before, she said, reasonably. No, I hadn't even met Mr. Whittick then. I drew this picture the same night that I guess I spray-painted Mr. Einsman's barn. I can show you. I slid off my chair. Just a second. I don't know what they talked about while I was gone, but I heard the low growl of Uncle Hank's voice. It's the first I've heard of it. And then they both stopped talking as I came into the room. I opened my pad and then turned the drawing around so they could both see. That's what I drew, I said. If you go look at Mr. Whittick's painting, everything's the same, even the direction of the smoke from the foundry. Dr. Rainier and Uncle Hank stared at the drawing for a good minute. Then Dr. Rainier tapped the onion dome. What is this? Do you have a building like that in town? Uncle Hank shook his head. Haven't got a clue. It looks Russian or Eastern European. It's called the White Lady. When they looked at me, I continued. Well, at least, that's the name I've heard. From whom? Asked Dr. Rainier. I'm not all the way sure, but I think I got it from Mr. Whittick, the same way I got that drawing of Lucy with that parasol. Uncle Hank said, What? What drawing? Dr. Rainier said slowly, Lucy drew the picture, Christian. You calmed her enough so she could reach down and pull out the image she wanted. I shook my head. No, that's what you think. It felt more like, when I took her hand, it was like a Ouija board. Her eyes tinted. What? Ouija board? Uncle Hank demanded. What drawing? Dr. Rainier explained and then said, But there was nothing magical about it, and it certainly has nothing to do with what happened. Her voice cut out abruptly, and her eyes slitted. What is it, Hank? Uncle Hank passed his hand in front of his mouth, like maybe if he could stop himself from saying it, whatever came out of his mouth wouldn't be real. His eyes clicked to me, and then back to Dr. Rainier. You've read Christian's files, right? So you know about Betty Stefancic? Of course I know, but... Now Dr. Rainier was looking at both of us the way you do some kind of weird bugs. You can't be serious. You believe what she said? Hank, she was mentally ill. She'd stopped taking her medications. She was delusionally fixated on Christian. Maybe, said Uncle Hank slowly, but don't you find it kind of weird that she and this Lucy at the home, that both, incidents involved Christian's drawing something? With Stefancic, it was a picture of a house Christian drew in class, only her note said Christian drew it out of her head, as in stole it. With this Lucy, it was her. Dr. Rainier opened her mouth and then closed it. She and Uncle Hank just looked at each other, and then Uncle Hank's head moved in a tiny nod. Got to be more than just coincidence, he said so low I could barely hear him. Then his gaze crawled to me. Christian, why did you ask about ESP? I said, as calmly as I could, because I saw Lucy draw her death. I saw it in my mind. I pointed at the picture. I drew that. I took it out of something, and I'd never seen Mr. Whittick's painting before that. But it's an exact match. Uncle Hank didn't laugh. He didn't say I was crazy. He said, And I think it means that he told me. But Mr. Whittick can't speak, Dr. Rainier said. No, ma'am, I agreed. Not in words. Chapter 17. We pretty much left it at that. I mean, What else was there to say? No way was I going to spill everything. I was in enough trouble as it was. Before she left, Dr. Rainier said, "Christian, I think it's best if you skip the home for the rest of the week and come on Monday. Give things a chance to settle down."
You think they'll let him come back?
Asked Uncle Hank. "Technically, he hasn't done anything wrong. To me, the way I understand it, you were interested in Mr. Whittick's paintings. You tried talking to him a little bit, and then you had a nosebleed. Is that about right?"
Not exactly.
"Yeah. What about Lucy and Stephanie?" "You let me handle all that. I need a chance to think about what you've said, but I don't think you can be fired for a premonition. You had a hunch." She fastened her eyes on mine. "Isn't that right?" I saw where this was going. I nodded, and her face smoothed. "That's what I thought, and that's what I'm going to write into the official record," she said. "Losing it with Stephanie will be harder to explain, but you were having a nosebleed and you were upset. So far as I can tell, there was no harm done except perhaps to Stephanie's dignity. You might actually have done some good for Mr. Whittick. He responded to you by opening his eyes. He hasn't done that for anyone. I checked him before I came over, and while I wouldn't say he's ready for a round of golf, he's not worse either. One more thing. I'd like to see you tomorrow instead of Friday, okay? Let's just touch base." That was all right with me. Friday was a teacher work day and no school, so having the whole day off would be kind of nice. "Sure. Good." She smiled at me, and when she turned to go, she touched Uncle Hank on the arm. Just a brush of her fingers. "I think we'll be fine," she said, mainly to Uncle Hank, I thought. Uncle Hank's voice was husky.
God, Helen, I hope you're right.
"Helen?" I wasn't hungry. My brain was churning and my stomach too. But Uncle Hank scrambled up eggs and hash browns and made me eat. We didn't talk. No shocker there. After the dishes, I said, "I'm going to bed."
All right.
He was sitting at the table with the last of the coffee.
You sleep well now.
I walked to the hall, but lingered in the doorway a moment. Why is Dr. Rainier helping us so much? His face was caught blank. I'd seen that look 100 times before, so I knew he was hiding something.
Any doctor worth her salt's going to do what's best for a patient.
But I didn't want to say lying. I mean, she's pretty much told me what to say. Is that allowed?
She's given you the best shot you've got to stay out of as much trouble as possible.
Okay. I debated before asking. So how much do you like her? For a moment, I didn't think he was going to answer the question. To be honest, I was pretty surprised I'd asked. We're not exactly talkative, my uncle and me. His eyes shifted to his coffee, and then back to me, and he said,
"I loved your Aunt Jean very much, but I've been lonely, and Dr. Rainier, she's smart, tough, got guts, right down to it."
And beautiful. But I didn't say that.
I like her, Christian. I like her very much, but I'm also not going to do a thing about it.
I couldn't believe my ears. Looking back, Uncle Hank must have been exhausted, or else he'd have never revealed so much. You have to understand how private he is, not just because he's sheriff, but to protect me, I think. I'm willing to bet that there's a lot of talk and gossip and heat I don't know about, even now, because he made sure I didn't hear it and wouldn't suffer more than he felt I already had. People had tried to fix up Uncle Hank before. He's only 41. Sometimes he feels older to me, but that's because he carries around the weight of so many lives. He once said that you didn't understand morality or real grief until you stood over the body of a high school kid on prom night. The way he talked about Dr. Rainier, like it was a done deal, made me feel sad. Why not? If you like her, Aunt Jean would understand.
It's not that. I know your aunt would. We talked about it a lot, actually, even though winter's pretty quiet and we haven't had a murder in I don't know how long. Things happen. Your great-grandfather died in a fire, after all. Drunks will run you off the road and roll out of their cars, not a scratch on them, and leave you as a smear on the road. There's black ice and tornadoes and fools driving their trucks out onto the lake when the ice is too thin. This life will kill you a million different ways to Sunday. So your aunt and I, we had already had that talk about what to do and how to go on if something happened. Of course, we figured it would be me, not her. His blue eyes bored into mine. You don't know how many nights I wish it had been me instead. My chest got tight, and my eyes burned. Uncle Hank's face blurred and broke apart the way light does through a prism. And then I was crying again. Yes, he would surely hate me if he knew. You know what really got me? Uncle Hank thought my tears were because I felt bad for him, which I did, but he got mad at himself for making me upset. He wrapped me up in a bear hug, patted my back, rubbed my hair the way he had when I was about 10 or so, and kept telling me everything would be okay. When he pulled back, his eyes were moist. You all right? I'm about 4 inches shorter, and he ducked down a little to grab my eyes. It'll be okay. We're going to get through this the way we always have. I said something like yeah and sure and thanks, and then I got out of there. Only when I was in my room did I realize that Uncle Hank never had answered the question. So, of course, I couldn't sleep. I was ashamed. Here I'd been ready to, die or run away, but Uncle Hank was hanging tough. He didn't think I was a bad person. I felt like a little kid inside, like there was this other me who was about 5 and wanted to be told everything would be okay. Maybe everybody feels that way. In history, we were talking about the Iraq War. There are a lot of local guys who are Army or National Guard, and someone said wounded guys call for their mothers. People kind of giggled, and the teacher snapped at us. But I didn't laugh. I understood that feeling. Maybe only kids who have had parents hang around until they're all sick to death of each other don't get it. I did. So that's when I decided that I had to help myself. I'm 17, for heaven's sake. Yeah, I was worrying about colleges and stuff, but it hit me that kids in college had it easy. Things are still done for them. Their meals, their schedule, all that stuff. All a college kid has to do is get to classes, do the work, and figure out how to do laundry. But take someone like Uncle Hank. No matter how much horror he saw, he dealt with it, because nobody else would or could. The same for Dr. Rainier, I'd bet. Someone had to be responsible, so I had to do that too. I pushed out of bed, went to my desk drawer, pulled it open, and unrolled the canvas brush roll. The brushes felt as right and natural in my hand now as they did back at the home. I'd drawn and been drawn to Mr. Whittick's room, and the moment I picked up the pouch, Mr. Whittick opened his eyes. There was a message in all that. So, enough self-pity already. I could be scared. I could be freaked out. But things were happening. There were messages being sent my way, and tasks that, perhaps, only I could do. I just had to figure out what and why. So that's what I did. Fired up the computer and made a list of the things I knew and could remember from my dreams, and what I'd heard. It was a short list. The White Lady, Mr. Whittick, a murder back in 1945, a fire in September or October of that same year. After a few seconds of staring at the list, I added Marta, Anderson Farm, Foundry Dormitories, prisoners at Eisenman Foundry. Then I Googled. I realized that without a last name, I wouldn't get far with Marta. Ditto on the farm. All I could find on the Foundry involved the company's website, which gave an abbreviated timeline and history of the Eismans. The reading was fairly skimpy. The company's founder, Sigismund Friedmann Eisenman, immigrated to the States from Germany in 1856, along with his second wife and 9 children. The son of a cattle farmer, Sigismund had dreams of being a businessman and settled first in Chicago,
working as a shoe salesman by day and attending college at night, earning his degree in metallurgy 7 years later. Shortly thereafter, he came to Wisconsin to visit cousins and met a local businessman named 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮, also a German, who wanted to take over a local foundry that was apparently going under. The two struck up a partnership, purchased the foundry, and operated it jointly as 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 Manufacturing Company for 10 years, churning out farm implements and residential items like cast iron tubs, plumbing fixtures, and kitchenware. When 𝘠𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘮 died, 𝘓𝑰𝑠𝑚𝑎n took over sole ownership, and the company has stayed in the family to the present. The 𝘓𝑰𝑠𝑚𝑎n I knew, Charles, was Sigismund's great-grandson, Charles' son. Jonathan currently managed the bulk of the company's day-to-day operations, but Charles 𝘓𝑰𝑠𝑚𝑎n still had the final word. One thing that I did find pretty interesting, though, Sigismund faced a serious shortage of skilled workers as his company grew larger. There were, still are, large German, Swiss, and Austrian populations in Wisconsin, many of whom came over in waves beginning in the 1840s. By the time Sigismund arrived, these first immigrants had established communities that welcomed new workers, and Sigismund realized that he could lure skilled craftsmen and ironworkers to his company if he provided them not only with a community, but a means of integrating into American society. So he built dormitories, comfortable living quarters in which workers lived rent-free. Their meals were provided. Classes in American history, English, and business were offered twice a day to accommodate the shift workers. Workers were put on a path to citizenship. The idea was to get the workers to view the company as family and stay put once they'd arrived. I clicked back to my list and checked off dormitories as the real deal, which freaked me out a little, because that meant at least part of my visions or dreams or whatever were real. Searching for prisoners or a prison in a connection with 𝘓𝑰𝑠𝑚𝑎n's company was a big zero. So was the White Lady. Plugging in winter, Wisconsin, murder, and 1945 got me a single useful hit, the first paragraph of an archived item on national news from the New York Times. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, October 23rd. Residents of the tiny rural hamlet of Winter continue to grapple with the aftermath of what appears to have been a particularly vicious and senseless murder. Walter Bratz, 45, was found slain in a horse barn on October 20th. He had been stabbed repeatedly with a pitchfork, which was found at the scene, smeared with the victim's blood. Mr. Bratz, an employee in the brass plant at the 𝘓𝑰𝑠𝑚𝑎n Manufacturing Company, was reported missing by his wife, Gertrude, on the evening of October 19th, when he was last seen leaving work with several companions. When I read that word, pitchfork, my stomach clenched. There'd been a pitchfork in my very first nightmare. Unfortunately, that was all I got. If I wanted to read the rest of the article, I would have to pay, and since A, I didn't have a credit card, and B, I didn't have any money, that was kind of a non-starter. I searched for Walter Bratz, but came up empty. Still, I put his name on my list. At least now I had the name of the murder victim. Maybe there was more at the town library or at the historical society. Sarah would know. I checked the time. Almost 11. Too late to call, though I had her email address from way back. Hopefully it was still good. So I wrote, to preacherskid@magna.com from ckage@magna.com. Subject, research. Hey Sarah, sorry to bug you, but I'm getting started on my history project, and I'm drawing a big zero. I think what I need might be at the Historical Society, or maybe the library, but I'm not sure. Since you know who to talk to there, would you mind if I came with you? When are you going next? I have to work on Saturday, but I could go on Friday after school. Thanks, Christian. I hit send, hoping she might check her email tomorrow morning, and then maybe we could talk at school. Then I sat back and studied my list. Without more details, it seemed to me that searching for a 1945 fire was a waste of time. Here there'd been a murder in the same year, and I'd only found one news story about it. Maybe the Historical Society people would have more. That left only one item, Mr. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦. It hit me then that I didn't know his first name, which made me feel stupid, but I plugged in 𝘓𝘬𝘮, winter, and Wisconsin. I paused, thought about it, and added painter, then hit enter. The next second my mouth dropped open. I clicked on the first result, and a short entry from Wikipedia opened on my screen. Mordecai Mendel 𝘓𝘬𝘮, born April 3rd, 1905, was a self-educated realist painter, dubbed the 𝘚𝘩𝘢𝘬𝘠 of Wisconsin regional art. 𝘓𝘬𝘮 immigrated to the United States from the tiny Polish town of 𝘊𝘰𝘮, later renamed Auschwitz, in 1935. Initially settling in Milwaukee, he found employment as a painter of fine ceramics and porcelains at the Einsmann Manufacturing Company in the small northern town of Winter, and moved there in 1940. He continued to paint watercolors and oils, predominantly landscapes, but garnered both praise and censure after his painting. Katerina at Sunset won grand prize at the Milwaukee Lakeside Arts Festival in 1943. A critic at the time described the painter's style as subversively sexual. The painting caused a minor scandal when it was revealed that the young woman in question was the fiancée of a local businessman. 𝘓𝘬𝘮 continued to reside in Winter, where he divided his time between his factory work and various commissions, and he was active in Winter's small but vibrant Jewish community. Later, events would cast a cloud over his short-lived artistic success. Today, 𝘓𝘬𝘮 is remembered chiefly as the prime suspect in a gruesome murder of a fellow factory worker that occurred in October 1945. Local residents believed the murder was motivated by a love triangle, a claim substantiated by the factory's owner, Charles Randall Eisman, who was also injured and horribly disfigured in the same incident. The murder remains unsolved. However, as 𝘓𝘬𝘮 disappeared, the artist's subsequent whereabouts and presumptive date of death are unknown, though reporters of the time believed that 𝘓𝘬𝘮 fled the country, possibly to Canada or Israel. Wow! I must have read that entry 6 times. An artist, and Jewish? As far as I knew, there were no Jews in Winter, but that last name was too unusual. This had to be my 𝘓𝘬𝘮's father. I did a quick calculation. 65 years had passed since the murder. Mordecai 𝘓𝘬𝘮 had been 40 then, so he was dead for sure. Mr. 𝘓𝘬𝘮 was what, in his 70s? So in 1945 he'd been a boy. Papa, I whispered. Yes, Mordecai 𝘓𝘬𝘮's son, David. And another mystery was solved. Mordecai 𝘓𝘬𝘮 was the man who'd scarred up Mr. Einsmann all those years ago. Holy crap. No wonder Mrs. Krause hadn't wanted to talk about it. I clicked on the hypertext link for Katerina at Sunset. The painting that flashed onto my screen was breathtakingly beautiful, and I could see why 𝘓𝘬𝘮 might be compared to Wyeth right away. The woman, Katerina, sprawled on a slope of forest green meadow, and I even recognized the spot because of the barn perched on a rise in the far distance to the right. To the left was a 2-story farmhouse, white, with black shutters, and a weather vane, and 2 brick chimneys. The painting had been done at Einsmann's barn at a point in time when the house still stood. As with Wyeth's Christine's World, 𝘓𝘬𝘮's Katerina faced away from the viewer, but that's where the similarities ended. Instead of gazing at a house, Katrina looked up the hill toward an absent sun. Its memory sketched in a sky dyed in vivid swaths of iridescent blue and bright pink that seemed almost alien. The colors roiled across the sky in luminous bolts and splashed over the meadow, and the woman lying there like unearthly water. Katerina was also completely naked. It's hard to describe even now what the picture really looked like. You couldn't see Katerina's face, but maybe it was the languid line of her back and the way her golden hair whipped around her head that made me think Bernini. There's his famous statue of St. Teresa in St. Peter's, the one where the angel is stabbing her through the heart, and Teresa's in ecstasy. And I remember that several critics had suggested that Bernini had studied the faces of women in, orgasm to get just the right expression. That's what popped into my head when I looked at that painting of Caterina. She was having sex, and she'd reached that moment. Only we were supposed to imagine it. I could see why people at that time would have thought it was racy, especially with all that lurid color. It was a little like Rubens that way, only he splashed red against his women's thighs instead of pink. My eyes fixed on a small detail at the bottom right of the picture. Zooming in, I was able to magnify that portion of the painting, and there it was. That same six-sided star with the letters MW in the center and two numbers, one above and one below, 3 and 9. Now I understood. A Star of David and Mordecai Wittick's initials. For the artist, his Jewish identity had been something he'd taken pride in. It was then that I realized something else. I'd seen this woman before in another portrait in Mr. Wittick's room, hanging to the right of the door. Caterina was the woman in the silk kimono with the red chrysanthemums.
Chapter 18. My email chimed. Sarah, I checked my watch. It was a few minutes before 11. To 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦@magna.com from preacherskid@magna.com. Subject, regarding research. Christian, you don't write or talk to me for over 2 years, and now already we're like pen pals or something. LOL, just pulling your chain. Yeah, sure, you can come with me to the Historical Society. I'm going tomorrow right after school, because I have to do something with the family on Friday. Groan. I'll show you who to talk to and how to use the databases. Hey, I heard about what happened at the old people's home because Dad got called. What did you do? Hey, do you have IM? If you have IM, we can do that instead of email because it's faster. I'm Sarah13. I am me, Sarah. I did have IM, only I hadn't used it for years. I'd never had any buddies, so it seemed a waste. But I logged on and then typed, C. Cage. Hey, Sarah, it's me, Christian. I wasn't expecting a reply, thinking that maybe she'd already gone to bed, but she came right back. Sarah13. So what happened? C. Cage. Nothing. Sarah13. That's not what I heard. C. Cage. What did you hear? Sarah13. That you helped her make a drawing and now she's dead. People are saying it's like Ms. S. I was about to type, no, it wasn't like Ms. S at all, but I didn't. Not that this wasn't partially true. With Ms. Stefanczyk, I had been furious, as volcanically angry as a 7-year-old can be. I remembered the feeling well, this deluge of emotions and thoughts that were alien to me, ones that involved knives and faces that morphed into monsters, masks, and then I drew that house out of her, the one she kept locked away in a steel vault in her mind. But I found it. Oh yes, I did. But now I wondered, what if the images and emotions I had had then weren't mine? What if, like Stephanie and the other people at the home, a door had cracked open in my mind, and Stefanczyk's deepest, darkest thoughts had leaked in? Hadn't Dr. Rainier said that Miss Stefanczyk was manic-depressive and probably hadn't been taking her meds? So what if she was tipping over the edge all along, and then I came along, with some kind of weird ESP-ish power to channel all that rage, and have it come out of my fingers, the same way I tapped into Lucy's images of herself as a younger woman, and the awful instant when she had the heart attack that killed her.
but I hadn't been angry with Lucy. I liked her. So what was I drawing? Nightmares? Destiny? And the way I visualized my mother and saw the sideways place where I was too frightened to go, what was it really? Heaven? Hell? Purgatory? And then there was Aunt Jean. What had I seen there? I couldn't imagine my Aunt Jean, sunny, ready with a smile, always good to me, with such a pit of blackness in her soul. No, I'd killed her all right. She'd made me angry, and my mind had lashed out, and then I'd drawn that wretched picture. She had taken one look, and it was like all the blood drained from her veins, and the horror in her eyes, like she confronted the thing that scared her most. I shied away from that particular memory. I typed, "See Cage." I was in an old guy's room when it happened. I had a premonition, and then my nose started to bleed, and I freaked out. Sarah 13. Wow, are you okay? See Cage. Yeah. I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I waited. It hit me suddenly that I was having a conversation that you'd almost call friendly. Not entirely truthful, I wasn't that crazy, but comfortable enough. I thought back to the times when Sarah and I had played on swings and climbed trees, and I wondered how it was that you went from playing games to actually talking. Sarah typed. Sarah 13. Hey, I'm having a Halloween party at my house. You want to come? I was so stunned I just sat there and read the message again. Finally I wrote, "See Cage." Yeah? Sarah 13. Eye roll. Duh. Of course, yeah. I was thinking that you're so good with painting and all, maybe you could make some kind of mural. You know, something creepy, like a graveyard or haunted house or something. I should have known. This wasn't about me. I typed, "See Cage. Maybe. I might be busy." As soon as I hit enter, I wished I hadn't. I wanted to type something about being an asshole, but I didn't. A long pause. Then, Sarah 13. I'm trying to be nice to you. Do you know how many people don't like you? Do you know how many people think you're flat out weird? See Cage. Everybody. We've already had this conversation. Sarah 13. God, you make it so hard for anyone to be nice to you. See Cage. Yeah? So where have you been for the last 2 years, Ms. Popular? Now I was being an asshole and I knew it. I wrote, "See Cage. Sorry, I'm being an asshole." Sarah 13. You're just now figuring that out? I'm done. It's almost midnight. I'm going to bed now. See Cage. Good night. Sarah typed, "Screw you," and logged off. I got in bed, but I didn't fall asleep right away. My thoughts pinballed around my skull, and my eyes kept snapping open. The moon was waning, perhaps 3/4, and so my room wasn't completely dark. Silver light leaked in around the edges of my drawn shades, and the paintings on my walls seemed to glow, to move. Subtly, stealthily, as if aware that anything more than the most minute of movements would make me run screaming from the room. I held myself very still and thought, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the night the drawings come to life and just take over, draw me in. Wasn't this what I'd been waiting for? A way of slipping into the sideways place and finding my parents? It had been days, no, a couple of weeks, since I worked on that charcoal of my mother, and that made me freeze up inside. I couldn't do that, could I? If I stopped looking for her, wouldn't she stop looking for me? Her face would just evaporate like steam or something, and all that would be left would be pictures. So I should go. I should let this happen. Right. If I really wanted that, why had I freaked and whited out the door? Maybe because I really didn't have the guts at all. It was my bike ride home all over again when I'd thought about suicide. I was too scared to be in this world and too frightened to leave it. I yawned. I would never fall asleep. Never. The ghosts still mutter. But there is another somebody, different from the rest. I see him. He sees me. My mouth is still gone, but my mind begins to burn, to itch, and I think nothing. Papa's son is nothing. Papa's son did nothing but watch, and now there are ghosts and wolves, and my mouth is gone. Papa says that he and the other men will meet at the White Lady after shoal to talk about the wolves. The wolves will break the union. Mr. �𝘰𝘮𝘮 wants to break the union. Papa says Mr. �𝘰𝘮�'s using the wolves for Ms. Catherine's house. Katerina at sunset. Katerina's white skin and her breasts, her body. I have to be quiet. Can't move. Mustn't let them see that I am there. Papa has sent me away. He thinks that I've gone, and Ms. Catherine has given all the servants the day off. Told them to leave and not return until later. There is only the butler who stands guard at the front door, and he's easy to get around. I have often come by to visit Marta, and I'm nobody and small for my age, and so I creep down the back steps. I know all the ins and outs of this house because of Marta, and so long as I am quiet, which isn't hard when Marta and I talk, the air smells green from ferns and huge potted plants. Water bubbles and splashes in a tumble of stones because there's a real brook that gurgles through the day room. Light spills through the long picture window, and jewels of color sparkle on the pale stone floor from the transom's stained glass. Ms. Catherine lies on a satin divan, and she is so beautiful, it hurts to look. And the sun fires her fine kimono from behind so you can see the shadow of her breasts and the curve of her hips. I know Papa sees her because he's painting. His back is to me, and I'm crouched behind a trio of pots, peering through a fringe of palms. Papa tells her to move first this way and then another, and his brushstrokes are so thin she glows like the alabaster lamps of the White Lady. Neither sees me. My face burns with shame for spying. I know I shouldn't have disobeyed Papa, but there is something I don't like about what is happening here. If I had only seen it sooner, if I had seen, I could have stopped the darkness and blood and the slash of the pitchfork. Papa and Ms. Catherine think they are alone. Ms. Catherine has lips like ripe peaches, and there is color in her cheeks. And when Papa tells her to adjust her arms and to turn more to the right, she laughs and pouts and makes Papa come and move her arm for her. No, Papa. I am screaming this in my mind as he throws down his brush in disgust. I see that she's playing a game, like a queen, and what I can't understand is why Papa doesn't see it too. Unless, maybe, he doesn't want to understand. Maybe he wants there to be something he can claim is an accident. But I scream silently. No, Papa, don't. Stay away. Don't. Her gown falls open, and she guides his hand. I know what you want, she says, and now I know for certain that it is a game for the two of them. Papa's hand is on her breast, and Ms. Catherine is pulling him down, and he's fallen on top of her, and her hands are in his hair. And now she is naked, and her hands are under his shirt, and now they are both moaning. I am not aware that I have screamed, out loud and for real, until they both jerk their heads around and stare. Papa's hair is mussed, and his pants are sagging around his hips, and his eyes are shocked. Ms. Catherine screams, and her hands fly to cover her breasts. No, no, Papa, no! I turn, and I am running out of the room, flying through the doors that open with a loud bang. The butler's been dozing in his chair, and he startles at the sound. He is all elbows and knees, and he's struggling out of the chair, but I'm running down the long hall for the front of the house, and there are tears in my eyes. "David!" It is Papa. He is chasing after, but I keep running. I burst out of that grand house and into the blinding day, past all the wolves who are working on the grounds, and turn to stare with their yellow slit eyes. But then I'm sprinting down the hill, away from the wolves, climbing all over the house, away from all of them. Papa's cries are fainter, and then they fall away, and the only sounds are my sobs, and the seagulls wheeling in the blue sky over the lake, and they are screaming too, just as the horses scream, and the men. And now there's blood. There's blood on Papa's hands. There's blood everywhere, and the horses are screaming. Catherine and Marta and the wolf. No, Papa, no. Help me. Somebody. Please, so scared. I want to stop seeing this. I'm so scared. Somebody, please. Somebody help me. Help me. Help me.
Chapter 19. So, of course, I spazzed awake about 3 seconds before my alarm went off. My head was full of confused images and mutters, and I knew I'd been somewhere else, back in time, with the boy, as the boy. But there was nothing clear, just a jumble. I grabbed a pad and pencil from the nightstand the way Sarah said she had when they had to write down their dreams in psych, and just about fell out of bed when I saw what was already there. 2 scrawled words. Help me. I didn't throw the paper away. Maybe I should have. Oh, the things you know in retrospect. I got my second shock when I looked at my wall. Maybe the muttering in my head. Oh yes, it was there again. Should have tipped me off. Because the door was back. Cold sweat popped out all over my face and chest. The door had no knob, but there it was, in precisely the same place. The edges crisp and clean. Only this time I had used 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘦𝘯𝘵's brushes because the pouch was unrolled, a long-handled, bright smelling of fresh turpentine. Even in my sleep, I took care of my brushes. How strange was that? So my brain had decided to take over in my sleep and force my hand, so to speak. Whatever lived in the sideways place was just behind that door, pressed breathlessly against the skin, separating it from this world. Apparently, even my subconscious had limits, which was kind of hilarious when you got right down to it. Sure, make me bike a gazillion miles and dangle from a rope to spray paint a barn, but whoa, watch that doorknob. Another thought occurred to me, though. What if that final step, drawing the knob and then turning it, what if that had to be my choice? Something I did consciously, understanding what might happen? I know, it sounded crazy to me too, and I was becoming an expert on crazy. But you know what it reminded me of? Revelation, chapter 3, verse 20. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come into him and will dine with him, and he with me. Now, I'm not a whacked-out Christian type, but everyone knows that quote from Revelation. Sarah's dad said in confirmation class that the reason God didn't barge in was that you had to bring your head to God along with your heart. The two couldn't be separate, and it had to be your choice. Another thing Reverend 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦 had said was that whenever you saw a reference to a door in the Bible, it also represented the way in which heaven and truth, angels and God, communicated with people. So, was the sideways place really heaven? Some kind of truth? Then I thought of something else. Mr. Whittick's door. The weird tube on the jamb. How I'd stood there and knocked and felt the pull, like I was being invited in. Only our roles were reversed then, weren't they? I hadn't brought any kind of truth with me. No, the truth had been in Mr. Whittick's room. The truth lived in those pictures, and whatever was locked in Mr. Whittick's memory. The truth flowed from my fingertips.
I closed my eyes, thought about counting to 10, and made it to 4. The door was still there. "Go to school, you jerk," I said. "You've still got work to do." But I left the door where it was. I wrote down what I could tease out of the tangle in my brain. A garden room, a stream, stained glass. And then I thought, idiot, you're just remembering the painting. You're incorporating the painting into your dreams, and you think it means something. Well, maybe it did. Damned if I knew what. School crawled by. Sarah didn't look at me the whole day, and I figured I was on my own. At lunch, I didn't go to the cafeteria, but I also stayed away from the art studio. Instead, I went out to the playground and sat on a swing while the little kids ran around and played kickball. Watching them brought a lump to my throat, and I wanted to cry. Those kids were so lucky. They didn't have to worry about anything getting out of control. All they had to worry about was making it to the base before they got tagged. The little kids were laughing and horsing around, and there were so many of them. They were like ants, boiling over the playground. But it was nice seeing how happy they were. Made me wish I was little again. Although, of course, little kids are pretty vicious, too. I should know. I've certainly been on the receiving end all my life. You try being the one a pack of kids will cut out from the group. Make sure you're real far away from the school so no one will see, and then beat the crap out of you. That was one thing Marjorie was wrong about. You didn't need to live in a city to experience people being the animals they really were deep down inside. I was scuffing out to the bike rack after school when I heard Sarah behind me. "Wait up!" "I thought you were mad at me," I said as she trotted up. "I am mad at you." She was wearing jean capris, and her hair was up in a ponytail, like Betty in those Archie comics. Not that I've ever read them. Since I was 8, anyway. Sarah looked kind of cute. She said, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." We pushed out to the breezeway and hung a left, heading for the bike rack at the side of the school. I saw her glance at a knot of other girls in the parking lot, all of them pretending not to stare. And then I asked, if you don't want to do this, can we talk about something else other than your insanity, please?" Okay. I racked my brain for something to say. "How's the research going?" "Pretty good, thanks. I called the sheriff's office today, and Marjorie said the anthropologist was probably coming up tomorrow, or Saturday." "Hey, that's cool. Would you, She stopped, planted her hands on her hips, and said, "No, I don't mind if you come. I said I didn't mind before. What do you need, Christian? An engraved invitation?" No, I don't need that. Thanks." She rolled her eyes and started walking again. "You're welcome. So who does the baby belong to?" She shrugged. "Could be anyone's, right? Until the anthropologist tells us how long the body's been there, we can't date anything or anybody. But get this, the house wasn't always the way it is now. There's the original house that dates way back to the 1720s, when it was owned by a French trapper." "You're kidding. I didn't know the French—" My voice died, and my throat seized up. "What?" Confused, Sarah shot a look at me, and then turned to stare in the direction of the bike rack. "Oh," she said, only it came out more like a moan. Decker was there, standing next to a red motorcycle, probably his dad's. When he saw that we'd spotted them, he elbowed his 2 guys. Curly? Larry? I didn't think they were the same 2 sand rats, so probably Athos and Porthos. But who knew? Their heads turned our way at the same time, and it was weird, like a pack of animals watching prey. Without realizing what I was doing, I stepped in front of Sarah. "What do you want?" "Now, is that any way to talk to someone who could press charges and get your ass off probation and into jail?" Decker gave a silent dog's laugh, and then his eyes shifted. "Hey there, Sarah." Sarah was silent. I felt her sidle up to my right elbow. Decker pulled a face. "What, you don't want to talk to me?" "Leave her out of this," I said. "I know.
I know, like a bad movie. What are you going to do, killer? You going to hex me too? I hear you've been up to your old tricks again. To Sarah, I'd watch my step around this boy if I was you.
Well, thank heavens I'm not you. And no, I don't want to talk to you, said Sarah. I've got nothing to say to you. But remember one thing, Decker, I'm a witness. You do anything, I'm here to say what happened.
Ooh, Decker mugged for Athos and Porthos, who cracked up, their cigarettes bobbing. I'm so scared of the preacher's kid. His eyes slitted. Come on, Sarah, you know we could have some fun together. Remember last summer? You were happy to see me then.
Poor Sarah was the shade of a plum.
Hey, I interrupted, you want to talk to me? Here I am. What is it? What, you want her too? Well, good luck with that. These preacher's kids, they get all hot, but when it comes to putting out... What do you want? I asked again. Why, I do believe the boy's sweet on you, little Sarah.
Decker twisted around to grin at Athos and Porthos.
Won't he get a surprise?
Fine. Stomach jumping, I turned to Sarah. They're just dicking around, I said as casually as I could, although the words felt strange in my mouth. Let's go.
What did you... Hey!
Decker's voice was sharp and peremptory.
Don't you turn your back on me, you little prick.
I turned back, expecting that the next thing I'd see would be his fist hurtling for my nose. But nothing happened. I waited a beat and then said, What do you want?
What I want, he bit off the word, is for you to get your ass out to my place this Saturday. My bike's going to be ready, and you still got to make good on fixing it. You got that?
Yeah, I got it. That would also mean I couldn't work on Einsman's barn, but the barn wasn't going anywhere. And since Decker would find some way to break my arms if I didn't show up, better I'd do his bike. We gotta go.
Yeah, where to?
Anywhere you're not.
Decker feigned a blink. Excuse me? Say what?
This time I kept my mouth shut.
Nah, come on, killer,
Decker said. Athos and Porthos were smirking the way coyotes grin. Decker swaggered a few steps toward us. I eased back, bumping into Sarah.
Come on, said Decker. I want to hear it again.
I said nothing. Decker was maybe a foot away, close enough to throw a fast jab or flick out his knife again. He must have read my face because his wolfish eyes shifted to my arms. The bandages were long gone, as were the steri strips, but when his gaze clicked back, he made a little feint and laughed when I flinched.
What's the matter? Scared I might cut you again?
Decker, it was Sarah. When I looked, she had her cell out, and she'd taken 5 steps back, out of Decker's reach. Her thumb was poised over the talk button. You have 10 seconds before I call 911. Decker's smile dribbled away, and his eyes sharpened.
You don't want to do that, Sarah. I was just playing.
But he backed up a step, then 2. Great. I'm not. Sarah sounded a lot older than 17. Her voice was flat. No nonsense.
Now you've got 5 seconds.
Decker's eyes narrowed. You little holier-than-thou Bick. Sarah jab-talked. Son of a... Decker's face was purple, and he was so angry that his lips trembled. He swirled on his heel as Sarah said, Hello. Yes? This is Sarah Schoenberg, and I'm at the school and...
Let's go!
Decker stomped his bike to life and throttled up, gunning the engine. Athos and Porthos were already astride their bikes, and the 3 whipped their motorcycles out of the parking lot.
Saturday!
Decker screamed back at me, and the 3 growled away. When I turned to Sarah, she was closing her phone. What about the dispatcher? I said. Oh, that. She eyed me calmly. The battery's dead. As we were getting on our bikes, I said to Sarah, maybe this is none of my business, but what was all that? Did you and Decker... My God, the things that were popping out of my mouth. What was I thinking? Sarah was the only person who would talk to me, and now I was digging into her life like some nosy brother. You're right. She pulled out her bike and swiped at the kickstand. None of your business. The Historical Society was housed in an old wooden 2-story mill house next to the river, and there was only one car in the parking lot when we got there. The main reception area was large and filled with a mishmash of bric-a-brac from different periods in Winter's history. The room smelled musty, like it needed a good airing. The lady behind the front desk looked up, smiled when she saw Sarah, and said, "Hello, dear." She only glanced at me before continuing. "How is your research coming?" "Great," said Sarah. "Christian's doing a project and needed some help." "Oh." The lady's gray eyes fastened on me. "What exactly are you researching?" "𝘊𝘪𝘵𝘮𝑦𝘦, I said. "I'm especially interested in the murder." "Yes, isn't everyone? There isn't much on the internet." She gave me a tight smile that showed no teeth. "Some things are best forgotten. You didn't live through the war, so you wouldn't know. But there are many of us who are just as happy to let sleeping dogs lie." "Yes, ma'am," I said. "So how do I find out more?" Her smile wilted. She pointed toward a side room. "In there. Newspapers, principally. Sarah knows how to use the microfiche and databases. There are 2 terminals, so feel free. I am, however, leaving promptly at 5. That gave us about an hour and a half. We thanked her and headed for the microfiche and computer terminals. Old photos hung on the walls. The foundry, the town hall, and groups of people in old-fashioned clothes, waiting as a trolley trundled down the center of Main Street. "Is she always like that?" I asked. When Sarah shook her head, I continued, "So why is she giving me a hard time?" Sarah just shrugged. The microfiche reader squatted next to long gray file cabinets, and Sarah pointed to a label that read in spidery ink script, "Tribune, January 1887 to December 1923. Each drawer has boxes with microfiche of the paper dating back to when it started in 1883. She pulled open one of the metal drawers, which was filled with square boxes, each representing a year's worth of newspapers. Over there, next to the computers, is the New York Times and the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. You can cross-reference once you've got a date." Tugging on a pair of white gloves, lying in a box on top of the file cabinet, she pulled out a random box, thumbed on the microfiche reader, and showed me how to thread the film and which buttons to push to advance the film, go back, and zoom. "Once you get the hang of it, it's really not so bad," she said. "The layout of these old papers is pretty similar. National headlines at the top, local news about halfway down, obits in the back. You get a sense for what you're looking for, you should be able to find it pretty quickly." It sounded like a lot of work. The computer databases were straightforward enough. Typing in 𝘊𝘪𝘵𝘮𝑦𝘦 didn't do much more than bring up the same information I already knew, though. "Who's that?" Sarah asked, reading over my shoulder. "An artist who used to live here. He was pretty famous for a while." "You're kidding. In Winter?" She read the Wikipedia entry. "Wow, I didn't know any of that. No one ever mentions it." "You heard the lady up front. Some things are best forgotten." I thought of Mrs. Krause. Some people probably want the past to remain just that. Dead and buried and forgotten. Yeah, but a murder's pretty sensational. At least you've got a date. I'm still backtracking through old deeds to figure out who lived in Dr. Rainier's house when. At the mention of Dr. Rainier's name, I groaned. "Oh, crap. I forgot my appointment." "With whom?" Dr. Rainier. I'm supposed to see her." "Oh." Sarah arched her eyebrows. "Well, call her." "Your cell's dead." "Christian, Miss Maynard has a phone." I didn't want to use the phone in front of that woman, but I didn't have much of a choice. I dragged back to the front and explained that I needed to make a personal call. To my relief, Miss Maynard pointed me to a small office behind the front desk. "Use the phone in there. I like to keep this area free of traffic." Sure, thanks." Like there were people breaking down the doors to get in. Once inside the office, I closed the door, dialed Dr. Rainier's number, and prayed that it would flip to voicemail. Of course it didn't. Dr. Rainier? Dr. Rainier? It's Christian. Christian, where are you? Your session started 15 minutes ago. I said, I'm really sorry. It just slipped my mind. Could I make it up tomorrow? Well, I heard her flipping pages. I don't have any hours. I'm sorry. Can you make it today? Say later? 6:15? Otherwise, I can see you Monday, but I think it would be better if you come in. I calculated rapidly. The Historical Society would close at 5. It would take me a half hour to bike to Dr. Rainier's office, which was on the other side of town. I'd have to wait, but I was the one who'd blown the appointment time, so I could do homework in the waiting room. Sure, that's okay. I don't mind waiting. Am I in trouble? For missing an appointment? Of course not. I could be Freudian about it and suggest that maybe you want to miss, but you don't have to be an analyst to know that. Yesterday was pretty awful. That was an understatement. No, it's not that, I said, and was surprised when I meant it. I'm at the Historical Society. I gave her a thumbnail sketch of what I'd learned so far and added, I wanted to find out more because I think, well, it might be important. Maybe it would explain some of my dreams. She was quiet a moment. I've done a little research of my own, and I'll be very interested in what you find, Christian. Research on what? I'll tell you when I see you. Okay. I thought of something. How is Mr. �𝘬𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴? Fine. None the worse for wear, though he's definitely waking up. He still can't talk, but he seems to be responding more purposefully. That would go along with the way my nightmares seem to have. More coherence. They were still fragmented and panicky. Still just a collage of sensations and images. But this last one definitely felt as if there was some story there too. I said, That's what I thought. Oh? I'll explain when I see you. I could hear her smile. Touché. Anything else? Yes. What is Mr. �𝘬𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴's first name? David. Of course. Okay, thanks. You wouldn't happen to know if he has any brothers or sisters, would you? Sorry, can't help you there. All I know is that he's got no living relatives. Okay, thanks again. You're welcome, Christian. See you in a couple hours. Well? Asked Sarah when I got back. She was cool. I slid into a chair before a computer monitor, typed Marta Wiedeck into a couple of the databases. In my dreams or time travels or telepathic contacts, I really didn't know what they were. Marta seemed a lot older than the little boy, David. If I was remembering right, David's father had told both of them to stay away from the foundry, so maybe it was worth a shot. There was nothing in the databases. I decided to cut to the chase. I tucked a pair of gloves and found the microfiche film spool for the relevant year. I threaded the film into the machine and then fast-forwarded through the newspaper pages, pausing occasionally as they flickered by to get my bearings. I slowed at October, and it was then that I realized that Winter's newspaper back then had been a weekly that appeared every Wednesday, so there would be nothing on the exact date in question. October 20th, the day Walter Brotz's body had been found. The Milwaukee newspaper item had appeared the following Tuesday, so I would have to go to the October 24th edition of the winter paper to find the story. The story, not surprisingly, was front-page news. A screaming headline. Local man stabbed. Foundry owner injured. Manhunt enters 4th day. Holy crap! I found it! I said to Sarah. She crowded in to read over my shoulder. Local residents continue to express shock and disbelief over the brutal stabbing death of Walter Brotz, age 45, on the evening of October 19th. Carl Anderson of 2752 County Road AA made the grisly discovery upon arriving at his barn on the morning of October 20th. Mr. Anderson reported hearing groans issuing from the barn and discovered the murdered man in a lake of blood. The murder weapon, a hay fork, was still embedded in the victim's chest. Lying nearby, Anderson discovered foundry owner and town celebrity
Charles Randall Eisman, who was also injured. Mr. Eisman is currently being treated at St. Agnes Hospital, where doctors report that the millionaire is weak from loss of blood, but out of immediate danger. Sheriff Jasper Cage issued a statement reporting that Mr. Eisman has named 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦𝘯𝘵, age 40, as the attacker. No official motive has yet been uncovered, and law enforcement officials declined to speculate. However, rumors have begun circulating over Mr. Wittick's apparent infatuation with Milwaukee heiress Catherine Belverton, age 25. Readers will recall that Mr. Eisman and Ms. Belverton recently announced their engagement and are scheduled to be married in the spring of next year. This reporter cannot confirm stories that Ms. Belverton's house staff have been taken in for questioning. Ms. Belverton could not be reached for comment, and it is not known if she has been questioned in conjunction with the investigation. Sheriff Cage has enlisted the services of the Clarendon and Hunter County Sheriff's Departments to coordinate the manhunt now underway, although as time passes, the prospects for Wittick's apprehension dim. At the current time, Wittick's immediate family, his wife, Chana, and their 2 children, Marta, age 17, and David, age 8, remain in protective custody. Protective custody, Sarah said. More like the sheriff was probably keeping them under lock and key so Wittick couldn't hide out with them. No, I think it's more than that. I pointed at the heading of the next paragraph. Jewish community stunned. Albert Saltzman, president of Congregation Beth Tikva, has expressed his profound shock and sorrow over the news. None of us would have ever believed that Mordecai would be capable of this, Saltzman said. The one thing we hope is that our Christian friends and neighbors realize that this is the act of one man and not reflective of Winter's Jewish community, which has existed here for over 50 years. Winter is our home, and for those of us who have recently arrived from the horrors of Hitler's Reich, Winter has been our salvation. Our commitment to social reform has nothing to do with our deep and profound appreciation and love for our Christian brothers. Despite this sentiment, tensions between Winter's Jews and local residents have been building for several months over Eisman's manufacturing company's decision to utilize prison labor to make up for the current nationwide manpower shortage. The Jewish community has been particularly vocal in opposing both the importation and use of prison labor, and their sanctuary has been the scene of both union meetings and community protests against the same. I still don't like it, said one Jewish man, who asked not to be identified. Bringing those men here? It's a slap in our face, that's what it is. I don't care how many beans rot in the fields or cast iron tubs don't get made. These men should never have been brought into our midst. Of note is the fact that Wittick had recently been named as the union's representative in ongoing negotiations. As of 10 days prior to the murder, however, talks had broken down, and the foundry faced the near certainty that Wittick would recommend that the local call a general strike. News of the union's intentions sent Eisman manufacturing stock tumbling and created a ripple effect throughout the region, angering many. There is the widespread belief that the Jewish-dominated union local, most of whose members hail from Eastern Europe, is taking advantage of the nationwide shortage of skilled laborers and might be behind the recent call to close Camp Winter. You have no idea how much we depend on that foundry, said Edith Werner, owner of Werner's Bakery on 13th and Main. We serve the foundry people, sure. There's the farmers, but there's no way I could stay in business if I had to rely on seasonal farm labor. Mr. Eisman's family has been the best thing to happen to Winter. Without them, we wouldn't even be on the map. And there are some of us thinking of circulating a petition that we rename the town after the Eismans. It's really their town, and we're their people. If that foundry shuts down for more than a week or so, I'll go under. Those union people, those Jews, I've heard about the trouble they're making in Chicago and New York. They like the socialists so much, let them go back to Russia.
"That's ludicrous," said Satzman, when informed of the prevailing attitude. "We're Americans. Our people have faced persecution after persecution. Our parents came to this country for the freedoms and opportunities for which this nation was founded. And those of us who came a decade ago were fleeing the very oppression for which our soldiers have fought and died. None of us wants to return to that. One of the beauties of America is the freedom to insist upon social justice, and that's what we're doing." In line with Mr. Saltzman's assertion, it is of interest to this reporter that prevailing opinion has not stopped the synagogue's board of directors from continuing to show support for union officials. An emergency meeting of union members is planned for this coming Sunday, a move that has outraged certain members of the Christian community. "Sunday is God's day," declares one pastor, who asked to remain anonymous. "For these people to hold their meetings on the Sabbath is an affront to every decent Christian in this town." Several church groups have suggested that they would organize their own vigils. Synagogue officials had no comment. "Wow!" Sarah dropped into a chair. "I didn't know anything about this. Did you? The murder and the unions? There was a synagogue here?" "That's what it says. Do you realize that there may not be any other Jews left in town except Mr. Wittig? I can't believe it. I've never met any that I know of. And the mayor has a meeting every other month with all the pastors and stuff to talk. I don't know, religion or something. Dad's never mentioned any Jewish people." She ran her gaze over the story again. "And a prison? I didn't know that either." "Me either." To say that I was stunned is putting it kind of mildly. Reading that newspaper article was like opening some forgotten closet and having all this junk spill out. Remembering my list, I read the article through again. At the article's mention of Marta, I wrote "sister, age 17, and next to David, I penciled age 8. "What are you doing?" Sarah peered at my list. "Hey, you already knew some of this." "Not really. I just heard it around." I was busily penciling in new items now. Unions, Chana Wittig, Albert Saltzman, Beth Tikva, and Camp Winters? What was that? The prison? I said, "Hey, isn't there a way to print out a copy of this?" Just as Sarah showed me what to do, Miss Maynard stuck her head in the door. "I'm closing up in 5 minutes. You two need to wrap things up." My eyes jerked to the wall clock, 4:45. "But you close at 5. We've still got a couple of minutes. 10 at least." Her face hardened. "There are things that need doing that I always do in a certain order. Ms. Schoenberg here has never complained. Now, I'm sorry, but if you want to use our resources, you will abide by our rules." She didn't sound sorry. Sarah jumped in. "No problem. We'll be out in a few minutes." Sarah waited until she was gone and then hissed, "Don't piss her off." "Sorry. I wasn't, though. There's just so much stuff. I mean, we got a bunch of things. Well, you did. Too bad we can't just get a key and do this on our own time. I didn't get anything done." "I'm sorry. This time I meant it. I took up all your time." She patted my shoulder. "That's okay. Really, I could be at this forever, figuring out who owned the house when... And that's not even counting if maybe there were boarders, or which servants were here when all the renters. Better for me to wait until the forensic anthropologist gives us an approximate date." I was reaching forward to unlock the microfiche from its holder when my hand accidentally knocked the rewind button. Several pages blurred by before I shut the action down, and when I looked again, I was on August 22nd. My gaze snagged on a small headline in the bottom right corner, "Camp Winter to Close," and beneath, in much smaller type, "Prisoners to Head West." I glanced at the copy of the October article I'd just been reading. That had mentioned a Camp Winter too, and I wondered again if that had been the same name of the prison. I reached forward to center the page, but then Maynard appeared right at my elbow like a schoolteacher. "We are closing now." She reached forward to unlock the film holder. "Sorry, I said, beating her to it. "I'll get it. I just want to—" I quickly hit print. The machine chugged, and 3 seconds later, a copy of the newspaper page slid into a holding tray. Without even glancing at the paper, I jammed it into my pocket and hit the rewind. In 20 more seconds, the spool of film was back in its box, and Sarah and I were heading out the door. "Thank you," Sarah called over her shoulder. "See you maybe tomorrow?" Maynard gave a wintry smile. "I don't work on Fridays," she said, and locked the door behind us. Walking to our bicycles, Sarah said, "Which? What'd you get?" I told her and then said, "I'm not sure I really got it. I didn't have time to center the page in the viewer." I fished the crumpled paper from my hip pocket and smoothed it out on my bike seat. I saw at once that the print was horribly crooked, tilted on a left diagonal, but the story was there. The letters a little smeary but legible. I scanned the article, and that chill finger tripped up and down my spine once again. "What's the matter?" Sarah touched my arm. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost." I turned the paper around for her to see, but just as bad. Sarah's eyes widened as she read. "Oh my God," she said.
Chapter 20. Dr. Rainier scowled. "I don't believe it. It's true." I pulled out the copy of the news article. She read straight through, her scowl deepening. When she reached the end of the story, she turned the paper over, saw that it was blank, and then looked up at me. "Where's the rest?" I was chewing the side of my thumb. I didn't get a chance to read the rest. Heck, I barely got that. The lady was so hot to get us out of there. 10 more minutes I'd have gotten the rest and maybe found even more. But, I didn't know anything about this. No one in town has ever talked about it. Uncle Hank's never said anything. Your uncle hadn't been born yet. He was born in, late 60s? Early 70s? She tapped the paper with a fingernail. This would have happened more than 20 years before. And from what I can gather, it sounds like something you might not want to publicize. You think? I gave a disbelieving laugh. So here's the thing. Just when exactly did the Nazis come to town? Okay, Nazis was a bit extreme, maybe. See, I was right about one thing. Camp Winter was a prison, but not just any old prison. Camp Winter was for prisoners of war, and the PWs who came to live and work in Winter were Germans, captured overseas and shipped stateside. Kind of explained the swastikas, though. There was tons of information on Google. Dr. Rainier read. Well, it says here that between the year 1942 and 1945, there were about 500,000 prisoners of war in the United States. They weren't all Germans. They were Japanese and Italians, too. Apparently, we started bringing prisoners over here in 1942 because there were rumors that Hitler was going to airdrop weapons to all the PWs in Britain. Why did all the articles keep calling them PWs and not POWs, I asked. If I had to guess, I think it's about propaganda. Germans kept POWs. We just held prisoners. It's all about semantics. Wow, I didn't know any of this. No one's ever talked about this kind of thing here. Yeah, I've noticed that kind of a theme around here, said Dr. Rainier. She tapped her computer screen. Anyway, it says here that since the Allies were planning an invasion of North Africa, the U.S. agreed to take custody of all PWs captured from November 1942 on. They shipped the prisoners back here on Liberty ships and housed them at military installations. But there are no military bases here. At least, not in winter, I mean. There's the National Guard, but... Hang on, I'm getting there. Click, click. The first camp selected was Camp McCoy, down in Monroe County. McCoy served as a base camp, but eventually housed most of the Japanese prisoners and... Oh, this is interesting. The first prisoner of war to arrive in the United States went straight to McCoy, a guy named
𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘰, captured at Pearl Harbor. Anyway, the military established other base camps around the state, wherever there were manpower shortages. A bunch of PWs worked in canning factories. Others worked in the fields. They would stay until the work was done, sometimes only a few months, and then move on. I thought about my vision, where I'd been David Whittick, of men bent over rows of beans, and then of the other two uniformed men with rifles on horseback, guards. Dr. Rainier was still talking, but there were also requests made to loan out prisoners to other industries. In fact, it says here that there were prisoners farmed out to every single state except Nevada at one point or another. The pay was minimal, about 80 cents a day, but the theory was that you kept people busy and gave them some money in their pockets, so when they were released, they could go back and start their lives fresh. As near as I can make out, there were prisoners of war in the U.S. until late 1946. So, more than a year after the war was finally over. She made more interested-sounding noises. Well, this might explain why no one knows. This paper, guy out of Madison, says that the whole thing was kept very low-key. Virtually nothing in the national newspapers. Because of various shortages, small-town newspapers weren't published as regularly. A lot of news got diluted, and even those rare occasions when prisoners escaped. Escaped? I was thinking of my time trip. 1 guard per truck. The prisoner driving. Like, got away? That's what it says. Did they catch everyone? She studied the paper a few seconds and then shook her head. Doesn't say. You know, I'm not so sure you would report something like that back then. Can you imagine the response? Can you imagine it now? People in Wisconsin love their guns. They'd shoot each other on general principle. Yeah, some lady might have blown her husband coming back from second shift. Exactly. Anyway, in a lot of cases, when prisoners escaped, the story was never really circulated because by the time the paper came out, it was old news, and the guy had been caught. You know, I'm amazed these communities tolerated the prisoners at all. Are you kidding? When she turned a surprised look in my direction, I went on. You're not from here, so you don't know. Most everyone in town is German, or just about, one way or another. That's one thing I do know about winter history. The first Einsman went out of his way to make Germans and Austrians feel right at home, and most of them stayed. Well, said Dr. Rainier thoughtfully, I'll bet some of those Germans, PWs, would have felt right at home. You know, though, I said, one thing I don't get. The article from August says that Camp Winter was supposed to close. But if you look at the article from October, it's still open. So what changed? Why would it still be open? If they're working the fields, well, that's all done. There's no work left to do in winter except... I stopped. Except in the foundry, said Dr. Rainier. Except for Einsman. We stared at each other for a moment. Would Einsman have done that? I asked. Use the Germans? To break the Union? Dr. Rainier cocked her head. He's a businessman. They're cheap labor. Why not? Boy, Dr. Rainier huffed out of breath. Imagine being Jewish and knowing what's gone on in Germany, and then the richest guy in town brings in German soldiers. No wonder the Jews here were upset. Yeah, but where did they all go? How come there aren't any left? Well, there is one. She shook her head in disbelief. I can't believe I'm so stupid. I've walked by that mezuzah on his door every day and never really looked at it. I'd never heard the term before, and Dr. Rainier explained and then said, but of course, that's what it is. Makes me wonder how many other people even know that he's Jewish, or why he came back. Maybe he's always been here. I don't think so. Like you said, it's a small town. Granted, I haven't gone over this entire chart, but he's been at the home for the last 10 years or so, and fairly incompetent for the last 4. I said, once he's gone, then they're all gone, forever. When Mr. Whittick dies, It'll be like the Jews were never here. You know what they say. History's written by the winters. Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘯𝘓 tapped the newspaper story about the murder. Sounds like there was a fight brewing between the Union local and Einsman. In this case, it sounds like the town pretty much identified the Union with the Jewish community. That's understandable, considering that the Union met in the synagogue. But I'll tell you what really bothers me. That little bit about some church group being upset about the meeting on a Sunday. Maybe, what? She chose her words carefully. Maybe things got out of hand. I went cold all over when Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘯𝘓 said that. Like maybe there was a fight, a big one, and the Jews lost. That's what I'm thinking, said Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘯𝘓. Chapter 21. We were nearly through the hour when Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘯𝘓 said, I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but I've been doing some digging myself and found some pretty interesting stuff, at least as it concerns Mr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘮. My mind was still grappling with the images of German prisoners. The prisoners are starting out through the open boxcars, marching down Main Street, and so it took me a second to focus. Yeah. Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘯𝘓 folded her hands over her knees. You asked me if I believed in ESP, and I said no. But then I got to thinking about what you'd said about when you drew the picture, the one that's the same as in Mr. 𝘠𝘬𝘮�'s room, and so I did a little research of my own. On ESP? Sort of. On brain injury and changes in function following such an injury. Mr. 𝘠𝘬𝘮's stroke happened about a month ago, about a week before you came to the home. He had another event. I don't really know what you'd call it, but his brain showed a sustained and very intense burst of activity. If I'm not mistaken, it happened right around midnight. And I recall that when I looked at the record the next morning and went over it with the neurologist at the hospital, we both agreed. It looked like a variant of high-intensity REM activity, but predominantly right-sided. REM sleep? I've heard of that. Isn't that when you dream? That's right. There's so much about the brain we don't know. And when a patient's in terminal stage Alzheimer's, you've got a widespread dysfunction. Some regions of the brain may actually be disinhibited. Disinhibited? You mean they wake up? That's a good way of putting it. Newborns have a whole repertoire of reflexes we adults don't. That's because their brains are immature. As you grow, you develop more function that covers over these primitive reflexes. So, in Alzheimer's, it's like the brain goes into reverse? Somewhat. So maybe some brain capabilities we never fully appreciate come to the fore. Not just the return of primitive reflexes, but perhaps other functions and abilities. She paused for a beat, as if for emphasis, then continued. Faculties we would never see otherwise. Other abilities. Other faculties. I knew where she was going with this. Abilities like telepathy? Like my brain is some kind of receiver? She said, Now, it's a fact that sleep architecture is greatly disturbed after you've had a stroke. Some patients barely sleep at all. And this, of course, leads to a lot of post-stroke confusion and disability. What happens to dream sleep after you've had a stroke is pretty interesting too. Depending upon which side of the brain you have your stroke, you can either dream more or less. Mr. 𝘠𝘠𝘬𝘮𝑗 had a left-sided stroke. People like him dream more and for longer periods of time. And it doesn't take as long after they've fallen asleep for REM sleep to begin. So Mr. 𝘠𝘠𝘮𝑗 has been dreaming a lot. Yes, but she held up a finger. He's been doing something else too. You know what a flashback is? And a seizure? Not really. I mean, I've heard of them, but... Okay, let me put it this way. Someone who suffered a traumatic event frequently has flashbacks, periods where they actually relived the event in every detail. Sight, sound, smell, you name it. It's like suddenly being swallowed up in a virtual reality bubble. Many people who have what are called partial complex seizures will also experience powerful feelings of déjà vu. Patients with PTSD frequently show more right-sided brain activation during a flashback than people who are just remembering something and then telling you about it. She was losing me, and I told her so. How does this relate to me? When you went sleepwalking and drew that picture, that was very close to the time when Mr. Wittick's brain manifested this bizarre and unexpected activation. Why would his brain do that? I mean, was it because of the stroke? Maybe. Or maybe his brain was always that way, but he had a normal and intact brain, relatively speaking. His stroke post-dated his slide into dementia, where people tend to dwell more in the past anyway. My point is that perhaps this peculiar brain activity was masked when more of his brain was healthy. Then he had a stroke. The left side of his brain goes a little 𝘚𝘩𝘢𝘳𝘓𝘕, and then the right side is back with a vengeance. She paused and then asked, "Were you having headaches?" "Yes, I still have them, right here." I pointed to my left temple, and then pressed the top of my head, and here, like someone's bashing me with a brick. "Is this the first time this has ever happened to you?" "For the headaches? Yeah." "What about other stuff? The drawing you did of Lucy with the parasol, and the vision you saw before you got to the activities room, where you got into someone's head. That ever happened before with anyone other than Ms. Stefanczyk?" I wanted to tell her about Aunt Jean, but I couldn't, so I shook my head. I'm not sure she believed me, but she said, "Remember what I said about empathy? I've known some exquisitely gifted therapists who really were able to immerse themselves into a patient's worldview. Their boundaries were very fluid, so that made me curious about intuition, telepathy, things like that." I wasn't sure I'd heard right. Do you really believe in telepaths? Let's say I don't disbelieve. There's plenty of literature on people who've unlocked amazing talents after a head injury. Artists, writers? Yeah, but a lot of them were crazy or just plain weird, I said, remembering my conversation with Sarah. Well, that's me, I guess. So you're saying I'm a freak? No, said Dr. Rainier. I'm saying that you may not be the only one. She handed me an open manila folder. Here are some citations I pulled up last night. The International Journal of Applied Parapsychology and Neurology, Research Trends in Parapsychology, Phenomenological Inquiry, Transcultural Trends in Paranormal Psychology, Voodoo. That's what Uncle Hank would have called it. She said, "Christian, I think you've had some kind of ability for a long time, and you know how to suppress it. Perhaps strong emotions cause this ability to express itself, the way certain stimuli can promote a seizure. But there's been a change, only not in you. The change has been in Mr. Wittick. That drawing you did of the oil painting in his room would suggest that his mind has found you. The onset of your current problems happened very close to Mr. Wittick's stroke." "My headaches, you mean? I felt his stroke?" "Possibly, at least part of it. I'll also bet there's more that you've experienced that you haven't told me. That's okay." She held up a hand like a traffic cop. "A shrink isn't a mind policeman. You're entitled to keep certain things private, so long as they're the right things." She added after a second, "That was a joke." I'm not getting a lot of humor right now. I understand. Do you?" My voice ramped up a notch. I was gripped with this weird, shaky feeling, like I was going to scream or cry or explode. "Do you really?" "Yes." She reached out and circled her finger around my wrist very gently. "I think you and Mr. Wittick may be working together, or your mind provides a conduit Mr. Whittick's lacked. You're special, Christian, in ways that most of us can't really understand. As for Mr. Whittick, well, I think his stroke disabled part of his brain, but either freed or activated another. He's probably lost time since he had before, because of his dementia. So what if the stroke has triggered flashbacks to something in his past, or caught him in some loop where that's all his brain can do? And what if he's always had these flashbacks but kept them under wraps? She let go, swiveled in her chair, fingered up a piece of paper. Right here, from the International Proceedings of the Academy of Parapsychological Psychiatry. There's a case study of a stroke victim who suffered from unremitting flashbacks to a car accident 50 years earlier that wiped out his whole family. He couldn't control the flashbacks, and they seemed much worse when he could enter REM sleep. She looked up from the paper and held my eyes. You and Mr. Whittick might be synergistic, because I've been decreasing his sedation little by little, letting him wake up. Clearly, the scene you drew and the barn have significance for him, and now we know why. Because the barn's where the murder happened, I whispered. My lips wouldn't work quite right. I felt as if I'd been out in a blinding snowstorm for way too long, and I was stiff as a board, because that's where a man died. That's right, said Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘦 softly. For poor David Whittick, history stopped right there, when he was just a little boy. No wonder his mind returns there, to that barn. I nodded as if I agreed with her, but I knew something now that she couldn't possibly, because I hadn't told her. I hadn't told anyone, not about the dreams or falling into that little boy's body. Mr. Whittick's memories didn't circle that barn like a drain because his father had killed someone there. Poor Mr. Whittick thought about that barn all the time because when his father murdered Walter Brotz, Mr. Whittick, David, was there. Chapter 22. Don't be crazy, Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘧 said when we were done. I've kept you way over. It's nearly 8 and it's dark. I'd be nuts to let you bike home. I didn't point out that a shrink being nuts was probably not a good thing. On the other hand, maybe it takes one to know one, like she said. But I've got my bike, which you're going to load onto my truck. I've already called your uncle and left a message. What? When? When you rescheduled. You didn't call, did you? When I shook my head, she asked, Christian, you need to learn that people care about you. Not everybody. Even if it's only one person, you owe your uncle the courtesy of letting him know where you are. He worries about you. More like worries what I might do next. That's what I thought, but didn't say. Anyway, Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘧 wouldn't listen to any objections. She clicked off her office lights and shoved me out the door. Let's go. Whatever Uncle Hank was going to say pretty much died behind his teeth when he saw Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘧 standing there. Before he could recover, she said, It was my fault, Hank. We rescheduled, and then I wouldn't let Christian bike home in the dark. You got my message, right? When he nodded, she said, So, here we are. Yes. Uncle Hank's lips twitched in the ghost of a smile. Here you are. Well, at least he listens to you. She didn't give me a choice, I said. Uh-huh, he said with mock dubiousness. Well, come on in. You had your supper yet? What are you offering? She said it seriously enough, but I saw the laughter in her eyes, and it suddenly dawned on me that the two of them were flirting. Flirting! Penne and primavera sauce, said Uncle Hank. Salad, picked up a loaf of bread. Did it up with garlic, and I might scrounge a bottle of wine somewhere. I did a double take. This late? We usually do canned hash and eggs or something. But penne? Garlic bread? Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘧 only smiled, which kind of answered my questions. It was a really nice dinner. Not that we didn't eat well. Uncle Hank's taught me to cook, and he's actually pretty darn good at it himself. We're just rushed a lot, that's all. And we're two guys, so, you know. But this was nice. The food was great, and the whole thing was comfortable, having all three of us at the table. Uncle Hank and Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟 acted like they'd known each other for a long time. You could see that they fit, and I knew they liked each other. It made me think again about what Uncle Hank had said, how he wouldn't say or do anything with Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟, and I wondered why not. Then I thought, you idiot, it's because of you. Of course, I was Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟's patient. He wouldn't do anything to interfere with what was best for me. As weird as it sounds, that made me start thinking about leaving again, about how Uncle Hank might be a lot better off if I wasn't around to keep spoiling things.
Christian?
Uncle Hank eyed me across the table.
You all right?
Fine. I screwed on a smile and tried not to look at Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟. Stupid. She couldn't read minds, still. Scraping back my chair, I gathered up my dishes. I still have homework, though. That reminded me. Uncle Hank, I need to do more research at the Historical Society, only they close early on Fridays. I'll be able to get in tomorrow because it's a teacher workday. But if I need more time, is there any way you can get me in?
Well,
Uncle Hank's eyebrows tented in a frown.
I don't know. I hate to inconvenience people. Have you ever thought of just asking? On your own?
Yeah, right. Like people were going to open their doors to the town curse. That must have shown on my face because he held up a hand.
You know, that was dumb. Of course I'll help if I can. I can call first thing tomorrow to see if maybe there's some way you can use their resources after hours. After all, you are working on a legitimate project.
And Sarah, I put in. I felt Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟's eyes on me. She's helped a lot. And, you know.
Fair enough,
said Uncle Hank, and then he snapped his fingers.
I forgot. The anthropologist will be here tomorrow.
Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟 perked up. Really? Oh, Hank, I wish I'd had more warning. I would have shuffled patients so I could be there. What time?
Marjorie said bright and early, round 8 or so.
Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟 was already up. She rifled through her purse, fished out an iPhone, and started tapping. I won't be able to get free until 11 or so. Well, better than nothing. I was calculating furiously. There was research to do in the Historical Society, but the pull, the draw I felt, this sixth sense that the baby's body was important was very strong. Can I come? You said it would be okay, and Sarah...
Yeah, I checked. I didn't forget, said Uncle Hank. The anthropologist, Nichols, said it would be fine. Just mind what she says. You want to call Sarah?
I'll let her know. Thanks. Then I had another thought. If that's okay with you, Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟, I mean, maybe you don't want to see me where you live or something. Maybe there are some kind of, I don't know, rules? Thanks for asking. As it happened, there are rules. Then she grinned as she took up her wine glass. I've already broken several. So what's one more? I really didn't have homework. I'd finished while I was waiting for my appointment with Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟. I wanted to rethink my list and decide where to go with it. I never checked for messages. Who would email me after all? So when I fired up my computer, I was surprised when Sarah pinged me right away. Sarah, 13. Where have you been? Did you get my message? 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. I just finished dinner. I got home late, remember? I haven't checked my messages. What is it? Sarah, 13. I found it. Stuff about the Nazis. Well, the German PWs. Using my dad's account with the university, I was able to search a ton of databases. I can't believe I never thought of this before. Eye roll. I mean, who needs the Historical Society? Well, I guess for the microfiche, when you've got the search terms, it gets a ton easier. Of course, you couldn't know about what I'd discovered with Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟. I started typing. Yeah, I found out stuff too, but then I erased it. I could feel Sarah's excitement vibrating through the screen. She'd done something for me, and I remembered what she'd said the other night about me, making it hard for people to be nice to me. Heck, if I were being Freudian, Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝑕𝑟, I might start talking about self-fulfilling prophecy. So instead I typed, 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. What? Tell me. Sarah went on to detail pretty much all the stuff I already knew. She was so happy, though, that it gave me a good feeling to let her go on. Then she wrote something that made me sit up. Sarah 13. And the really weird thing was, when people would open their doors, and there would be like their long-lost brothers or cousins or something. What? I typed. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘳. You're kidding. There were people in town who had relatives who were Nazis? Sarah 13. Well, soldiers, yeah, duh. A lot of Germans in the United States had relatives still overseas, and a lot were in the war. If they got captured and sent here, they'd try to find their relatives. There are stories about long-lost cousins and brothers and things like that showing up. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘳. Wow! So the prisoners could just walk around? Sarah 13. Depended on where. Some towns, they were really nervous about having the prisoners there, couldn't wait to get rid of them. But other towns, like 𝘊𝘪𝘵𝘮𝑗𝑗, places like that, people were sort of ambulant. Some places, the guards wouldn't even bother with rifles. No one tried to escape, because where would they go? They got fed, and they got money, and they were taken care of, and they had work. What would be the point? 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. What about Camp Winter? Sarah 13. Like the newspaper said, Eisman, only he was real young, he donated his old dormitories. Some of the prisoners went to work in the fields, and others worked in the foundry. This pissed off the union, and they were going to strike, only there was a fire that killed a bunch of union officials, and then the strike just kind of went away. This was after the murder, too, so I guess the union didn't have much stomach left for fighting. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. Who set the fire? Sarah 13. No one knows. They said arson, but it was never solved. The fire was like a very big deal down in Milwaukee because of the union thing. There were a bunch of people saying that Eisman had broken the union's back, and some people said maybe he got his guys to set the fire. Only he was in the clear because he was in the hospital. The Milwaukee papers said Mr. Wittick's father really cut him up pretty bad. That's where all his scars come from. Anyway, the paper said that maybe Eisman people did it, but nothing was ever done. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. What about church people? Remember the article? It said that some church groups were protesting. Then I thought of something else. Wait a second. When was the fire? Was it the Sunday that the union people were meeting? Sarah 13. No, it was a week later, on a Saturday night. The union people were meeting after the end of their services. Jewish people have their Sabbath on Friday night and all day Saturday. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. No kidding. That's weird. Sarah 13. Well, not if you're Jewish. Anyway, there were a bunch of non-union people there too, and their families. The fire killed like 15 people, and all but 2 were Jews. I felt sick. 15 innocent people. And to the Jews, the symbolism of the fire and being burned alive, especially in light of the Nazi death camps, must have been devastating. Sarah went on. Sarah 13. Christian, your great-grandfather, he was one of the 15 who died. The Milwaukee newspaper said that he got 4 people out and then went back in. This was news. Uncle Hank had never mentioned this. All I knew was the dying in the fire bit. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. He went back to rescue someone else? Sarah 13. No, that's what's so amazing. He went back for the Torah scrolls. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗? Sarah 13. Parchment scrolls are the first 5 books of the Bible, Genesis through Deuteronomy. The Jews call them the 5 books of Moses, and the whole Torah is done by hand. Hang on, I'll send you a picture. A link appeared and I clicked on it. Sarah 13. Got it? 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗. Yeah. A window opened and a photo of a muscular man popped onto the screen. In either hand he held one end of a large wooden dowel. His arms were spread to reveal a large section of inked parchment held tautly between the dowels. The scroll unrolled from side to side, not up and down as I expected. The way you see pictures of Romans reading scrolls, for example. Zooming in, I saw the same kind of stylized letters I'd seen on Mr. Wittick's mezuzah. The scroll was very tall, too, easily 3 to 4 feet high. C. Cage. Wow, that's big. Sarah, 13. Yeah, they can weigh up to 40 pounds. I read that if someone drops a Torah scroll, the whole congregation has to fast for more than a month. Anyway, they're like these really holy objects, and I guess they were still in the sanctuary. The reporter said that one of the synagogue members tried going back in, only your great-grandfather stopped him and went in himself. Then the roof caved. Holy crap. I wondered if Uncle Hank knew this. 10 to 1 he didn't. So never mind that this was a piece of winter's past that no one ever talked about, which was kind of ironic, considering that our assignment had been to look at local history. Yet hadn't Dr. Rainier said history was written by the winners? In this case, the town's history had been completely whitewashed, obliterated, relegated to old newspapers. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. I mean, I was a prime example of something people wanted to forget. Ignore me to death and eventually I'll go away. I could see that this might all be stuff people really wanted erased. The day the Germans came, the murder, the fire, all of it. Perhaps the fire had been the final straw. After all that had happened, maybe it was just too much for the Jews of winter to bear. What would it be like to watch your community dissolve around you? Hell, that's what Mr. Wittick would already be cut off from the community because of his father. His friends would drop away one by one. Pavel wouldn't want to swing with him any more. The other kids in school wouldn't talk to him, or they'd elbow one another as he walked by. Going to school must have been torture, the whispers swirling in his wake. I knew all about that kind of life. I lived it. Only I hadn't left. Not yet, anyway. Planning on it, though. College never looked so good. But here was what I didn't get. Why had Mr. Wittick come back? Sarah, 13. Hello? You okay? I shook myself back to attention. C. Cage. Yeah, sorry. Just thinking. This is a lot to take in all at once. Then I remembered. Did you figure out where the synagogue was in town? Sarah, 13. 8th and North Lake Street. Here, I'll send you a picture. I clicked on the link, and a scan of an old newspaper page appeared on my screen. The article, on page 8, was from the Milwaukee Post-Dispatch and was dated 5th of November, 1945. The story had been buried and took up one column along the lower right of the page. Above the headline, Fire Destroys Town Synagogue, Kills 15, was a black and white photograph of the synagogue as it had looked before being destroyed. I took one look and thought, of course, it had to be. The White Lady was a synagogue. Chapter 23. We aimed a little more. I told Sarah about the forensic anthropologist, and that got her all excited. Before we logged off, Sarah said, Sarah, 13. Oh, I forgot. I searched for that woman, Catherine Bleverton. We all know about Mr. Einsman, but his wife's name was Judith, not Catherine. She was right. That had flown right past me. C. Cage. So tell me already. Sarah, 13. There wasn't much. She was the daughter of some brewer down in Milwaukee. Not as big as Pabst, but in the same league. All I found out was that she drowned in 1946. C. Cage. The very next year? After the murder? Sarah, 13. Not even. More like 6, 7 months. Some kind of boating accident. The newspapers didn't say much, but if you read between the lines, I think she pulled a Natalie Wood. C. Cage. What? Who? Sarah, 13. Eye roll. Natalie Wood was a famous actress who got drunk and slipped off her boat and drowned, like in the early 1980s. Anyway, Einsman was there, and he said Catherine had like 2 bottles of wine with dinner or something. She didn't wash up until a week later, about 50 miles down the coast. CH. Was there an autopsy? Sarah, 13. I don't know. I mean, it was an accident, and this was 1946, so... What? You think this is connected? Like how? I didn't know. I wasn't even sure. I thought the murders and Catherine Bleverton's death were related. Just that it seemed kind of bad karma for all that stuff to happen so close together. I guess I was thinking like Uncle Hank. For a cop, there are no coincidences. I told Sarah I'd see her tomorrow at Dr. Rainier's house, and then turned off my computer. Tiptoeing to the top of the stairs, careful to avoid the creaky board dead center, I listened. I heard Uncle Hank's low growl and Dr. Rainier's soft, musical murmur, punctuated by the splash of water and clink of cutlery and glass. They were doing the dishes and talking, just like a couple. That gave me a very complicated feeling. I got ready for bed and then stretched out on top of my sheets. My entire body craved sleep. My brain felt sore, but I couldn't calm down. I had the sense that I had disparate bits and pieces of an important story, and that I was very close to things falling into place. You know how trees and garbage get all jammed up in strainers sometimes? That's how my brain felt, like a log jam with white water roaring all around. Only now things were moving, the strainer breaking up, and logs starting to float free and pick up speed. After about a half an hour of this, enough to hear the front door close and Dr. Rainier's truck rumble off and Uncle Hank's slow step up the stairs to his room, I flicked on a bedside lamp, padded to where I'd tossed my jeans and fished out my list, and then settled back against some pillows. I'd inked in more information alongside some of the items. The White Lady as an old synagogue, for example. But there were now other things I knew, avenues to explore, and I felt as if I needed to order all this into some coherent narrative, if just for myself. Flipping to a blank piece of paper, I wrote, Mordecai Mendel Wittig was a Polish artist who moved to Winter some time after 1935. His wife's name was Chana. They had 2 children, Marta and David. Wittig worked in Einsmann's foundry as a ceramics artist, and during that time he became involved with the labor unions. The unions must have had a lot of Jewish members because there was a large enough Jewish population to support a synagogue. Beth Tikva, which was nicknamed the White Lady, and the Jewish community let the unions use the synagogue for their meetings. In June 1945, Einsmann lent the dormitories on his foundry's grounds to the military to house German prisoners of war. This wouldn't be so hard because of all the Germans in town. The PWs were brought into Winter to work the fields and supply manpower for the foundry. Something dinged in my head, something important there, but I was missing it. I chased after the thought a couple seconds, staring at the last paragraph a moment, but nothing surfaced. I continued. There must have been problems with the unions before this because the PWs had been in the U.S. since 1942. Maybe Einsmann had asked for them before, and maybe he had to wait his turn, but Einsmann's a rich guy. He can get what he wants. Also, there are clearly enough workers in the foundry to support a union. So maybe the idea of getting the Germans to work here was to break the unions, not because Einsmann really needed the help. This would be a way of rubbing the Jewish union members' noses in it, by threatening to give their jobs to Nazis if the union called a strike. Oh, I like that. Einsmann was ruthless enough to do that. I knew this was precisely the way other manufacturers had broken unions before, calling in scabs to work the jobs the unions vacated. I knew from history class that there had been some well-known strikes in Wisconsin during the Great Depression. I went back to my narrative. The Germans arrive. Wittig is a union official and he's pissed, and so are the other union members. But there's nothing they can do about it. I stopped again. Here my narrative started to break down. The Germans arrived in June or July. The murder happened in October. So what happened in between? According to the newspapers, somewhere in that time period, or maybe before, Wiedeck either had an affair or became obsessed with Charles Einsmann's fiancée, Catherine Bleverton. So what if Einsmann decided to meet Wiedeck and have it out with him? Tell him to stay away from his fiancée or else. Wiedeck went bonkers, attacked Einsmann. Bratz was maybe someone Einsmann brought along as a witness. Only Bratz gets killed. Einsmann gets cut up. Wiedeck panics and runs away. Leaving his wife and kids? That may have made sense, but it didn't feel right. But it did make sense because, oh boy, I actually hit my head with my hand. You are so stupid. Katerina at sunset. The painting of Catherine in Mr. Wiedeck's room. The one of the woman in the red silk kimono. And now that I was really thinking about it, that weird jumbled dream bumbled up in my brain. The one about a garden room, and Brooke, and Papa painting. I could fire up my computer again, but I didn't really need to. I didn't need to look up the various spellings of a particular name or figure out if one was the Russian or Eastern European variation. I knew it was. There were David's charged, horrified memories, after all. So I knew that this is what I would find. Katerina and Catherine Bleverton, Mr. Einsmann's fiancée, were one and the same. Well, that probably wasn't a good thing. On the other hand, women pose for artists all the time, except Catherine Bleverton was rich, an heiress. She'd have a position in society. I doubted she wanted just anyone to see her nude because she surely have been recognized. And where would Mordecai Wiedeck and Catherine Bleverton have met, and how? He was an immigrant Jew, probably poor and married. He had kids. It wasn't like they'd go to church and meet up with the Blevertons in the pews. Milwaukee? Maybe. That's where she lived and where Wiedeck was when he first came to Wisconsin. I remembered the numbers above and below the Star of David's signature Wiedeck favored, 3 and 9. The numbers on the kimono painting were 4 and 5. Dates. They probably referenced a year. Maybe Wiedeck actually met and painted Catherine Bleverton in 1939, way before she knew Einsmann. So she and Wiedeck had known each other for 9 years? Maybe 10? Wow. Well, why not? I didn't know what the rules of the Lakeside Arts Festival were, but I suspected an artist could enter anything he wanted, old or new. Entering that painting of a well-known woman would have been seen as either incredibly daring or sensationally scandalous. It certainly made people sit up and take notice, and it solidified Wiedeck's reputation. So was that when they started their affair? In 1939? Even as I thought this, I realized there was another scenario. Catherine Bleverton might have commissioned the portrait herself. Wiedeck might not have initiated a thing. Maybe she saw something he'd done and sought him out. Catherine could have said she wanted something scandalous for whatever reason. Then, years later, when Wiedeck's star is rising, she commissions another portrait just as sensual. I wondered where the kimono portrait had been done. By 1940, Wiedeck was living in Winter, so either they'd kept in touch or she contacted him in 1945 to paint her again. But by then, she'd have been engaged to Charles Einsmann and... Holy crap. So an affair was discovered, and a man was killed accidentally, and Wiedeck went on the run. But then why the wolves? Why the swastikas? It was so frustrating. The clues were there, but jumbled up in David's mind. For example, those wolves. No. Men, Germans, who turned into wolves. Then I remembered what Pavel had said. Wolf's angels. So I broke down, flicked on the computer, and looked them up. Turned out that Wolf's Angel, or Wolf's Hook, is an old German symbol that has two meanings. The upright version is called a thunderbolt. The horizontal variant means werewolf, men who turn into wolves. And the wolf's angel was used as a symbol for the 8th Panzer Division, World War II. Okay, then riddle number 2. What was with the barn? Yeah, I knew that was where his father had murdered a man and attacked Charles Einsman, who must have confronted Wittig about the affair. The barn had tremendous significance to David, which made sense. Only, here was something. Why mix up the wolves and the barn? Was that only because David knew that German prisoners had worked the bean fields? That might explain it. The Germans would have been traumatic enough for the Jewish population. Given David's history, the barn would be loaded. Only, I wasn't quite sure I bought that. David had seen Germans at the train station and the foundry, but I had gone to the barn. I had painted the barn, not the train station and not the foundry. Here was another thing. I had climbed up to the hayloft, dangled from a window, and spray-painted a pair of wolf's eyes and swastikas and the words, "I see you." But David had seen his father, who wasn't German but Polish. Had Bratz been a prisoner? No, that didn't sound right. The paper said he was a local. I was missing something, but what? Okay, riddle number 3. Could I time travel at will? Could I make it happen and do it while I was awake and not dreaming? Only one way to find out. Pen and pad in hand, I closed my eyes and imagined a simple blank canvas. I would jot things down as I went along. After all, I'd done this in my sleep. So maybe now. Chapter 24. Well, the short answer was no. Not then, anyway. The only thing new I had when I woke up was a crick in my neck from falling asleep sitting up. That and a nagging sense that something important had happened, but I couldn't put my finger on it. There were a couple of blue streaks of ink on my sheets from where I'd moved around during the night, but nothing on the pad. Either David was offline, or I was just too exhausted. I suppose that was possible. As I was brushing my teeth, though, the image of the White Lady, 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦, swam into my brain. There had to be someone who knew more about that place, or the people who had been there, because I was still having trouble wrapping my head around how a whole community just pulled up stakes and left. After a few minutes Googling, I found what I was looking for: the Wisconsin Jewish Museum. The museum's website said it had all kinds of archival material, which was good, but the museum was in Milwaukee, a 3-hour drive from here. Also, the museum closed early every Friday and remained closed all day Saturday. The good news was they were open on Sundays, which was the only day I could get away anyway. I checked the hours and thought, I'll call and say, "What? Hi, I'm a stupid kid from Winter, and there used to be a synagogue here, only it burned down and everyone left, and do you have any idea why?" I clicked on Contact Us, and that took me to a page that talked about archival services and how to submit questions. What did I have to lose? To archivist@wjm.org. From 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑗@magna.com. Subject, Winter Synagogue. To whom it may concern. My name is Christian Cage, and I'm a junior at Winter High School in Winter, Wisconsin. As part of a local history project, I've discovered that there used to be a synagogue in our town called 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦. It also went by the nickname the White Lady. This synagogue burned down in November 1945 and was never rebuilt. I would like to understand why. I would also like to understand why the Jewish population here left the town. Is this because there was a German prisoner of war camp in town? I have since discovered that many German PWs, along with Italians and Japanese, worked the fields and factories in the United States during World War II. No one I have spoken to here seems to know much about this, and newspaper articles of the time don't have much information. Okay, that was kind of a lie. I hadn't talked to anyone other than Sarah and Dr. Rainier, but, part of it was true. In addition, this synagogue is something that the town seems to have forgotten, probably because so many years have passed. On the other hand, I think this may also have something to do with a murder that occurred here only a month or so before the synagogue was destroyed. I refer to the murder of Walter Bratz by Mordecai Mendel Wittig, a Jewish painter who was kind of a local celebrity. Wittig was never caught. I have included the hypertext link to that article below. I stopped typing. Should I mention David? What could I say about him? I resumed. I think that Mr. Wittig's only living relative, and to the best of my knowledge, the last Jew in winter, is a son named David. Mr. David Wittig is suffering from terminal Alzheimer's, however, and can't communicate. Okay, so that wasn't exactly the truth either, but I didn't want to sound completely insane. The only other contact person I could find in newspaper articles is a man named Albert Saltzman, Beth Tikva's president. In the one picture of him I found, he looked in his 40s or 50s, so he's probably dead by now. I mention him because he might have relatives who could answer my questions. That was going to be the end of my letter, but my busy fingers had a mind of their own. One more thing. If there was a synagogue here, wouldn't there also have been some kind of cemetery? Does anyone know where that is? I reread that last part. Why did I want to know that? That was the second time in a day that thought had occurred to me. I would appreciate any information you might have about the murder and what happened after the fire. Thank you for your time. I would also be happy to speak with you if you'd like to call instead. I typed up my number. Agonized over the closing. Should I write sincerely or regards? Or I chose sincerely. Type my name and hit send. I didn't know if anyone would answer, but it was worth a shot. My computer chimed. Sarah was online. I told her what I'd done. Sarah 13. Hey, that was a really good idea. You never know. 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘵. Yeah, I don't think I'll get much, though. I mean, if we're having this much trouble, and we live here. The only other person would be the president, Mr. Saltzman, and he'd be ancient. Probably older than Einsman. He's probably dead. Sarah 13. Maybe he has relatives. Maybe they know something. On the other hand, what is it you want them to tell you that you don't already know? 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘵. Already know? I want to know why everyone left. I want to know why the synagogue burned down. I want to know why I keep dreaming about wolves and blood and death. Why nobody here seems to know anything. I mean, it's like you look around and there are lawns and houses, and everything looks so normal. Only things weren't normal. Sarah 13. You're focusing way too much on this. I mean, bad things happen everywhere. Murders happen everywhere. 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘵. Yeah, maybe. But isn't it weird that nobody knows anything? Sarah 13. Eye roll. How many people have we really asked? 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦. A lot of people. I've even asked the sheriff, and all he knows are a couple facts. Sarah 13. Maybe there's nothing more to find out. Not everything is a conspiracy. You're just way too paranoid. 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦. You try spending your life with people looking at you. Sarah 13. Are we starting that again? You need to get out more. 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦. Ha ha. Sarah 13. Look, the reason the Jews left, hello, isn't it obvious? They were hated. Maybe not by everybody, but Eisenman broke the union, and the union got burned out. They had church groups protesting their meetings. I wouldn't want to stay either. We went back and forth like that a few minutes more. And then she said I was going in circles, and I told her I'd see her in about a half an hour, and we logged off. So here's the stupid thing. Talking to Sarah like that, it was kind of fun. Uncle Hank was in a good mood. He drove me and Sarah to Dr. Rainier's house and whistled all the way out.
"You all are in for a real treat," he said over his shoulder. "Not many people see something like this up close and personal. TV makes everything look like movie stars do this stuff, and it all goes by real fast. But a lot of crime scene work is detailed and time-consuming and boring."
"Boring?" asked Sarah. Uncle Hank nodded.
"We're small enough that each of us knows how to process a scene if our main guy's busy. You can spend a couple hours sifting through trash, picking up cigarette butts, looking at footprints on a front door from where some idiot's kicked it in so he can do a smash and grab. Hours of work. Sometimes you solve a case that way, but more likely you catch the guy because he's stupid enough to talk to his buddies at the bar, and then word gets back to us. Most criminals are stupid."
I'd heard a lot of this before, and so I tuned it out. Actually, I was kind of worried because of what I'd written about the cemetery. I'd drawn a cemetery too, come to think of it. Sure, Dr. Rainier said that Mr. Whittick was dying, and yeah, I'd seen Lucy die in my head, and then for real, and so I knew Mr. Whittick would die, and soon. I was running out of time. Time for what? Well, for one thing, when Mr. Whittick died, the past would be gone. At least, the one broadcasting in my dreams. I would no longer have access to it. Not in my head, and not through traveling back, which I really believed was happening. However I did it, I slipped into David's skin and his past. So it was possible to go back. Maybe. And then I had a truly creepy thought. What if David and I were going to, I don't know, trade places or something? Like forever. I'd die in his body, and he'd get to live out my life and mine. What if all this was some kind of dress rehearsal for the main event? A little voice, not David, and certainly not me, sounded in my head. "Yeah, but aren't you the one who wants to go to the other side, to the sideways place and find your mom? Everyone says she's dead, so what if she is dead, and this is your big chance? Sort of a shortcut."
"Christian?"
Uncle Hank's eyes were framed in the rear-view mirror.
"You all right? You look a little peaked."
"I'm fine." But I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep so he couldn't read the lie. I'd never been to the old Ziegler place, mainly because it's off the main drag about a half a mile up a winding dirt and gravel road to a bluff overlooking the lake, and I've never had a reason to go there. As we rounded the last bend, Sarah said, "Wow, that's beautiful." Framed by gnarly oak and maple, the house was silhouetted against the crystal blue of a crisp October morning. The front of the house, which Dr. Rainier said was a Queen Anne style, faced east. The sun deepened the brownstone a ruddy blood color, accentuated by copper gutters that had weathered to a deep green. There was a large circle driveway with a stone fountain in the center that was piled with colorful mums. "How many rooms are there?" asked Sarah.
"About 20, I think, counting the servants' rooms on the 3rd floor.
Uncle Hank grinned.
"Wait until you see inside. There are 2 sets of stairs, back for the servant, front for everybody else. It's kind of interesting, and Helen's doing a real nice job in there."
Sarah picked up on that right away, because she turned to me and raised her eyebrows and mouth. "Helen?" I pretended not to know what she was going on about, and then she just gave me a look like, duh. There were several cars there already, including a white panel van that Uncle Hank said belonged to the Madison crime scene people, and a truck with the tailgate down, and a big Coleman thermos perched on the bed. Off to the left of the house were 2 guys in coveralls, with what looked like survey equipment, shouting at each other. A third guy stood by the truck, a styrofoam cup in one hand. "Who are they?" I asked as we got out.
"Engineering people contracted by Madison."
Uncle Hank slammed the driver's door shut and palmed on his Stetson.
"They're marking the grid they'll use for ground-penetrating radar. Never know if there isn't something else out here."
"You mean like someone buried?"
"Yup. Doubt it, but given what we do have, pays to be on the safe side."
The chief engineer's name was Mosby. He shook Uncle Hank's hand, held up his coffee cup, and asked, "Want some?"
"Got it in the thermos. Help yourself to crullers, too. I already ate 3 of those suckers." "You stopped at Gina's," said Uncle Hank. He handed the bag of crullers around. I fished one out and offered the bag to Sarah, who gave the crullers a longing look and then shook her head. Uncle Hank took a bite and then licked sugar flakes from his lips. "When I was a deputy, I must have gained 12 pounds before I learned to not stop in there for coffee."
He nodded at the 2 men who were laying out yellow string across the sun side of the slope.
"How big you going to make that thing?"
"The grid?" Mosby scratched his chin.
"Well, if you had a grave, it'd be a lot easier because then we could use it as a central referent. Given you got nothing outside, I picked 4 points of a rectangle in a 100-yard block. So figure—"
Mosby screwed up his nose.
"We can probably finish this side of the property in about 2 days. The back side and gardens in a couple more days. We're just lucky there aren't a lot of trees around the main house."
"Why is that?" asked Sarah.
"Brooks'll sometimes chunk out something that looks like a grave, or maybe sometime in the past someone started a well or dug out rocks, and things got covered up. Back'll be a nightmare with the garden. Trees are the worst, but—"
he squinted in the morning sun.
"We'll walk the grids. If there's a grave out here, we'll find it."
Inside, the house opened up big with high ceilings, dark wood trim, hardwood floors, and a huge scrawling walnut staircase to the left, just like a movie. Sarah made a lot of ooh and ah sounds, and it was kind of cool, especially later on when we saw the trim around the dining room ceiling, which was walnut, carved into bunches of grapes and leaves and apples and barley. The house smelled like coffee and lemon wood polish. Dr. Rainier met us at the door. She wore a peacock blue sweater that really set off her hair and eyes, and black jeans. Actually, she was beautiful. She showed smiles all around, though I think she held Uncle Hank's gaze a fraction of a second longer than anyone else's. "Come on up. Dr. Nichols is just getting started." She led us up the back stairs, which were narrow and very plain. The paint in the stairwell was dingy, and there were fingerprint smudges on the corners. "It's going to take a year or more to get this thing into spec, much less any kind of shape," said Dr. Rainier. "I'll have to do it in stages, but that's okay. Give me plenty of time to decide and change my mind a few times."
"A woman's prerogative,"
said Uncle Hank, and she gave a good-natured laugh. Sarah and I traded glances that might have been groans. The stairways gave onto the end of a long hall on the 3rd floor, the servants' quarters. The temperature was noticeably colder than the rest of the house. The wallpaper was faded, and a few sections sagged. The doors were plain wood, and there was no ornate wood trim. The light switches were the old push-button kind, and the wood floors up here were scuffed and worn. "Which room is the body in?" asked Sarah. "Servants' room." Dr. Rainier tilted her head toward the end of the hall. "This way." The room was in the west corner with 2 shuttered double-hung windows. Faded foam green striped wallpaper with tiny roses covered the walls. Directly across the door was the fireplace, its back wall blackened with soot, the brick and mortar hearth noticeably lopsided, as if the house were listing to the right. Broken bricks and chunks of mortar littered a slate floor and then gave way to a threadbare carpet. The room smelled stale, with a faint overlay of old rot. As we entered the room, a compact woman with cropped brown hair and wearing white coveralls looked over her shoulder. "Ah!" Cradling a tablet PC on which she'd been jotting notes, she pushed up from her crouch, her knees crackling. "Damn this chill!" She came toward Uncle Hank, hand outstretched. "Dr. Denise Nichols, Sheriff. We spoke over the phone." They shook hands, and after Uncle Hank introduced us, he said, "What do you think?" "Come see for yourself." Dr. Nichols waited as we crowded around the half-dismantled hearth. I don't know exactly what I was expecting to see. Probably something like out of an Indiana Jones movie. This wasn't like that at all. If I had to pick something to compare it to, it would be like those reproductions of Neolithic graves in a natural history museum, and not even half that interesting. Only the baby's head and the very top of its rib cage were visible. The rest was still encased in mortar. The leather flesh pulled tight over its skull, giving it the wizened appearance of a dried-up old man. Its thin lips peeled back in a death grin to reveal toothless gums. A thin tuft of brownish hair clung to its scalp. Its eyes were closed, but the flesh over the sockets were caved in, so I knew the eyeballs were gone. There was something wrong with the head, only I wasn't immediately sure what it was. Sarah broke the silence first. "Where are the ears?" As soon as she said it, I realized that's what bothered me.
"Yeah, that passed by me too the first time around," remarked Uncle Hank.
"Good eyes," said Dr. Rainier. "Yes, very." Dr. Nichols nodded her approval, and Sarah beamed. I know graduate students who would miss that in their first pass. You might think they'd been sliced off, but you'd be wrong. In this case, the pinnae, the external part of the ears, are just tiny nubbins. See? She pointed to what looked like a raisin on the side of the head. When it's bilateral like this, you begin to wonder about a syndrome of some sort, such as 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦 or 𝘓𝘪𝘵 I think it might be the latter. Look at the jaw. It's quite tiny for a newborn, and although it's tough to see because of the leathering effect of mummification on the skin, the eyes actually slant down. So, if it is 𝘓𝘪𝘵, that might help us. How? I asked. Well, with Treacher, there's a 50-50 chance of passing on the abnormal gene to a child. So it's likely a parent would have the same problem or carry the gene but not express the disease. People with the syndrome have normal intelligence, so if they're only mildly affected, say small or missing ears, they could get by quite well. They would be deaf, of course, but nowadays, with bone conduction hearing aids, that can be ameliorated. Sarah got there way ahead of me. So maybe whoever put the baby here didn't want anyone to connect the dots that he or she might be the parent. Dr. Nichols nodded. Another possibility, however, is that the parents or the birth mother interpreted by the abnormality as a kind of curse. Killing such an infant wouldn't be abnormal at all, depending on the time period. Or this might mean nothing, just an incidental, congenital abnormality. We'll know more, I hope, when we get the block back to our lab and can do a proper examination. "You're not going to take the body out here?" asked Sarah. She sounded disappointed. "We really can't. It's much better to do this in a controlled setting. Excavating a body from concrete or mortar is tedious and exacting. We'd be here quite a while. Also, X-rays we've taken indicate that the mummification doesn't extend all the way down. There are several toes missing, and one of the feet have disarticulated. There are many more bones in a child's skeleton than in adults, so it will be a question of painstaking work, with dental tools as well. This is more properly forensic archaeology, but we take all comers. Do you know how old the baby was?" "Judging by the head circumference, about a month old. There's one interesting finding." Retrieving her tablet, she tapped her way to a photograph. It was an X-ray. The baby's arms and legs were drawn up toward its chest. The ribs were like the bars of a bird cage. There were several bright, tiny, circular dots over the baby's torso, and another oblong object at the crook of a knee. Dr. Nichols pointed to the circular objects. I don't know what the other oblong thing is, though it might be a charm, but these are most likely metal snaps, and that already helps us date the body. We have no other way of doing so in this situation, and it's the same principle as if we discovered a grave at some archaeological site. You need artifacts to date things. In this case, metal snaps came into wide public use in the first decade of the 20th century, around 1910. So we know that this child has been here not longer than 100 years, but more likely closer to 70. How do you know that? I asked. Dr. Nichols' eyes sparked. Without a word, she turned over one of the loosened bricks. Stamped into the brick were the words Golden Brick and a date, 1941. Golden Brick is a very famous company that's been around since the 1880s. Unlike many other brick makers, they stamp all their bricks with a date. Even so, we'd be able to tell the approximate date the baby was walled up by looking at the bricks themselves, their composition, how they were made, and the mortar. So that's the when, I said, but that doesn't answer the why or how. Dr. Nichols' smile was regretful. Or who? We left Dr. Nichols, making preparations for cutting out the section containing the child's body. On the way downstairs, Dr. Rainier said, "It's almost noon. I made some sandwiches if you're all hungry." "Starved," said Sarah. She was grinning from ear to ear. "This is going to be great for my paper. I'd like to hang around and watch them take out the brick block, if that's okay." To tell you the truth, I didn't want to stay. I guess I'd hoped, expected, that seeing the baby's body would do something, maybe shake something loose in my head. I was still edgy. Like there was something here I was meant to see, but I couldn't figure out what. "We can eat in the garden room. There's a nice view," Dr. Rainier was saying as she led the way down a short hall toward the back of the house. "The stream is really strange, but I think the original idea was to bring the outdoors inside. Of course you have to turn off the pump for the fountain as soon as it gets cold, but you can see the garden in the pattern of the stained." Her voice died away as she saw my face. "Christian? Christian, what's the matter?" I could barely form the words. My heart sounded impossibly loud in my ears. I must have looked as shocked as I felt, because Uncle Hank was by my side in an instant and took me by the arm.
"Christian, what is it?"
No mistake. There was the empty stone stream bed, and above the picture window was the patterned stained glass. Outside, the graceful figure of the stone woman emptied air from her urn into the dry fountain, and to the left, wind stirred the bare spindles of an ancient willow. It was the garden room of my vision, and the same room as in the painting. The house had belonged to Catherine Bleverton. Chapter 25. No. Sarah shook her head. All of us, including Dr. Nichols, were sitting around the kitchen table, a nearly empty platter of sandwiches between us. Impossible. There was no deed transfer and no record of a sale. I know. I looked at everything. The Zieglers own this forever. They rented, but they never sold it. So it's possible that Catherine Bleverton rented the house, right? I'd only picked at my sandwich, and now I pushed the plate away. I couldn't really tell everybody why I'd reacted the way I had. Not even Dr. Rainier knew about the time trip to the garden room. Thank God there'd been the painting in Mr. Whittick's room. That, along with the Caterina at Sunset, which Sarah knew about, so I didn't look completely nutsoid, was enough to explain my reaction. I said, "I mean, she lived in Milwaukee before. Einsman lived here, and he wouldn't move to Milwaukee if his foundry was in town." so they'd probably want to build a house or something. But she couldn't live with him. They didn't, do things like that back then. Actually, I didn't know what people did in 1945, but I seemed to be in good company because everyone sort of looked at one another and nodded like they thought it was a good enough explanation. Then Dr. Rainier said what we all thought. Makes you wonder if she was living here when the baby was walled up. Sarah said, or if Catherine Bliverton was the mother. If she was, then the father... Could it be Mr. Einsman's kid? Uncle Hank screwed up his face.
I don't see it. They were going to get married. They could have married earlier if it came down to it. Then go away somewhere. Come back when the baby's been born. And people might talk, but so what?
Unless Einsman couldn't leave, I said. He had a business to run. The war was just over, and there'd be a lot of rebuilding to do. Tons of opportunities. I don't see how he could run his business by remote control. It's not like they had computers. Well, we're not talking about the Dark Ages here. They did have telephones and telegrams, and people would direct their affairs from overseas all the time, Dr. Rainier said with a smile. But here's the other problem. We know that Catherine Bliverton died in 1946, and we know that they weren't married yet, and Mr. Einsman was on the boat with her. Maybe it's a question of digging deeper into the newspaper of the time, but I would think that a pregnancy would have been hard to hide. The illegitimate baby of an heiress would have made all the headlines. You said the engagement was announced in the spring of 1945. Given that the child's only a month old, Miss Bliverton would have been pregnant throughout the latter part of 45, early 1946. You could check the social columns, see if she dropped out of sight, but that's not the sense I get. Dr. Nichols took a big bite of her second sandwich, chewed, swallowed, and said, I think this baby belonged to somebody else. I could feel my theories doing a real flame-out. You'll do DNA on it, won't you? She nodded, chewed some more, followed that with a swig of water and said, We'll see what we can extract. The body appears to be in good condition, however, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. Our difficulty comes in knowing where to go next. If there are relatives of Miss Bliverton still living, and assuming we can locate them, we will ask for samples. That's no guarantee we'll get them, however. There's been a crime committed here, certainly, but there's no hard evidence linking Miss Bliverton to this house. I know. She held up a hand when I opened my mouth in protest. I know. You say there's this painting of Miss Bliverton with this room as a backdrop. But consider this. This house is beautiful. I'm sure this room was known. And painters, as well as their subjects, look for exotic locations all the time. She might have suggested this as a backdrop for her portrait. That's very different from actually living in the house. In addition, we have no idea if Mordecai Whittick didn't just paint this from memory. He might have seen the room, sketched it, and then filled it in when doing the portrait in a studio. I knew this wasn't right, but I couldn't contradict her either. So you can't force them. Dr. Nichols shook her head. Nor am I about to suggest to Mr. Einsman that he give us a swab either. There is, in fact, more to implicate the Zieglers, the original owners, and then renters than either Einsman or Bliverton. I'm sorry. I wish it was easier than this, but... She shrugged.
She's right. I can't see how Einsman can be forced to provide DNA with no evidence, said Uncle Hank. Unless there's something else to date that baby. All we know is that it was put there some time after 1941. Could have been anyone.
I nodded like I understood and agreed, but I was already thinking about what I had experienced and thought. Yeah, but what if it wasn't just anyone? And what if Charles Einsman's not the father? We stayed until Dr. Nichols and her team had extracted the chunk of hearth with the mummified baby. That ended up being nearly half the hearth. something Dr. Nichols wanted to do for both comparison purposes, looking at the composition of the types of mortar and brick, and safety's sake. And you never know if maybe we won't find something else embedded in the cement. When they were done, Dr. Rainier looked at the ruined masonry and said wryly, "Well, I never much cared for brick anyway." The message light was blinking when Uncle Hank and I got home. Uncle Hank punched up the recording. "Hello. I'm calling in reference to an email sent by Mr. Christian Cage to the Wisconsin Jewish Museum in Milwaukee. Mr. Cage, my name is David Saltzman, and your message was forwarded to me by the archivist at the museum. I thought to call you because I wasn't sure when you'd look at your email next. I am Albert Saltzman's grandson, and I would be very happy to speak with you about what I know about Beth Tikva and the events surrounding the murder of Mr. Brotz and Mr. Wittick's subsequent disappearance. It's about noon here. If you can call back before 4:30, we can talk. Otherwise, this will have to wait until Saturday night around 8 or Sunday morning." He rattled off his number, which I jotted down on a slip of paper. When I hung up, Uncle Hank said, "It's 4:15 now. You can just catch him, I'll bet." I dialed, heard the phone ring at the other end, and then a woman picked up. "Hello?" I identified myself and then asked, "May I speak to Mr. Saltzman?" "Of course. One moment." She must have covered the phone because all I heard then were muffled voices, and then the sound of someone putting down the phone, approaching footsteps, and then the man's voice that had been on our answering machine. "This is Rabbi Saltzman." "Rabbi?" I hadn't been expecting this. Rabbi, this is, Christian Cage? From Winter?" I heard my voice rising in a question at the end of each sentence. Our English teacher hates that, and muscled back my nerves. "You called me back about Mr. Wittick." "Ah, Christian, yes, thank you. I'm sorry that there won't be much time for us to talk today. It will be Shabbos soon, our Sabbath, and I can't speak on the phone until Saturday night." "Okay. Anyway, I want to caution you that I know some of what happened from back then, but not a lot. There are many things people want to forget, and I believe Winter is one of them. In fact, the community dispersed after Beth Tikva burned and the congregation decided to relocate. Then, too, there's been a lot of attrition over the years. More and more young people are choosing to settle somewhere other than Wisconsin, and most of the people from that time are dead. Except David, Mr. Wittick. Yes, I was astonished to hear that. He's one person the community had lost all contact with. You said he has Alzheimer's? Where is he living?" I told him and then added, "He's not doing very well." There was a pause. "By not very well, you mean what exactly?" I pulled in a breath. "He's dying. The doctor here said he probably has only a week or two at this point." Rabbi Saltzman was quiet a few moments. Finally he said, "I'm so sorry to hear that." Another pause. "Look, I have to go. May I call you on Sunday?" After we hung up, Uncle Hank said, "This keeps getting more and more interesting. You know, I finally located the old files on the murder, and there's barely anything there. Interviews with Wittick's family, of course." My ears pricked. "Interviews? What did the son say?" "Nothing." I couldn't believe my ears. "You mean he said he didn't see anything?" That would be a lie. Only I couldn't very well explain how I knew that. Not yet, anyway. I didn't have a clue why David would lie. "No," Uncle Hank said. "He said nothing. Literally. My grandfather, your great-grandfather Jasper, saw the child, and that boy was totally mute. They sent him down to Madison finally, and the psychiatrist who saw him had spent time in England with the orphans there from the war. His report's in the record. He said the boy was suffering from some kind of extreme mental trauma, like you saw in kids who'd lived through the Blitz or having their towns bombed." "Post-traumatic stress?"
We'd call it that, yeah. They say shell-shocked in the record. Anyway, they never did figure out why. The boy stayed in the hospital for months, and when he finally quit being mute, the doctor said he had no memory for the night of the murder. The last thing the boy remembered was going to school 2 days before. Traumatic amnesia is what they said. Only here's the thing that's stuck in my grandfather's mind. Uncle Hank gave me a significant look. Trauma over what? Well, I knew the answer to that one. Now if I could just figure out how to make sense of what David had seen before it was too late. Chapter 26. That night I had no dreams. Saturday morning I jerked awake early. No headache, no mutterings in my head. Nothing from out of this world trying to send weird Christian Cage any kind of message. The door, minus a knob, remained on my wall. But for once I had no creepy-crawly feelings, or the sense that anything waited behind other than primer and drywall. Why? That was the question. Was it because I was giving up on finding my mother? Searching my feelings, I decided this wasn't quite true. I loved my mother. No, that's not quite accurate. I mean, how can you love a 3-year-old's memory of a mother? As I lay there, trying to imagine what Dr. Rainier might say, I realized one change in me. For once, I was interested in the world. There were things happening out here that were fascinating and new and very, very different. I mean, well, for one thing, I kind of had a friend. Maybe Sarah had always been there. Looking back on it now, I think that's probably true. But I either had never allowed myself to think of her that way, or been so caught up and seen through my mom's eyes that I was blind to what was right in front of me. For another thing, Winter's forgotten past had a hold on me. I wanted to find out more. I mean, if you discovered that German PWs and maybe some Nazis had lived in your town and might be mixed up in a murder, wouldn't you be a little, well, obsessed too? Most of all, I allowed myself to think that maybe all of this was happening along the lines of some hidden design. You want to say higher power, go ahead. I don't mind. I'm not sure where I come down on the subject of God and all that, but we were all connected in some way. Me, Sarah, Uncle Hank, and Dr. Rainier, and David Whittick. I had always been different and had abilities I shied away from to protect the few people who cared about me. Just Uncle Hank now. The guilt I lived with about Aunt Jean. I didn't know how it would help Uncle Hank to know what had really happened. Perhaps David was the catalyst. Or maybe my life had been a journey to this point in time. A road I'd been traveling without understanding the destination. Or it could just be a bunch of crap. As freaked out as I was about what was happening, I wanted more. I wanted to find out what had happened in that barn. David was either trying to tell me, or his brain had gotten just messed up enough that he'd somehow glommed onto me, or our brains had meshed their wavelengths. Something. But here was the undeniable fact. David Whittick was going to die. His brain was crapping out. So I should be surprised that I'm not getting any messages in the night? What if his brain had up and quit? So what I had could be all I was going to get from David? That completely sucked. For once, I won when it came to Uncle Hank. He wanted to drive me out to Decker's or have Justin do it, but I flat out told him that wasn't going to happen. I wouldn't bike out. The chop shop was way out of town, and the roads weren't that great. And yeah, I didn't want to get into any accidents. I'm 17. We were at the table, and I splashed more coffee into my mug. You can't protect me forever. I appreciate it, but I should drive myself out. You know, where I'm going to be. Nothing's going to happen to me while I'm there. Uncle Hank's face darkened. Accidents happen in shops all the time. Pneumatic lifts fail. Cars take a tumble.
I won't be in the shop. They're not going to want me painting the motorcycle in there. I didn't strictly know that, never having painted a motorcycle in my life. It's important I do this on my own. Soon I'll be gone, either at college or, well, at college. I'll have to manage on my own, and that means fighting my own fights. And there isn't going to be a fight anyway. Did your dad take you everywhere just because he was worried you'd be a target?
I was different.
You mean not everyone thought you were weird? Uncle Hank held my gaze a long moment.
Damn it, you know what I'm saying. Don't twist this around to be my fault.
I was sorry, but I held my ground. I'm not blaming you. I am who I am. I've got to live in my own skin. You can't live my life for me. When Aunt Jean was alive, you always said that the most important thing in life was growing into being the best man I could be. It was a cheap shot, and I knew it as soon as I saw the pain across his face. But I pressed on. Well, I'm trying, and this is one step, and you gotta let me take it. No one looking over my shoulder to make sure I don't scrape my knees if I fall. The muscles in Uncle Hank's jaw jumped, and I thought he'd say no, but then something seemed to bleed out of him like the air whooshing out of a balloon. His shoulders sagged, and he sighed.
Oh, Christian, believe me, when you fall, it's going to hurt a lot more than that.
But he let me go to Decker's alone. The morning was crisp and cold, with a glaze of frost icing the stubble in the fields, and stretches of fog hanging in clouds over dips in the road. Decker's dad's place was west of town, about 15 miles out on a county road with no name and dominated by fields and farms. On the way out, I spied Wild Turkey, a lone Cooper's hawk lifted from a speed limit sign as I shot past. No crows. The shop was at the end of an old strip mall of about 4 stores, all of them out of business. Across the road was a combination gas station country store that sold bait and fishing licenses. Next to that was a crummy little bar that did a pretty good business during the fishing and hunting seasons, and served only the locals who lived out this way the rest of the year. Actually, I heard that the bar did really well because it was one of those places you could do things you might not want other people to see. 15 miles is a long way from winter. There was a rusting pickup perched on blocks in the front of the shop, and about 10 other junkers scattered on dead weeds off to one side. A pile of tires was humped alongside, and I saw similar piles of just about any kind of car junk you could think of. Rear views, hubcaps. There was even a pile of door handles. Decker's father wandered out of the shop as I crunched in and parked the truck. He wore a grimy long-sleeved shirt and stained coveralls that had probably been blue but were now a splotchy steel gray. A soiled red kerchief was loosely knotted around his neck, and as I pushed out of the truck, he jerked off the kerchief and began wiping engine grease from his fingers.
What? No escort?
He smiled through a wild growth of red beard, going smudgy gray at the corners of his lips, and revealed a mouthful of stained teeth, going black at the gum line.
Sheriff let his little nephew out of his sight?
Hello, Mr. Decker. I didn't know what to do with my hands, and he didn't seem to be in the mood to shake, so I stuffed them into the front pockets of my jeans. My breath fogged in the cold morning air. But that wasn't why I shivered. Behind Mr. Decker, I could see 2 other men in coveralls, talking across the engine block of an old Chevrolet wagon, its hood yawning open. Then one said something to the other, and they turned to stare out at us, too. I said to Mr. Decker, I'm here to take care of Carl's motorcycle. Is he here?
Nope. Still waiting on him to get done with his shift at the foundry. He'll be along soon.
Okay. Well, I can get started.
Yeah.
Mr. Decker didn't move, though. Just wiped his fingers and then threaded the kerchief back around his neck and knotted it in place. His hands were large as shovels. Then he jerked his head toward the shop. "Round back." I followed him down a gravel path overgrown with weeds. At the back of the shop was a kind of shed that reminded me of a hiker's shelter, enclosed on 3 sides, open on one, with a slanting roof. Decker's bike was there, and I was startled to see that the body had already been painted a bright glossy black. To the right of the bike, 3 boards had been set up between 2 sawhorses. On top of the boards was an array of small cans of acrylic paint, a set of aluminum 4-ounce cups, and a spray gun that looked a little like the kind you used on a hose to water your garden. A face mask, like the kind you use for spraying pesticides, sat alongside a carton of latex gloves. On the ground was a boxy black metal air compressor and a hose snaking to the spray gun. Decker read my confusion. "Carl decided to paint the body hisself. What he wants you to do is some nice detail work, seeing as how you're such a good artist and all." "Detail work? I don't—" Mr. Decker broke in. "Airbrushing. Don't tell me you never heard of it." He picked up the steel spray gun and rattled off the various parts. A dizzying array of jargon. Air caps, fluid nozzles, fluid adjusting knob. Then he said, "The thing about this is it's gravity fed. You put the paint in one of these cups that you've screwed on the side, and that means you can tilt the gun sideways and do detailing work underneath if you need to. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much point and shoot." He showed me how to mount the fluid cup, adjust the volume of fluid being fed into the spray gun, and how to manage the airflow. He finished by saying, "You're a smart boy, an artist, right? You'll get the hang of it." I eyed the spray gun and paints dubiously. "What does he want me to paint?" "Well, I don't think he knows. Flames, maybe. They're always nice." He laughed, and up close, his breath smelled of rot and cigarette smoke. "Of course, he don't like it. You can always come back now, can't you?" So then he left me to it. I stood there a couple of seconds, staring at the airbrush and paints. I thought that he might be right. I did have a knack, and I knew the theory of airbrush painting, and it couldn't be that tough. But there was something, well, soulless in a spray gun, like I was getting ready to do battle rather than create. I cranked my head around to see if Mr. Decker was watching. He wasn't. This shed, or lean-to, or whatever, was a good 40 yards away from the main shop, and I guess Mr. Decker figured I wasn't going anywhere. Or maybe he wanted to save something for his kid to do. You know, beat the crap out of me or something. My hand snaked around to my hip pocket, and I pulled out Mr. Whittick's canvas roll of brushes. Yeah, I'd brought them. Why? Heck if I know. But that morning, just as I left my room, I pulled open the drawer where I'd been storing them ever since the night that door reappeared on my wall, and I fished them out. I just had this feeling that I ought to bring them along. Now I knew why. The pouch of old brushes felt natural and right in my hands, and a weird little charge shivered up my arms and brought out the hackles on my neck, like an electric current, like I was making some kind of connection. But what to paint? I didn't know, and then I thought, draw. Just think of Decker, and then draw. I picked out a size 2 flat, thinking that I would use that to sketch a quick outline in white, then maybe yellow for the undercoat to make the top coat of colors really pop, and red. There would be a lot of red, because red was the color of blood, and Decker was all about blood and violence, and the stuff of darkness, and nightmares, and... The air smells of hay and horses, and it's dark outside, and so cold the crickets don't chirp anymore, and I wonder if they see the wolves in the darkness, because I do. They've not seen me because I'm in the loft. No one knows I'm here, not even Papa, because no one knows all my hiding places. And I saw them come, their eyes glowing and engines grumbling. Down the hill, I can see the solitary yellow rectangle that is Mama and Papa's room on the second story. And I wonder if Mama is there now, comforting Marta, waiting for Papa to return. I know she doesn't realize that I've squirmed out my window and down the trellis and run as fast as I could to the barn before the others could arrive. Now, peering through gaps in the boards, I can just make out Mr. 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬𝘦 and another man and Papa. Papa is shouting. He's shaking his fist in Mr. 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬's face. The other man is talking to Papa, trying to calm him down. He catches at Papa's arm. "Mordecai, stop! You don't want to cross him. This can only end badly if you—" Papa curses, and the words sound ugly coming from his mouth. That's how I know Papa is beyond caring. I can't see his face well, only his body from the shoulders down because of the angle. But I know from his voice and the set of his feet and the way he bunches his fists. When the other man speaks, Papa shakes him off and then pushes him so he goes staggering back. I hear a cry and then a crash as the man smashes into the side of a stall. The horse inside snorts and whinnies in alarm. It gives the stall a stout bang with its hooves. "There now, Whittick, stop! You're upsetting the horses." It is Mr. 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬𝘦, and his voice is abrupt, the way it is when he gives orders. "What's done is done. Now, of course, we can talk about a monetary settlement." "Money?" The word explodes from Papa's mouth. "Do you think money matters? I hold you responsible for this. I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. And now this!" "It's not as if she's innocent." Mr. 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬𝘦's tone is colder than ice. "She brought this on herself. I hate to be crude about it, but no one forced her to lift her skirts. That is the result of breeding and your responsibility. Wouldn't you agree?" Papa says nothing for a time. Through the gap, I see his hands unfurl, and I think, "No, Papa, no, don't give up. Don't let him win." When Papa speaks again, his voice is ragged. "How much money?" "A yearly stipend to pay for her needs and a yearly stipend. That's more than generous, considering that I have absolutely no legal obligation in this matter whatsoever." It is the wrong thing to say. "Yes, you would think of that. Wait until they take your lives from you. Just wait." Papa's voice breaks, and now I hear that he is weeping, and it is almost more than I can bear. "We pay and pay. The Jews always pays." "Come now, Mordecai, you're being overly dramatic. I gave you your life, your job, your position. It is my fault that I was taken advantage of?" Yet Mr. 𝘊𝘲𝘪𝘬𝘦 sounds almost bored. "It's not as if your family is the first to suffer from this kind of thing, and it won't be the last. You're just lucky that I had the means to help you. Only because you don't want the scandal." "And you do?" Papa says nothing. "I thought not. That's wise. There is, after all, your boy to think of and your wife." Papa's voice is tight as a string. "You don't own me." "On the contrary, I own every inch of your flesh. You owe everything to me. Your position, your job, your life. I gave you your chances. I discovered you in that cheap little flat in Milwaukee with the rats and the cockroaches. I got Anderson to rent that farmhouse to you dirt cheap so you could paint to your heart's content. I scraped you off the street, and I can throw you back just as easily. So you do not tell me what to do. I tell you. Is that clear?" A pause. Then Papa comes back. "Perfectly." "I am so glad. Now, you will inform the union members of my final non-negotiable offer, and count yourselves lucky I don't call the National Guard and throw you all in jail. Don't think I won't. There's plenty more labor to be had, and all I had to do is say the word. And you'd like that, wouldn't you? You're all alike, all you Germans," Papa says bitterly. "You're all brothers under the skin." "And the Jews aren't? Of course we take care of our own. Don't you lecture me about brotherhood and morals." But the Jews aren't murderers. No, you're just thieves, says Mr. Owensman easily. You think to cuckold men like me. What? What? You heard me. You need a dictionary? You want me to draw you a pretty picture? Oh, but of course you do that so well, don't you? When you're not busy screwing what isn't yours. No one says anything. My skin is icy with sweat. I didn't tell Papa. I didn't. Owensman barks a harsh laugh. No wonder now where your daughter picked it up so well, huh? She must have learned from Daddy. Papa sounds strangled, like he's choking on his own words. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, come on. You think I'm a fool? You think I don't know? I'm talking about you and Catherine. I'm talking about you, my employee, and my little wife-to-be. Oh, Papa. Oh, Papa. Below there is silence. My heart thuds in my chest. Oh, Papa, leave now. Leave these people. Leave. Just let the wolves go. Then the other man says, I don't need to hear this. No, says Mr. Owensman. Stay, Walter. I insist. I'll need a witness in case Mr. Whittick here decides that violence is the answer to his particular problems. Papa finally speaks. Nothing happened. Mr. Owensman lets go of a nasty laugh. No, that's not what I heard. You couldn't have heard anything. Anything you've heard is a lie. Oh, I assure you, Catherine may be many things, but she doesn't lie to me. In fact, she told me about your boy spying on the two of you. In truth, I think she found it rather exciting. I know she couldn't get enough of me after she related her little tale of voyeuristic abandon. Tell me, is your boy all right? Not traumatized seeing Daddy in a rather compromising position? Papa says nothing. My face burns. Cat got your tongue? Oh, stop pouting, Mordecai. Do you think it escaped my notice that she wanted you up at the house? Do you think anything escapes me? I gave you to her. I'm paying for the damn portrait, after all. She's like a cat in heat that way. She fancied herself an artist, and I gave her one. Only a word of warning, Mordecai. She is rich and capricious, and easily tires of a new toy, and that's exactly what you are. You're a novelty, and she will throw you away the moment you prove inconvenient. I'm doing you a vast favor, warning you about this. And tell the truth, you've been lusting after her since that sunset painting, haven't you? Oh, yes, you're such a good married man, a man with principles. No wonder you jumped at the offer of a job in winter. Take you far away from Milwaukee, yes? What must have gone through your mind when she arrived here and you found out that we were engaged? If anyone is the injured party, it is I. At last, Papa has found his voice. My family suffers in ways that yours will never. We are poor compared to you. We are Jews, and now your daughter has proven that even a Jewess makes some very bad choices, given her difficulties. I'm being generous, and you know it. Be thankful you still have a job. Mr. Owensman's voice turns brisk. Now are we done here? Bratz, if you'll bring around the car. Wait. Papa's voice is urgent. You can't mean that this is the end of it. You can't let them get off. They're Nazis, for God's sake. They've killed my people, my parents. I will do what I want, when I want, and whom I choose to hold responsible is my choice, not yours. And take your hands off. Mordecai, I'm warning. A shout and dull sounds, thuds, then scuffling below, and the snort of horses, the bang, bang, snap of their hooves. And then the other man, Walter, is shouting, Stop! Stop it! Mordecai! No! Stop! You'll kill him! Oh, Papa, no. I can't see what's happening. They've moved out of my line of sight. And so I creep to the stairs leading to the main floor of the barn, and I peer through the square. I see Papa, and there's blood on his shirt, and face, and hands. Only it's Mr. Owensman's blood that's spurting in great gouts from his nose. His face is coated with it. His chin is oily. The air stinks of rust. He's on his back, his arms crossed over his face for protection, and Papa is astride, pounding his fist into Mr. Owlsman wherever he can land them. Then Walter is there, dragging back on Papa and screaming, "Help! Help! We need help in here!" Now there's the sound of running feet and a shout, and now there are two others. They are men, but their faces are changing, and their eyes are yellow, and one darts to the right, out of sight, and then, Papa, Papa, the pitchfork, the pitchfork. No, no, the air's screaming. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck you put on my bike? I whirled around, paintbrush still in hand. High above, crows wheeled and cried, but that was not what froze my blood. 𝘺𝘪𝘵𝘮 loomed, squinting through curls of cigarette smoke. He was even grimier than before, and broad streaks of soot painted his neck and face and inked the hollows of his eyes. If you didn't know better, you'd think he might be a coal miner. He still wore his work coveralls, and a lunch pail dangled loosely from one filthy hand. He reeked of scorched metal. Tweezing the cigarette from his lips, he jabbed it at the bike. I said, "What the fuck you done to my bike? I sure as hell didn't ask for that shit." I had no idea how long I'd been elsewhere, watching the past through David's eyes, and my first horrified thought was that I'd pulled a Jackson Pollock on Decker's bike. Then I got a good look at what I had done, at what I'd drawn. I had painted over the fairing, and what I had painted there were the unmistakable features of a wolf's head, from its yellow eyes to a narrow, streamlined muzzle. Fangs, long as scythes, glistened above and below the headlights, and as an added touch, and again completely without my conscious mind getting into the act at all, I had painted a swastika dead center on the front fender. I got slowly to my feet, my eyes bugging out of my head. I was still clutching Mordecai Whittock's brush in one hand. I swallowed. Decker grabbed my neck and thrust his face toward mine. "Listen to me, you fucking asshole. I want some goddamn Nazi shit on my bike. I'll ask for it. You think I need this? What are you trying to do, huh? You trying to say something?" His breath stank of cigarettes and sour beer. I said, "I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. Fucking got that right." He gave me another shake, then thrust me to one side so hard I backpedaled, feet tangling. My hip butted one of the sawhorses, and the makeshift contraption toppled, slopping an open container of red paint onto the cold earth. "I want a fucking freak show on my bike. I'll ask for it. How am I going to ride that, huh?" He aimed a kick at my midsection, but I rolled, got to my hands and knees, and scuttled back against the rough wood of the lean-to. "Hey!" It was Decker's father, trotting over from the chop shop. "Hey, 𝘺𝘪, back off! Back off!" I watched as Decker's father collared his son and dragged him off. Decker was arguing, his hands waving, until his father finally gave his son a shove in the direction of the shop. At the corner, Decker screamed something else before disappearing. Nothing good, I was sure. "I'd stay out of his way for a while if I was you." Decker's father planted his fists akimbo. "Not that that isn't a fine paint job. Ask me is pretty nice. Good detail on that wolf and all, except that Nazi shit. What were you thinking, Cage? You are so thoroughly fucked, you know that? Now we gotta paint that over and start again." Mr. Decker shook his head, sucked on his teeth. "You sure do manage to land yourself in a world of hurt, don't you?" Well, that was an understatement. At least I got out of there in one piece. Decker's dad lecturing me some more as I cleaned my brushes off as fast as I could. Yammered at my back all the way to the truck, and then I hightailed it out of there, knowing that wasn't the last time I'd see that chop shop, or Carl Decker. Once the shop was out of sight, however, my mind returned to that time trip, if that's what it was. The experience had been vastly different from my dreams, of course, and the other time in the hayloft, because this time I'd been awake, and the transition was seamless. 1 minute here, and the next there. This time, everything had been very clear. The narrative made sense, sort of. I mean, it made sense to David, or David's mind was able to follow a storyline of sorts, until it came to the end, when the wolves showed up, when everything had fallen apart. I knew instinctively that the brushes had been the trigger this time, before I'd worked in my sleep, when my dreaming mind took over. But there was some special connection when I handled Mordecai Whittock's brushes. Everything became clearer. Or maybe this was how painters worked, the same way as writers put down words to construct sentences, to make paragraphs, to create a story. Only a painter builds a story stroke by stroke, color by color. So clear, so close. I didn't know why Mr. Whittock's brain had chosen that particular moment to establish a connection, or why the images, even experienced through a young boy's mind, felt as if they'd been etched in acid. Yet the answer to what had happened, the trauma David had been unable to face all this time, wasn't on the tip of my tongue so much as begging for release from the tip of a brush. That's when I hit on an idea. If I could work in David's presence, that might be the final tumbler of a lock that needed to click into place. Hadn't he responded while I was there? His eyes opened. He saw me. His voice screamed in my head because he recognized we'd made a connection. All I had to do was get close, surrounded by his father's work. I could draw on all that and really draw what had happened. I would see it in my head, and it would come out of my fingers. Hadn't I been drawing the wolves? Wasn't I some sort of conduit for David's thoughts? So yeah, 20 minutes, 30, that's what it would take. I'd have to figure out a way to slip into Mr. Whittock's room when they let me back to work in the home. If I could get Dr. 𝘺𝘰𝘮 to help. I was maybe a mile out from the house, passing a field of pumpkins, when I noticed something really weird. Along the road, on every fence post, was a crow. There had to be, 50, 60, at least. Not a single bird lifted off. They made no sound, but they were watching me, like soldiers at their posts. It was like I was some kind of general, and they were troops for my review. Me? I dropped my foot on the accelerator and sped past, but their eyes followed me all the way, and I got a really, really bad feeling. Uncle Hank met me at the door as I bounded up the steps. My mind was so focused on planning my next move that I didn't hear Uncle Hank call my name until he'd said it twice and then stopped me with a hand on my arm. "Sorry," I said, and then my heart almost died in my chest when I got a good look at his face. Oh no. Was Dr. 𝘺𝘰𝘮? Uncle Hank, what's happened? That was Helen. Dr. 𝘺𝘰𝘮 just now, he said. I'm sorry, Christian, but David Whittock is dead. Chapter 27. The news was a punch in the gut. I don't remember what I said to Uncle Hank, but I stumbled up to my room and fell onto my bed, face down in the pillow, still in my paint-spattered clothes. Paint speckled my arms, drying in tight puckers, and I could smell myself despite the chill of the day, but I couldn't move. Didn't want to see anyone. Couldn't bear the thought of speaking to another soul. Dead. I pressed my hot, dry face into the pillow. It was so unfair. How the hell could that have happened? I was so close. Things were so clear. I remembered what Dr. 𝘺𝘰𝘮 had said. At the end, some of them display astonishing moments of clarity. Now I knew what it was I'd experienced. David's death. I was some kind of weird death magnet. Tears came. Eventually, big racking sobs. The kind where your chest is tearing itself apart. Maybe I could cry myself to death, or at least to sleep. I kept my face pressed into my pillow so Uncle Hank wouldn't hear. I couldn't handle explaining myself to him. Well, what the hell was there to think about? My parents were dead, and they were waiting. All I had to do was paint that knob, give it a turn. A rap on my door. "Go away," I said. "No." Flipping onto my back, I propped myself up on my elbows. "Go away! I don't feel like talking." I expected to hear something like, "Oh, okay, if that's what you want," because she was a shrink, and weren't shrinks supposed to, listen to their patients? Just my luck, I get the shrink who hasn't read the manual because the knob turned. My door swung open, and Dr. Rainier came through like something out of a dream. Anger crowded into my throat. "Are you deaf? I don't want to talk! I don't want to see you! Get out!" She didn't bat an eyelash. "No," she said, and then closed the door behind her. Pulling out my desk chair, she sat, crossed one knee over the other, and laced her fingers in her lap. What you expect every shrink is going to look like, and she never had up until that moment. "It's unacceptable for you to hide. You've got to talk about this." "No, I don't." I flopped back onto my bed. I threw an arm over my stinging, watery eyes. They felt like I'd scrubbed them with sandpaper. "I don't have to do a thing more. Talking hasn't helped, and I'm done with you and this town and everything." "You haven't struck me as a quitter. If you were, you'd already have walked through that door there." That got my attention. "How do you know about that?" I didn't get my degree out of a Cracker Jack box, thanks. I know a door when I see it. And you," she jabbed a finger at me, "are a coward. You come this far. You hint that you've got these powers, and you're too freaked out to use them? People like you give me a headache, always whining, complaining." If she was trying to piss me off, she succeeded. A flare of rage fired my chest, and I sat straight up, my fists bunched. "Coward? I'm not a coward. I kill people. I do something that draws death. Everything I touch, everyone I care about, they die. Don't you get it?" "Really?" she drawled. Her tone was so dismissive. I wanted to break something, throw something across the room just to hear what destruction sounded like. How could I have been so stupid? I thought she cared about me, but she really thought I was just another idiot. "Oh, I get it, Christian. I get that you believe this, but I don't." "Fine." I fell back onto the bed. "You don't believe me? Fine. Then get the hell out of my room." "Or what? You're going to hurt me if I don't leave? You going to draw me to death?" "Yes, that's precisely what will happen." But I didn't answer. An odd ringing filled my ears, the kind of high whine people say you get from taking too much aspirin. But I knew better. The ringing resolved. It had been some kind of clarion call, and now the muttering started up in earnest, a gibbering crowd pressing against that unfinished door. Her voice boiled up through the hubbub. "I don't believe you can do it. I don't think you've got the talent. You're nothing but a sponge, a conduit maybe, but you've got no power on your own. No way you can draw a scenario out of your own head and make it what you want. You're dependent on everyone else to feed you the emotion because you're too scared to use your own—" "Screw you!" I shot to my feet so fast I knocked over my nightstand. My lamp smashed against the floor in a bright, gaudy explosion, like what you see in movies. I snatched Mordecai Whittock's brushes from my back pocket and shook the pouch in her face. "You think I can't use these? Let's see how you like it when I do you!" Her expression was utterly calm. Her dark eyes were bright as a crow's. "Yes, do that, Christian. Draw something out of your head. Draw me into something and then make me experience it. Show me what you can do. Or are you really all talk and no action?" I almost hit her. My fist, bunched around those brushes, was inches from her face, and it would have been so easy. So easy. Then I thought, fine. You think you've crawled around private hells? You don't know the half of it, lady. I'm your worst fears realized. So you want this? You got it. I don't remember much. I do know that I unrolled Mordecai Whittock's brushes and grabbed a fine, pawed through my desk and fumbled out paints, and then I started. Not so much painting as filleting, slashing, cutting in a vicious fury on my walls. I could feel Dr. Rainier behind me, but I didn't need to see her face. I'd memorized those contours, and so I closed my eyes, and I reached down deep, and then I pulled. I drew as hard as I could. I reeled out the darkness from her gut, and I let myself go. That subtle click, and then my mind detached, and I was filled with the same floaty, helium balloon feeling I'd experienced before with Ms. Stefanczyk and Aunt Jean, and with Lucy. Not the time I pulled the image of her as a happy girl in a white dress on a summer's day, but as I'd drawn her at the moment of her death, her gnarled fingers cramping around a chunk of charcoal, black streaks like tear-drenched mascara sliding across the page as she collapsed. From somewhere deep down I drew up a foul, putrid blackness that not even Dr. Rainier suspected lived inside. Oh, I was floating all right, but I was a balloon caught up in a black funnel cloud, a tornado, and the roaring wind was my fury. All the hurts and losses, all the slights and whispers and evil thoughts of the people of winter, and all their secrets. I worked fast, urgently, in broad strokes, my mind completely elsewhere, my muscles obeying some hidden reservoirs of thought of which I was unaware, my body as the vehicle for an unseen, ghastly puppeteer. I worked until my arm hurt and my shoulder throbbed. I worked until my fingers screamed. I don't know how long I painted, but the hours swept by in a blur, the way they do in dreams. And then finally the energy vanished the way a storm cloud sweeps over the land and out to the lake. Spent, panting, my chest going like bellows, I opened my eyes. Behind me, Dr. Rainier made a harsh, guttural, broken sound, the caw of a dying crow. But I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Instead, I stared, riveted at the ugliness of what I had painted. Dr. Rainier's deepest dreads and worst fears realized. How to describe a nightmare? Each is ultimately unique. Yes, there are universals. That's what Sarah said once, another nugget from her psychology class about the collective unconsciousness. But every dream requires a unique dreamer, every fear a person who feels the sharp sting of terror. Think of the foul stink of an unused basement, dank and earthen, churning with slithery worms, thick around as your wrist and fecund with the smell of decay. You know that if you take a single step into that muck, you're lost because the things that live there, not just the greedy worms, but macerated corpses with ropes of bloated intestines and skeletal fingers, and maggots boiling in eyeless sockets, and fat, mucus creatures with pinpoint eyes and jostling teeth. They'll reach up and grab your ankles and draw you down, screaming and thrashing, until the muck flows down your throat and you drown. But you're just a child. You're only 6, and there's no power because of the storm raging beyond the house. You're miles from nowhere, and the monster's coming. And you have to do something because the animal's up there, shouting your name, axe in hand. It's already killed your mother, and now it's coming for you. So whimpering, you slap the slimy, moist wall, looking for the light switch, but there is none. You don't have a flashlight, but you have to go, and you have to get down there now, and hide because the monster's coming. You can hear it moving through the house, and smell its fetid drunk's breath, and know without having to see that there are strings of fresh meat dangling from its teeth, and your mother's blood on the blade of that axe. You know it is worse to stay above ground than to go below. So you take a step, and then another, And then the darkness rushes forward and swallows you up, and you're in the basement with no way out. The basement is dark, 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 and smells bad. Dust and dried up rat poop and mildew. No muck at the bottom the way you thought, but that doesn't matter, because this is just as bad. There are spider webs, big sticky ones that drag across little Helen's face as she pushes deeper into the basement, looking for a place to hide. In the third room, she runs into a brick wall, and now there is nowhere else to go, only the furnace to hide behind, and she does just that, huddling down, the grit digging into her knees. Her heart is going pa-boom, 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 and she's trying not to cry. But she's so scared, she lets out little creepy sounds. She lets out little eepy sounds, just like Cookie. Whenever Cookie slept, she had nice hamster dreams, only sometimes she went eep, eep, eep. But that was okay, because even if Cookie was scared, she could wake up. Then the bad dreams would be gone, and the monsters too, and everything would be all right. But nothing will ever be all right again. Not ever, ever. Because Helen knows that the bad thing living in her daddy is wake. It always wakes up when he drinks, but now the drinking's gone too far. It just took over, all the way, exploding behind her daddy's eyes like a volcano. That's when Helen's mama ran up the stairs. "Run!" Mama shouted. "Run, Helen, run!" But it was already way, way, way too late. The thing in Helen's daddy hit Mama real hard, and Mama crashed against the wall like Raggedy Ann. All Helen's books went bang, and then there was blood trickling down Mama's chin, and Mama's teeth were orange, but she was still shouting, "Run, Helen! Run, baby, run! Run!" Only Helen couldn't. Helen was so scared. For Mama and Cookie, and especially for Daddy, lost somewhere in the monster. Her daddy's teeth were all spiky, and his eyes were yellow and green, with black slits up and down. Snake eyes. Lizard eyes. It scooped Cookie out of her cage. Helen started screaming, but the thing in her daddy just laughed. Not a funny laugh, or one when you're happy because there are butterflies or dandelion fluff, or because Cookie stuffed her cheeks with so many seeds they look like furry balloons. It was the kind of laugh only a monster with a daddy mask makes. It threw Cookie to the floor. Poor little Cookie bounced and went eep, 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 and tried to get away. Helen screamed, "No, Daddy! No! Daddy! No, no!" But it didn't care. It didn't listen. It just stomped, real hard, again and again and again, until Cookie was nothing but blood jelly hair and squiggly pink guts. That's when Helen ran as fast as she could to the basement, and where she hides, waiting to die. And now there's a sudden flare of yellow light as the thing with the daddy mask pushes open the basement door. "Helen!" Its voice is bloody. "I know you're there. Come out, Helen. Don't make this worse than it has to be." "No, no, no, no." There's a dull bang, the scraping sound of metal, and she knows that the monster's in the first room, heaving the washer to one side to see if she's hiding there. Oh, please, please. She isn't praying. God has a bunch of better things to do than help her, especially since she's made such a mess. But Mama always said Helen should call on God to help if things got bad, and Helen thinks things probably can't get much worse. Another light, brighter now. The second room. The thing keeps calling, saying he won't hurt her. He just wants her to come out, and he needs to explain. Meanwhile, jars go bang, crash, and boxes go bump, thump. She doesn't move because she knows. He is it. And then a crisp snap. 2 bare bulbs burn hot yellow orange because it is in the third room, the furnace room. There's the stink of sweat, like her daddy's been mowing the lawn on a hot day, but also a sharper stink like gasoline. She smells its fury too, the odor of a bloated raccoon by the side of the road. Its boots scrape concrete. She can just see the tip of its shadow inking the near wall to her left. More bangs on top of the furnace ductwork, and something heavy makes the metal go boom, 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 and she thinks, axe. She knows it will look behind the gas furnace next, and then save her. The thought is like a jag of lightning across a starless sky. Behind me, Dr. Rainier is making that broken sound, and I know that this is what's killing her. This nightmare come to life, that I made happen, that she somehow survived once, but will not live through again, without my help. Save her. For once I don't hesitate. I step forward into the painting, or maybe her word rushes to meet me. I don't know. But suddenly I am there, in that basement, at the entrance to the furnace room. I smell her father's insanity, and the iron stink of her mother's blood. Her father is a muscled giant with a lizard's eyes, rounding the far corner of a furnace. It grips an axe, smeary with red blood, and the thing that had been her father stares down at a frightened little girl, and then it reaches down. No! In 2 strides I've crossed the basement. Her father half turns, but I spring, arms outstretched. I crash into him, off balance. He reels, the axe clattering to the cement, and we go down in a heap. I have the advantage of surprise, but he is older, bigger, and much stronger. Bellowing, he slams a fist into my head. It's like a bomb going off. My vision sheets white, and then red, and then his fist slashes the air again and catches me in the stomach. Gagging, I topple back as vomit spews from my mouth, and then I'm rolling onto the cement, unable to breathe. Get up. I'm trying to pull in air. I hear her father, drunk, staggering, lurching for the axe, which is actually closer to me, and my brain is screaming. Get up, or you're dead. Get up, or you're going to die here in her nightmare. Get up, get up. I lunge for the axe, a split second ahead of him. My desperate fingers close around the handle, which is slick with blood. And then his fist hammers between my shoulder blades. My face smashes against the hard concrete. I actually bounce and my head snaps back. Blood spurts from my nose, and there is blood in my eyes because my scalp has split. But I still have the axe. The axe is in my hands, and I roll to one side, and then I'm swinging, the axe hurtling, whickering through the air, and I am screaming in a voice I no longer recognize as I heave the axe in its murderous arc with all my might. Christian! Screaming, I thrashed awake in a tangle of bedding. I'd thudded to the floor at some point in my nightmare, and now I lay in a halo of splintery glass. My nightstand was on its side. The base of my lamp was cracked in 2 at the same time the bulb burst. My face was still wet and hot from tears and snot, and drool smeared my chin. Christian? Dr. Rainier's voice rose in alarm. I heard her say something, and then Uncle Hank was banging on my door, bawling, Christian! What's going on in there? Christian! Open the door! A dream. I was shuddering. A nightmare, but it had been my own. I'd fallen onto my bed and cried myself to sleep and dreamt that Dr. Rainier found me, goaded and taunted me into action, and the rest was coming. My throat was raw, the act of talking like swallowing a razor blade. I coughed, smeared snot from my face with a sheet, and then half crawled, half staggered to the door. Uncle Hank's eyes went wide when he saw my room. Christian, what in God's name? Dr. Rainier took one look at me, the room, and the ruin of bedclothes on the floor, and her skin went paper white. My God! She took me by the shoulders and peered up into my face. Christian, what is it? What did you see? What? Asked Uncle Hank. Helen, what are you? The answer, I croaked. I was limp as a rag doll, wobbly weak as a baby. I tottered, and my head, so light in my nightmare, swam with vertigo. I saw. My knees buckled. But then Dr. Rainier had me by one arm, and Uncle Hank moved in to take me by the other.
Easy, he said. We got you, Christian. We got you.
Oh, then my throat clogged, and I couldn't speak. We three stood in the wreckage of my room, as the sideways place pressed in, and my head whirled, but they wouldn't let me go. They would not let me fall. Christian, Dr. Rainier, tell us, what did you see? My tongue flicked over my parched lips. I was desperately thirsty. The answer, I said finally. I saw how to paint the answer. Chapter 28.
That's insane. Uncle Hank thrust his jaw out at a stubborn angle. Paint yourself into another man's past? It'd be all in your head, your imagination. Just like what happened upstairs. You had a bad dream was all.
I shook my head just as stubbornly. I was angry. You've never been there to see what I can do, but Dr. Rainier has. She knows I'm telling the truth. I glanced across the kitchen table. Tell him about your father. Staring at the table, Dr. Rainier hunched in her chair, cradling a mug of coffee she hadn't drunk. She'd said nothing when I told my story, but now her eyes crawled from the table to my face. I was shocked to see how drawn and pinched her features were, and a pang of guilt tugged my heart. I realized too late that I had violated a private hell, revealing it at a time that had not been her choosing. I remember her strange choice of words in our very first meeting. I don't have to be an axe murderer to know how to deal with one. Actually, I doubt she'd ever told anyone the whole story. For that matter, I'm not sure what the real story was, because I had intervened. For the first time, I had taken an active role in someone else's nightmare. And that was the answer, you see? That's what I had been meant to discover. All this time I'd thought my only recourse was to be an onlooker, a spectator to some private horror. Yes, I drew and then made pictures of what came out of my fingers, and I'd always thought the power came from elsewhere, that I was just the messenger. That was wrong. I'd had the power to get involved, probably from the start. After all, hadn't my anger dredged up Ms. Stefanczyk's nightmare and Aunt Jean's? My dream had been only that, smoke and mirrors. Yet the one thing Dr. Rainier had said during one of our sessions was that houses were the body of the dreamer, each room revealing a different facet of the personality. Well, I descended to the basement where the nightmares are. In the nightmares, I had dared to get involved. Now awake, I could act. I had to because that's where the truth lay. In a waking dream that was not my own, but which I could visit because I'd been there before. She cleared her throat, and when she spoke, her tone was measured and distinct. I am not prepared to talk a lot about my past. It would be inappropriate, but I can tell you, Hank, that Christian is right. My father was a drunk, and he did murder my mother. He would have killed me if I hadn't managed to hide in the coal chute back of the furnace. That's where the police found me. Her eyes squeezed shut, and she pressed her knuckles against her lips. You don't know how many times I've gone over it in my mind. If I'd just been able to get to the axe first. She opened her eyes and said, "That's what you did. You lived out the fantasy for me, I think. Or maybe the impulse to save a life just overwhelmed your good sense, and you stepped into what you created. It wouldn't have done any good." "No," I said, "because what's past is past." Her head moved in a slow nod. "Yet that means you can slip in alongside, although I'm not sure if this means the person has to be alive for it to happen." I've thought about that. I think I've been in David's skin enough to draw myself in and follow it through. I think that's why he wanted me to find his father's brushes, like what they say about automatic writing. Well, I haven't considered it, but I don't see why there can't be automatic drawing, too. Uncle Hank burst in.
Oh, for Christ's sake, listen to the two of you. Christian has a nightmare, and now you two want a seance?
It wasn't just a nightmare, Hank. I've never told anyone about my father, and I certainly wouldn't tell a patient. Anyway, where's the harm? Uncle Hank goggled at her.
The harm lies in fueling some poor kid's fantasy.
I cut in, getting hot. I'm not a kid, and it's not a fantasy, don't you get it? This is exactly what I did to Miss Stefanczyk and Lucy. I didn't intervene, but I drew their futures, and I did the same thing to Aunt Jean. Too late. I clamped my mouth shut, but the damage was done. Uncle Hank's features went slack a little at a time. It was like watching a building crumble brick by brick. When he spoke, his voice was low and deadly.
What are you talking about?
Dr. Rainier tried to step in. Hank, that's not important right now. He ignored her.
Tell me what you mean, Christian.
So I did. It didn't take long. After all, I'd been 10 and angry at some slight. Angry enough to reach down and draw out of Aunt Jean a picture of her worst fears realized, only of the future, not the past. In Aunt Jean's case, I drew, in meticulous living detail, what it would be like to be trapped in a car, slowly sinking into an icy lake, without even the mercy of unconsciousness to ease her away. Oh no, in my 10-year-old's rage, I made sure she saw and felt every agonizing, panicky second as the water crept to her chest, an inch to her neck, and slid past her nose. How it would feel as her lungs burned and her throat convulsed, and then that moment when she had no choice and must expel her life in great, glittery, silver bubbles, each rising to the surface to release screams no one ever heard. It hurt just to remember. It was worse to say it out loud. When I was done, there was a very long, very dense silence, so quiet that when I swallowed, it was like thunder in my ears. Then I dared to look at Uncle Hank. His face was a ruin. There was such searing horror in his eyes that his tears must have burned away before they could fall. He was so still, he looked made of wax. Uncle Hank, I began. Without a word, he scraped back his chair and strode from the room. He did not look back. A moment later, I heard the bang of the kitchen door, and then his truck growling to life, tires crunching over gravel as he backed down the driveway and then roared away. Dr. Rainier spoke first. Give him time. I shook my head. He'll never forgive me. We'll never be the same. She was quiet. She didn't try to stop me from crying. When I'd cried myself to hiccups, she went to the sink, wet a paper towel with cool water, and brought it and a dry towel back for me to wipe my face. Listen to me. Things stop being the same the moment you spray painted that barn. Things are never meant to stay the same, Christian. You're 17. This is your time now, and you have work to do, and I think it's got to be now. She paused and looked at me for a moment, measuring her words. I think that's what your dream was trying to tell you too. Not to wait too long, or else this might all fade. Almost all religions believe that the soul hovers for a time after death, and I'll bet Judaism's no different. When I looked at her in surprise, her shoulders moved in a small shrug. Why not? Many superstitions have some basis in fact. And I'm out of my depth here. I don't pretend to understand this, but I believe you, and I'm willing to follow you wherever this leads. Don't forget, you saw my nightmare, so you got my vote. What if it is God? I blew my nose. I mean, what if I have some kind of mission or something? You better get cracking, she said. Chapter 29. Dr. Rainier drove. It had turned cold again, and the sky was hard and glittery with stars. There was no moon, and once we'd passed the last of the houses,
The sky looked like someone had upended a bowl of diamonds over the earth. The village was a faint gray smudge on the eastern horizon. I said to Dr. Rainier, "Can I ask you a question?" Dr. Rainier's skin was bottle green from the dash. She kept her eyes on the road. "Can I answer it?" "Maybe. Well, sure you could, if you want to. So what's the question? Do you wish you had killed him?" The question hung there, and I was feeling stupid for asking when she said, "For years. Afterward, yes, I did. I wish I'd been older and stronger. In a way, I wish that I'd been you, the way you were in the dream. Maybe you picked up on that because the emotion is so bound up with rage. I don't know." I wanted to ask why rage and anger and death were things that my mind snagged on, but I didn't. Now I'm pretty sure I didn't want to know the answer. I mean, what could she say, right? She continued, "He got 40 years for second-degree intentional homicide. No possibility of parole. Looking at it now, I think that 40 years in a cage is just as good as being put to death. Maybe better. Because if you ever get out, your life is pretty much done." "So he's still in prison?" "Yes, he is. And no, I've never gone to see him. We don't even have the same last name anymore. Rainier is my mother's maiden name. Anyway, that doesn't exactly answer your question, does it? I guess I try not to think about it any more because I can't change the past. What's done is done. I was just a little girl, and there was no way I could have saved my mother, or me for that matter." "Is that why you became a shrink?" The question was out of my mouth an instant before I wished I could call it back. "Sorry, that was stupid." "No, that's okay." She flicked a glance at me and then returned to the road. There were no streetlights out this far, and it looked like we were following the shaft of her headlights off a cliff, which maybe we were. It's a question to which I've given a lot of thought. The quick answer is, sure. I want to understand how my mother could have loved a man like that. I want to know how a little girl considers a monster like that her father, because he was once. I think the drinking started up after they'd been married a while, and I'll bet he tried controlling it. Did you know he was a doctor? A surgeon, if you can believe it. His patients worshipped him. He held it together in the operating room. I guess, but I really don't know what ultimately happened. I suppose you could say that I've never cared to find out. Why not? Because then I would be making him the most important person in my life. My past would revolve around him, and he doesn't deserve that kind of energy. Sounds counterintuitive, I guess. Psychiatrists are supposed to want to understand all the minutiae, but I've decided that he's not worth my time. He's a focal point in my past, sure. Otherwise, my guess is you'd never have had that dream. But he's only one point, and you can get trapped that way, endlessly looping to the past. You have to let go, or you'll burn up in the past. Simple as that. Like David Riddick, I thought. Maybe his waking life hadn't always returned to that horrible moment in the barn when his father murdered one man and maimed another. In the end, though, that's what his thoughts fixed on, orbiting that moment like doomed satellites. I said, I'm afraid to let my mom go. It's not only being, obsessed. You know what happens to me? What I can do? You saw my walls. I did. A pause. I also saw that door. Another pause. Do you have any idea about why there's no knob? Sure I did. What do you think? Careful. You're picking up bad habits. Her lips made a small smile. There and gone in an instant in the darkling shadows. Fear is a healthy emotion, Christian. You haven't failed your mother or abandoned her by not opening that door. You sound like you think there's a real place behind it. Isn't there? She gave a little laugh. Heavens, Christian, there's been a lot of stuff happening ever since I met you. I don't understand it all. So, which is it? Is that what you imagine is beyond the door? Or is this a place you're thinking about going to? I honestly don't know which.
I try to imagine where my mother might be and what things look like through her eyes. I guess I kind of graduated from doing just her eyes and doing the sideways place. That's what I call it, because I think my mom just slid a little too far. I see. She was quiet a moment. You know, Christian, what you've done is, obsessive, but it also takes courage. Yeah? Actually, looking at it now, it kind of gives me the creeps. I'm scared for my mom and dad, and I'm freaked about where they might be. And now I'm not sure I really want to go there. I guess it would be like revisiting the past over and over again. Has it occurred to you that they might both be dead? That didn't hurt the way I thought it might. Sure, I mean, does that look like any place on this earth? Good point. But what if you've reached in, the way you did with Lucy, and pulled out your own destiny? That hadn't occurred to me. I don't know. You mean my own death? I don't know. I don't understand what you can do, but if that is the case, would you really want to go there? Not right now, I said truthfully, but you've been tempted. Yes, that was the truth. The next wasn't, but I wouldn't know how to do it. She didn't say anything. I don't think she believed me. After all, she was the one who'd noticed there wasn't a knob. Uncle Hank, he never said anything at all about the door. We rode in silence a few moments, and then she said, "Promise me one thing. If you ever decide to try, tell me first, okay?" "Why?" "Because," she said, "you might want someone there to pull you back out." The stone base of the barn winked in and out of the headlights as Dr. Rainier's truck ground up the western approach road. The building seemed much more massive at night, and when we rolled to a stop and Dr. Rainier killed the engine and lights, the darkness slammed down like a black wave. Dr. Rainier dug 2 flashlights from her glove box and handed one to me. Her face was unreadable in the dark. "You're sure you're ready for this?" I nodded, remembered she couldn't see me, hooked my hand around the strap of my backpack and said, "Yeah, I've got to." Stones squealed and popped under our shoes as we climbed the last 100 yards. The scaffolding was still in place. The grass was chill, and I could feel the damp through my chucks. I played my light over the barn, sliding the fuzzy silver-blue beam along the northwest face. The ghostly outlines of a swastika were still visible. Oh my God! Dr. Rainier's voice was barely a whisper. "Christian, look! On the roof!" Crows. Hundreds. The roof was black with them. Their bodies blanketed the old shingles. As our lights caught them, they stirred with a rustle like dead cornstalks. Their eyes sparkled like green glass in our flashlights. "They won't bother us. Come on," I said. "We can go in through the basement." Dr. Rainier followed my lead. "Is that where it happened? In the basement?" "I think so. I remember hearing the horses, and I thought I saw the slats of the stalls. I just don't remember the floor." The basement floor was brick, laid on edge. My light picked out a crumpled half bag of concrete mix in a corner, next to an empty horse stall. Our footfalls echoed, bouncing against brick and wood. I had not been down here before, and I was surprised to see that the iron rods of each horse stall, as well as the screen doors, were still in place. The air smelled more strongly of rust here. In the center of the basement was a flight of stairs that I knew led to the haymow, and from there to the enclosed cupola. The remains of 2 long ladders were visible both in the right and left corners on a north-south diagonal and led to a square cut opening in the wooden ceiling. We walked the length of the basement from south to north. My skin started to prickle as I approached the south end, and I swung my light to the left. A door sagged on wrought iron hinges, and when I grasped the handle, it swung open only grudgingly, the bottom edge scraping brick. I threw my light over the empty interior. There were iron studs and pegs hammered into the brick, and in one corner I saw the disintegrating remains of a wood-handled rake. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴 was at my elbow. Some kind of place to keep tools? Maybe. My body was itchy now, with a familiar electric tingle that told me this place was important. Then I thought, pitchfork. Backing out, I returned left and walked to the north end of the barn. My skin, now alive with what felt like an army of ants, almost writhed. I swung my light right and left, trying to understand the source of my discomfort, but I saw nothing except more brick and empty stalls, and I eventually retraced my steps until I stood right of center. Then I stabbed my light straight up to probe the darkness above our heads. "What are you looking for?" asked 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴. David was watching from the haymow. I remember the stairs. Got it. My light fixed on a wide gap in the ceiling where the boards had pulled apart. That's it. So from where I stood now, David had seen his father and Mr. Einsman and Walter Brought's quarrel. On this precise spot, Mordecai Whittick had thrown himself on his boss, had snatched up a pitchfork, and my head was starting to buzz. I felt the familiar ballooning sensation like I was filling up with helium, my head going hollow, and I knew the time was on me. The moment was now. Hurry. Clicking off my flashlight, I stuffed it into my backpack and then pulled out the packet of drawing pencils and sketch pads I'd brought from the house. The leather roll containing Mordecai Whittick's paintbrushes was in my hip pocket. I wouldn't be using the brushes, but I wanted them there. What do we do now? 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴's voice sounded a little small, coming from the darkness behind her flashlight. What's going to happen? I don't know. How could I possibly draw what David himself either had not seen or could not bear to remember? Or was I here now to be a silent witness? Because I could not participate, this would not be like my nightmare of 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘦𝑟's father. This would be like immersing myself in Aunt Jean's death and Ms. Stefanczyk's madness. I could watch. I could witness. Could I take David's place? You'll never know if you don't try, I thought. Stop dicking around and do it. I snatched up a pencil, more out of panic than because of any other emotion. Certainly there was no thought involved. My hands were itching, my skin on fire, and then I was falling, the darkness swallowing me up, and... Chapter 30. The hayloft is dusty, but the air is crisp and bites my nose. Light seeps through gaps and seams in the wooden floor, and there is a bigger, brighter bolt of light shooting from the throat of the stairs leading from the basement. Beside me, David crouches, his brown eyes huge with terror, his skin paper white with fear. Does he see me? Does he sense me? I don't think so. I'm not there after all, and even David is what I imagine him to be from this vantage point. Angry voices boil from below, and now I move, noiselessly, to the stairs. The floor should creak, but it doesn't. David should notice what I'm doing, but he can't. I throw one last look back, and he has not moved. He is frozen in his fear, like a mouse cowering in a corner, hoping that the cat won't smell or sense him. As I descend, I smell horses' sweat, nutty feed, and the scent of freshly churned earth. Along the north side of the barn, I see that the floor is incomplete. A rectangle running the width of the barn and easily 10 feet wide. Bags of concrete and mounds of brick hunch in one corner. A mound of fresh hay is neatly heaped before 2 stalls near the stairs. The long hickory handle of a pitchfork that would have made Grant Wood proud protrudes from the hay. The latter's rungs have worn smooth over the years, and I slip, and for a crazy instant I think, oh no, now they'll see me. I've blown it. But that won't happen. All those men below, Charles Einsman, Mordecai Whittick, and another man I instinctively know as Walter Brought's, they could run right through me. They will stare right at me, and I still won't be there. I am a ghost in a land of phantoms and remembered nightmares. And tell the truth, you've been lusting after her since that sunset painting, haven't you? Said Charles Einsman, resplendent in the sulphur glow of the bare bulbs hanging from the barn ceiling. This evening his suit is dark, the trousers neatly pressed, and when he gestures, the light winks off the thick gold of a monogrammed pinky ring. He hooks his thumb in his vest, and the gold links of his watch chain with their fobs gleam and sparkle. Oh yes, you're such a good married man, a man with principles. No wonder you jumped at the offer of a job in winter. Take you far away from Milwaukee, yes? What must have gone through your mind when she arrived here, and you found out that we were engaged? If anyone is the injured party, it is I. By contrast, Mordecai Whittick is small and brown in his plain, coarse trousers and white workman's shirt. Still, his eyes are bright with defiance, and his cheeks are hectic with color. My family suffers. We're poor. We're Jews. And now my daughter. She is already marked, and now... His face twists with anguish, and now tears start in his eyes. His fists bunch, and his lips are trembling. She is my daughter! Charles Einsman shows his teeth in a laugh. And now your daughter has proven that even a Jewess makes some very bad choices. She was forced. Forced? Einsman sneers. That's not what I heard. You think I missed how she hung around the gates every day with all the other girls? She wanted it, and you know it. The only difference between her and a whore is she thinks she's in love. She just decided on a, universal language. Whittick flinches back, as if he's been struck. Even Bratz, goggle-eyed and slack-jawed, is surprised, and shoots a worried look at Whittick, and then over his shoulder toward the basement doors that open into the west barnyard. Now be thankful that you still have a job and a roof over your head. You're lucky I don't get Anderson to turn the lot of you onto the streets. If you'll take my advice, Whittick, you'll go down the hill to your family and lay it out for them. Lay it? She'll be ruined, says Whittick. She's already spoiled goods. But don't worry. These are modern times. If you want my advice, afterward you can send her away. Doesn't she want to be an interpreter? So send her to one of those special schools in Chicago or New York, or maybe San Francisco, where no one knows her, and she can start fresh, if not exactly virginal. Mr. Einsman's voice turns brisk. But we are done here. No! Whittick takes a step forward, hesitates. Please, wait! Einsman's not listening. He gives an imperious snap of his fingers. Bratz, have them bring the car around and... Wait! The urgency in Whittick's voice cracks like a whip, and Bratz steps dead in his tracks. This isn't the end of anything. They're Nazis, for God's sake! So? Einsman regards Whittick with a coolly contemptuous expression. Get a hold of yourself. They are soldiers. True, they are German soldiers, but they are not Nazis. None of them were members of the party. You think they'll admit that? And if they were, they would certainly not be here. Most of these men were conscripted into the military just as our soldiers were. You can't hold them responsible for the actions of their superiors. But they've killed my people! My parents! Whittick's voice bawls with fury. His tears are ones of rage now. And that didn't seem to stop your daughter, did it? Think of it, Whittick. She opened her legs for the enemy, and you're about to be the proud grandfather of a German bastard. Fitting, don't you think? Bratz is taken aback. Mr. Einsman. Einsman whirls on the smaller man. What? He bites the word off. You have something to add? Why are you still here? Get the damn car. Yes, of course, sir. Bratz stammers. But I really don't think it's wise. Charles Einsman's face is wine-colored and glistens with rage. I'm not interested in what you or anyone else thinks. Now get the damn car. The air has grown thick and poisonous. In their stalls, the horses are stamping and nickering their alarm. The mood is so charged. I can practically hear the crackle of �𝘰𝑚ann's hatred and disdain and of 𝘊𝘬𝑥 shame. And I can only stand, rigid, shaking. I am helpless to do anything but watch and witness. And yet I feel every word as the blow �𝘰𝑚ann intends. I think of the old man I know now, that gargoyle with his gold watch fobs. But what I see now is far, far uglier. 𝘊𝘬𝑥 says again, "Someone has to be responsible." And who that someone is remains within my purview, not yours, said �𝘰𝑚ann. Go ahead, make a fuss, create a scandal. You'll accomplish nothing, and your reputation will be ruined. I will win, and I will do what I want, when I want. Whom I choose to hold responsible is my choice, not yours, and... With a wild cry, 𝘊𝘬𝑥 uncoils like a panther, hurling himself at �𝘰𝑚ann. The other man is caught completely off guard, and then 𝘊𝘬𝑥 has him by the neck. 𝘊𝘬𝑥's fist is a blur as he smashes �𝘰𝑚ann's face. There's a smart crackling sound like the crunching of eggshells under a boot, and the other man's head snaps back. Blood spews in a brilliant claret curtain from �𝘰𝑚ann's nose. He staggers back, but 𝘊𝘬𝑥 goes with him, his blood-smeared fist cocked for another blow. The horses are going berserk, whinnying and bashing their hooves into their stalls. �𝘰𝑚ann sputters and blows a bloody froth, choking. "Brats! Brats! Help! Help!" With a snarl, 𝘊𝘬𝑥 hammers ��𝘰𝑚ann again. This time the sound of his fist is sodden, and he lets �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann drunk stagger backward, his arms windmilling until �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann smacks up against a stall. The horse inside brays and snorts, and there is another sharp bang of hooves against wood, accompanied by the squeal of overstressed wood. Brats breaks out of his paralysis. He scurries for the open basement doors. "Help! Help!" Gory fists still bunched, 𝘊𝘬𝑥 stands over �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann as if he can't quite believe what's just happened. Moaning, barely conscious, the foundry owner's face is a mask of blood. Blood oils his clothes. �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann begins to choke, and 𝘊𝘬𝑥 jerks free of his paralysis. My God! 𝘊𝘬𝑥 bends over the fallen man. "Oh, Marta! Mr. �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann! Mr.—" He hooks his arms over �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann's body and rolls the fallen man toward him as �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann makes a gargling sound. A moment later, �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann vomits onto the brick floor. And I think, Mordecai 𝘊𝘬𝑥, David's father, just saved his life. �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann would have choked to death on his own vomit. There's a commotion of voices and men running, and 𝘊𝘬𝑥 looks up as Brats reappears with two other men in tow. One carries a crowbar, the other a flashlight. I gasp. I recognize them at once. I even know one man's name because I've seen it written in a sketchbook in 𝘊𝘬𝑥's very own hand. "My God, you've killed him!" cried Brats. He takes a short step back. "What have you done?" With all the blood, and now lying so still, �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann does look dead. But 𝘊𝘬𝑥 says patiently, "No, but we need to get him to a hospital. Come on, if you'll help me. We can load him into your car. Then we need to see Sheriff Cage." He frowns at the other men, who haven't moved at all. "Did you hear me? Mr. �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann needs medical attention. Here, Brats, come help me." Reluctantly, Brats shoots a glance at the other men and then moves to squat behind �ဣ𝘰𝑚ann. The other two are still as statues. They only look at each other, and then the one whose name I don't know, but that face. Now that I've seen him, I understand why. David kept calling him Gemini. Says in his flawless English, "So he's still alive?" 𝘊𝘬𝑥 gives a curt nod, and I see how he struggles against his next impulse, and fails, because above all else, he is an honorable man. He pushes to his feet and says quietly, "This is ultimately at your doorstep. I won't say that it's your fault, because I did strike that man. I will bear the consequences. But you compromised my daughter. A girl so easy to take advantage of. And this is the result. I should never have gone to 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦, but directly to your camp commander. And I still intend to do so. I will go to jail, but I'll see that you are punished. I wish you hadn't said that, said the other man too easily. And I see what he's about to do in an instant too late. Look out! I take a step forward. Mr. ��𝘪𝘬𝘦, the crowbar! Of course, no one hears me. I'm not there. The air whistles as the crowbar whips around in a vicious cut. ��𝘪𝘬𝘦 has no chance, and I try to console myself with the thought that he probably never saw it coming. The crowbar hits with a meaty clunk, the metal smashing ��𝘪𝘬𝘦's skull just below the left ear. ��𝘪𝘬𝘦 grunts. Gugh! Then he simply drops in a loose-limbed tumble, dead before he hits the bloody, vomit-spattered brick. I scream. This time the men's backs go ramrod straight. For a crazy instant, I freeze with fear. Are they reacting to me? But no, their heads jerk up toward the ceiling. I follow their gaze, and then my heart stutters. God, no. There, perfectly framed in the stairwell, is the twisted, horrified face of David ��𝘪𝘬𝘦. Papa! He screams again, a child's high cry. Papa! The one who's killed Mordecai ��𝘪𝘬𝘦 barks a short command in German, and the second man, one with a crescent scar over his left cheek and a bit of a lazy eye, sprints for the stairs. Run! I shout, even though it's no use. Run, David! Run! As if he's heard, David's face disappears. I hear his feet scurrying across the haymow, heading for the north ladder, and then the heavier thuds of the man, of 𝘺𝘪𝘬𝘮, as he chases him down. What are you doing? Bratz has been kneeling by 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦, but now he's on his feet, backing away. What have you done? Relax, Bratz, says the other man. As he takes a step, Bratz backs up, and the other man laughs. What? The crowbar makes you nervous? There. He tosses the crowbar aside to clatter against the bricks. I'm just taking care of a few problems for the boss. But you killed... The other man spreads his hands. And we would have killed our boss, no? He looks toward the stairs as 𝘺𝘪𝘬𝘮 reappears. 𝘺𝘪𝘬𝘮 has David, who is kicking and flailing, tucked under one massive arm like a sack of wheat. The other man turns back to Bratz. Anyway, so sorry you had to see this. Blinking, Bratz runs a hand through his hair. He begins, but that is all he manages. The other man moves just as fast as before. Without taking his eyes from Bratz, his right hand shoots out, wraps around the pitchfork, and then he has the pitchfork in both hands. He charges, driving forward like a jousting knight with a lance. The tines spear Bratz right through his breastbone. Bratz gets out one sharp scream, and then the tines are all the way through, and the other man is grunting, still driving forward. His momentum propels Bratz back. The tines dig into the horse stall behind Bratz with a solid thunk, tacking the man to the wood slats like a bug on cardboard. Bratz is still alive, his eyes bulging, his hands wrapped around two of the tines. His mouth opens, and a fountain of blood pours out, and then he twitches a few seconds. Then he dies. The other man lets go of the pitchfork. He's breathing hard. The stink of blood is very strong, and the horses are snorting. 𝘺𝘪𝘬𝘮 standing behind David, hanging onto the boy's arms. The boy weeps. Moans dribble from his lips, but he's not fighting anymore. On the floor, 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 lets go of a long groan. The sound is startling, almost unearthly, and makes the other man snap too. He looks over at 𝘺𝘪𝘬𝘮, then flicks a finger at David. He's the only one? 𝘺𝘪𝘬𝘮 nods. We should... No. The other man shakes his head. A little boy? We would have a hard time explaining. But the women in the house, all this commotion, they'll hear... No, they won't. They can't. The Gemini squats before David. Reaching forward, he grabs the child by the chin. Look at me, he commands. Look at me and stop that crying." David does. He goes absolutely still. Huge tears roll down his cheeks, but not a single sound bleeds through his lips. "This is how it will be," says the second man. "If you ever say one word of what you've seen here to anyone, then I will kill your mother, and I will make you watch. I will kill your sister, and I will make you watch. And then I will gouge out your eyes and cut off your ears and slice out your tongue. And then I will kill you too. Do you understand me? Not one word. Don't take my mouth." And that, I think, is precisely when David went mute. Still weeping, the boy nods. Doctor growls, "I think it's a mistake." "No," the other man straightens. "The mistake will be if we don't seize the opportunity." I know then, at that instant, and a blaze of intuition, what that opportunity is. Even if I had not seen what happened next, I could have guessed, because David had seen it himself. The Gemini twins, one immortal and the other not. The second man bends over �𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦, who is coming around. I see that in the feeble movements of his arms and legs. "Be quick," says Doctor. "Of course," says the second man. He stands, strides to the tool closet I'd seen earlier, steps inside, and then, after a few moments, reappears. And he has a corn knife. The blade is a good 1.5 feet long, like a machete, but with a squared end. The wood handle is dark from skin oils after years of being used to chop stalks. David freezes when he sees the second man come toward him with the knife. But the second man smiles, almost beatifically. He actually reaches out and tussles David's hair. "Don't you worry," he says with a chuckle. "This isn't for you." Turning his back on the boy, the second man squats over �𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘦 and goes to work. I can't do anything but watch. I watch it all happen, and then I feel the earth moving beneath my feet, as if a chasm's opening. I remember what Dr. 𝘚𝘪𝘬𝘦 had said about private hells, and I think, surely, that if this is David's private hell, the torment he is fated to relive for the rest of his life, I share it. Then the earth yawns open, the ground splits, and I fall. The blackness rises up and closes around, and I am falling. Mercifully, I pass out. Chapter 31. After what seemed like a long time, but must be only minutes, I became aware of something cold and hard along my back. Then someone was shaking me. "Christian, Christian, come on, wake up." I cracked open my eyes, squinting against the glare of flashlights. My right shoulder throbbed, and my right hand was cramped. My face felt sticky, and I put my left hand up. The fingers came away glistening with blood, and my cheeks felt wet. My eyes gritty like I'd been crying. What happened?" "You fainted," said Dr. 𝘚𝘪𝘬𝘮, sounding immensely relieved. "You were drawing like there was no tomorrow, and then you started screaming, and you got a nosebleed, and then, well, it looked almost as if you'd had a seizure." "Can you sit up?" A gruff voice, deeper, male. A hand reached from behind a glare of flashlight and cradled the back of my head. "You took quite a tumble there. You need to go slow." I hung on to Uncle Hank's arm as he and Dr. 𝘚𝘪𝘬𝘮 helped me sit up. Uncle Hank handed me a kerchief to wipe my face. I smeared away blood. My head felt as if someone had taken a hammer to it. "When did you get here?" "About 10 minutes ago. Dr. 𝘚𝘪𝘬𝘮 called soon as you went into some kind of trance, and I got here as fast as I could." He turned to Dr. 𝘚𝘪𝘬𝘮. "What were you thinking? Taking a chance like that with my boy? What were you thinking?" "No," I said. "I was the one who came up with the idea." "That doesn't excuse it. You're just a boy." "I'm not a boy. I know what I'm doing." I looked at Dr. 𝘚𝘪𝘬𝘮. "I was there. I saw it. I know what happened." Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘮 had gathered up the hasty drawings I'd made. Her face registered first disbelief, then astonishment, and finally horror. She looked up quickly. "These two men," she said. "Christian. I've seen them before."
"What?"
Uncle Hank took the drawing from her.
"One of them's a walleye."
"A strabismus," Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘮 corrected. "But I've seen them both. I only seen one of them before." I pointed to the one with the strabismus. I'd rendered in a few quick strokes the man grasping a small, struggling boy. "His name's Docker, and there's some kind of serial number after his name. I think they're both German PWs from the camp. Mr. Wittick's father must have drawn a lot of them." Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝘮 was nodding. "That's where. In that sketchbook by Mr. Wittick's bed. This one." She tapped the paper. "He's there, too." I said, "He's more than just here on paper."
"What?"
Uncle Hank and Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝘮 said at the same moment. "What do you mean?" asked Dr. 𝘠𝘠𝘮. I turned to Uncle Hank. "Is Mr. Mosby still there? The guy with the ground-penetrating radar?"
"Yes. He said they wouldn't finish with the old Ziegler place for a couple of days yet."
"Why?" I pointed to the northern side of the barn, and then I showed them one of my drawings. Two men, shovels in hand, shoulders hunched, bent to their task. "We need him." So that's how I discovered how a grave looks on GPR. A rectangular, dark gray lozenge. Because even though bodies have no corners, for some reason, every gravedigger cuts 4. It wasn't possible to see how many bodies were in there. Mosby said all we'd get was the grave itself. "But it's down there," he said, "right under the concrete in that brick. Bet my company on it." That was close to midnight. No one felt much like sleeping. So after rousting the relevant people and applying jackhammers and crowbars and then spades, we'd open that grave by 7, first light. By that time, someone had gotten through to Dr. Nichols, who'd pulled up at 6:30, hair mussed and eyes red-rimmed. She was jazzed. Not one skeleton, but 2, both men, laid out alongside each other, possibly because it had been easier to make the grave wider than deeper. After over 60 years, the tissues holding the bones together had disintegrated, and the skeletons were disarticulated, in pieces, but still clumped into 2 distinct shapes. One wore a tattered set of work trousers, and I could see where the crowbar had smashed into Mordecai Wittick's skull. Dr. Nichols felt along the legs and hips, and then finished around with her fingers beneath the body, and withdrew a frayed, gnawed-looking leather wallet. Dr. Nichols carefully unfolded the wallet and tweezed out a $10 bill, 2 5s, and a photograph. 4 people, discolored with age and faded. One was barely recognizable as Mordecai Wittick. Even though they were photographic ghosts, I was reasonably sure who the other 3 were. I had even seen them before, without knowing it. The family portrait in Mr. Wittick's room. "The lab might be able to do something with that," Dr. Nichols said, carefully slipping the photo into an evidence bag. "But this—" She held up a thick rectangle, about the size of a Social Security card. "This is good." The card had once been pink. On one side was a black seal, what looked like some kind of bridge span across a backdrop of mountains, and the letters IABSOIW. On the reverse, the card read, "This is to certify that Mr. M.M. Wittick is a member in good standing of the International Association of Bridge, Structural, and Ornamental Iron Workers of Winter, Wisconsin, local number 119. This card good until December 31st, 1945. "My Lord," said Uncle Hank. "He never left." "Looks that way. Of course, we'll do DNA and get a comparison sample from his son's body," said Dr. Nichols. "I'm sure his executor will have no objections. But I'd say this card is pretty persuasive, wouldn't you?" The other skeleton would be a problem. The man's nose was broken, but that was the only bony injury visible on Dr. Nichols' cursory exam. She didn't find a wallet, though she thought that he might have been some kind of farmhand. Look at the clothes, how rough they are. Very coarse weave, and I think there's some kind of logo here on this remnant of a sleeve. Bleached, I'm afraid. I can't read it, but you can see where this part of the cloth is quite a bit paler than the rest. The lab people might be able to clean it up, but we might never know who he is. I knew better. I'd seen and drawn what the two Germans, Wolf and Dacher, had missed because there's a big gush of blood when you cut a man's throat with a corn knife, especially when he's still alive, and blood can hide a lot. I said, if you can find the left pinky ring, that would help. After 10 minutes of careful sifting of trowels of dirt through wire mesh, Dr. 𝘺𝘬𝘮𝘰 said, "Hey, I thought I saw something metal." Dr. Nichols' gloved fingers carefully picked out a length of bone she called a metacarpal, and then a man's gold pinky ring. On the ring was a set of initials in fancy curlicue script. "C.R.E.?" I said. "Charles Randall Einsman." "But that's impossible." Uncle Hank looked from me to the ring, and then to Dr. 𝘺𝘬𝘮 before saying again, "It's not possible. Einsman's alive." "Then how do you explain the ring? Look at pictures from the time period. He always wore this ring. Always. He's still got the gold watch chain and fobs. They're in the pictures, too. But I'll bet if you compare a picture from 1944 to one in 1946, the ring's gone." I pointed to the ring in Dr. Nichols' gloved fingers. "That's because the real Charles Einsman was still wearing it when he died, and the guy who took his place forgot about it. He changed out of his clothes and made sure he had the pocket watch, but he missed the ring." Uncle Hank still wasn't convinced. "How do you fake something like that?" I knew the truth because I'd seen it happen, because there were the scars. All we know is he got them on the night of the murder, right? He got attacked? But what if the guy who took his place did them to himself? What if someone helped? "It's possible," Dr. Nichols put in, "especially if the damage is extensive, and people are primed to accept it because there would be other cues. The clothes and the watch chain, and the fobs. Close enough is all that's required." Uncle Hank screwed up his face. "I still don't buy it." I turned to Dr. 𝘺𝘺𝘮𝑗. "You recognize those guys in my pictures, right?" When she nodded, I said, "Can you get Mr. Whittick's sketchbook?" "I don't see why not. It's locked up with his personal effects. But," she turned to Uncle Hank, "a request from you would probably do it. A warrant if you need it. You certainly have enough presumptive evidence, right here for one."
"Sure," Uncle Hank agreed. "But what would I be looking for?"
"The Gemini twin." I rifled through my stack of drawings and tugged out the one with the second man, cord knife in hand, bent over Einsman. That guy.
"Any jury would say you saw the drawing and it hung around in your subconscious," Uncle Hank objected. "Heck, that's what I'm saying."
"Ah, not bloody likely," interrupted Dr. Nichols. Her capable fingers crawled through the debris on that mesh screen, and then she was thumbing dirt away from an oval disc made of thin metal. Dr. 𝘺𝘺𝘮𝘮's eyebrows knit. "What is that? A machine tag?" Dr. Nichols' eyes actually twinkled. "Oh, it's a tag, all right. Just not for a machine." She extended her hand. In the center was an aluminum oval as big as her palm. A single, deeply incised line bisected the tag along its long axis. There were also 3 round perforations in the aluminum, 2 above and 1 below, and a remnant of what looked like a shoelace was threaded between the 2 holes along the top of the oval. Above and below the line were a series of numbers and letters that read 9356 PZ Gen RGT 26. A large O had been stamped along the lower left-hand edge. "I have no idea what those abbreviations mean," said Dr. Nichols, "but I'll bet that this is some kind of dog tag. That number corresponds to identification, a serial number." "The Wolf Angels were a panzer division," I said, "so the P and the Z would be an abbreviation for panzer, right? So maybe this is for Soldier 9356. With an O blood type," Dr. Rainier chimed in. "That does make the most sense in terms of the O, right?" "Maybe. We beg this, send it on, and see what comes up. But I've got a very good feeling about this. Artifacts are the most helpful element in terms of dates and identities. But let's talk DNA for a second. If this man is the real Charles Owensman, then we can match his DNA to the relatives buried in your town cemetery, specifically to his parents. 50% of his DNA will match his mother, and 50% will match his father. Those numbers can't and don't lie. You can get a sample from the man who claims he's Charles Owensman, and the DNA will expose him." Dr. Nichols practically preened. "Sheriff, I'd say that you have more than enough evidence for an exhumation." Someone had brought coffee and donuts, but I passed. The night was finally catching up to me. All I wanted was to get home and fall into bed. I stumbled out of that place of horrors and into a gorgeous Sunday morning in late October. A fine mist veiled the pond to my left and floated above dips in the meadows. I pulled in a lungful of air, but my head didn't clear. Something nagged at me, and I couldn't put my finger on it, but what more was I supposed to do? As I stood there, Dr. Rainier and Uncle Hank came to flank me on either side. They looked tired too, but I knew that Uncle Hank still had a long day ahead. He said, "Dr. Rainier will drive you home. You look done in." "I am," I said. "Only—" "What?" I craned my head to peer back into the barn's dank shadows. "I don't know. It's just— I don't know." They followed me as I trudged around to the barn's northwest face. The scaffolding was still in place. I'd be lying if I said I was sad to never lay eyes on that again. The ghostly remnant of that last swastika was still visible, and I thought about that for a second. I had never thought about this before, but now I wondered why had I been compelled to spray paint this side of the barn. Nothing was coincidental here, not the dreams I'd had, or meeting Mr. Whittick, or gazing out from the haymow. Nothing. So this side was important. But why? That's when I noticed something else. All those crows were gone, yet I sensed they were still somewhere close. "I'll be right back." Before either of them could say anything, I was monkeying my way up the scaffolding to the precise spot where I'd first felt that icy wash of dread weeks ago now. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised when that turned out to be level with the swastika. Then I stepped away from the ladder and turned to scan the fields and hills.
"Christian!"
Uncle Hank called.
"What is it, son?"
I didn't reply. My eyes picked out the ruined house, David's house. I knew now, and I wondered who or what had burned it down. And then, closer in, the pond with the copse of aspens at the southern tip. My breath hitched. There were the crows. The aspens were black with them. There were so many crows that the branches of those aspens were actually bent. And then I had it. Even if the crows hadn't been there to point the way, I realized that there was something in the aspens now. That had not been there when I'd gone to David's time that first go-round. And as I thought about it, there was something missing from the basement of the barn that had been there the night of the murder. In my mind, I heard Mr. Owensman sneering at Mordecai Whittick. "She's already spoiled goods."
"Christian!"
Uncle Hank called again. Oh my God! I half slid, half shimmied down the ladder to the ground. "I know what it is! I know why!" I took off at a run, throwing myself down the hill toward the pond. I must have looked pretty crazy, my clothes still stained from my bloody nose, my hair wild. I heard them calling after me, but I didn't slow down. My legs thrashed through damp meadow grass that grabbed at my jeans and sucked at my chucks. As I reached the aspens, the crows screamed and lifted in a black cloud for the sky. I plunged through weedy snarls, sweeping tangles away with my hands, until I found what I was looking for. Yes, there they were, as real as I was. Uncle Hank and Dr. Rainier came gasping up.
"What the hell?"
Uncle Hank began. I held one up for them to see. The stamp on the brick read, "Golden Brick, 1941. They used them in the barn, so when they needed them again, they knew exactly where to go," I said. "But why?" asked Dr. Rainier. "Why do that to a baby? Who would really have cared or connected them? Marta was just a servant."
"That's easy. That little baby was evidence and a reminder, and so the killer made sure, one way or the other, that all the Witticks were silenced," said Uncle Hank. "Every last one."
Chapter 32. I wish I could have been there when Uncle Hank and a deputy went to see 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦. I had to wait to get the story second-hand. Uncle Hank thought it would be better to wait until after church, not the least of which was because he could be sure where 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 was and not run the risk of the old man getting wind of anything. So he and Justin stationed themselves across the street from St. Luke's Lutheran. At the stroke of 11, the minister at St. Luke's is a stickler for punctuality. People started filing out of the old Lutheran kirche. A few glanced at Uncle Hank and Justin, curious that the sheriff and a deputy were cooling their heels outside of church. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 finally shuffled out in his finely tailored three-piece suit. The sun winked from the gold watch chain, and fobs dangled from his vest pocket. He was chatting with the minister, using his gold wolf's head cane to make some point. He turned when Uncle Hank mounted the steps and said, "Sheriff, what brings you to the Lutherans this fine Sunday? Here I always thought you were a UCC man. Now don't you go asking for favors for that nephew of yours. Even a Sunday dinner won't change my mind, no matter what the Lord tells us about Christian charity." I guess he thought that was pretty funny, because that seamed and scarred gargoyle's face of his pruned up as he laughed, and the lopsided lips peeling back to show his teeth. Uncle Hank allowed this was so, and then said,
"Thing is, Mr. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦, I've got something of yours, and you're going to want to see. Something I think you lost a while back."
𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 stopped laughing and frowned. "Lost? I can't for the life of me think what you mean, Hank."
"I think for the life of me is quite apt, sir,"
said Uncle Hank. And then he held up two evidence bags. One contained Charles 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦's gold pinky ring. The other held that old aluminum dog tag from World War II, because that's what it was. The Germans even incised that line down the middle so one half could stay with the body while the other was collected to keep track of the dead. It's the reason our soldiers have two sets of tags, except during World War II, when metal was scarce. Justin said what happened next was pretty amazing. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦's laughter dried up. That ruined face went slack with astonishment, though the crocodile tears still flowed. For that instant, the facade of the man calling himself Charles 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 crumbled away, and in his eyes Justin saw a flare, first of disbelief, then fear, and then something else not quite human. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 tried to recover. He gave a weird little giggle, though his skin had gone milk white, except for the two flaming spots of scarlet in his cheeks. "I'm sure I don't understand, Sheriff." "No?" said Uncle Hank, and then he put his hand on 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦's arm.
"I'm sure you do. Shall we, sir? We really don't want to do this here, with all these people around. Let's go in my car."
𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 seemed to become aware of the silent, staring people on the church steps. Men and women who thought they knew exactly who this was. And then he said to no one in particular, "No, I don't believe I shall. I have Sunday dinner waiting."
"It can wait," Uncle Hank cut in. "Please, come with us, Herr Wolf.
Justin said that did it. A kind of groan dripped out of the old man's misshapen mouth, and his knees buckled. He would have fallen if it hadn't been for Uncle Hank, and then Justin rushing up to brace him on the opposite side. A ripple of whispers ran through the crowd as Uncle Hank and Justin led the stumbling old man to a cruiser.
"Watch your head, sir,"
said Uncle Hank as they helped fold the old man into the back seat. "Here." He gently took the wolf's head cane from Wolf's slack fingers. Yeah, talk about irony. That must have tickled him. Taunting people with a symbol only he understood. Not only a stand-in for his real name, but the 8th Panzers.
I'll hang on to that if you don't mind.
Einsmann, or according to Mordecai Whittick's sketchbook, Herman Wolf, serial number 31G3945, turned a pleading look to Uncle Hank. His lips were trembling, and Justin's had real tears splashed in the crevices and valleys of those ruined cheeks. "They can't kill me." Wolf's eyes swam with fear. "Not after all this time. Who cares? Besides, Whittick was nothing but a Jew."
"Sir, I don't think you should say anything else."
Uncle Hank leaned in and buckled the old man's seatbelt.
"But for the record, he was a man with a family. They all were.
Like I said, I wish I could have been there. But here's something else I think about when I consider all those good men and women watching that cruiser pull away. How many suspected or knew? Instead, I slept like the dead the whole day through. Uncle Hank finally trudged in some time after 5, but I was still asleep and didn't hear. For once, my sleep was dark and deep, and if I dreamt, I don't remember. I awoke well after dark. The house was the only thing that was quiet. I lay there a moment, listening, hoping I was wrong, but I wasn't. Crap, I didn't know how to feel about that. My bedside clock read 8:15, and I was hungry. So still a little sleep-fogged, I stumbled downstairs. I dumped cereal, Cocoa Puffs, into a bowl along with some milk, and ate standing up at the kitchen sink, feeling almost human again. I rinsed out my bowl, rummaged around in the fridge until I found a carton of orange juice, and then downed a glass. I held myself very still and listened. Food hadn't really helped either. Not that I expected that it would. I thought I'd probably have to do something about this, and then I thought that, maybe, this was something Dr. Rainier and I should talk about. That's about when I noticed that the message light of our answering machine was having fits. The box said we had 8 messages, but the first 5 were hang-ups. Probably people in town calling to find out what happened. Uncle Hank says they never seem to learn that law enforcement people do not have the affirmative duty to gossip. The 6th was from Sarah. "Hey, Christian, I heard what went down at the barn. Well, some of it. I guess the GPR guys were talking in Gina's or something. Anyway, that's way cool, and I hope you're okay, and don't forget my party on Halloween, okay? That's this week, just in case you forgot. Saturday night about 7. We'll do all sorts of stupid stuff, bobbing for apples. Anyway, it'll be fun. So, see you in school? Yeah, well, okay, bye." The voice that delivered the second message was a man's, and one I also recognized. "Christian, this is Rabbi Saltzman. We spoke on Friday? I was going to get back to you, but a Dr. Rainier beat me to it. She called earlier today, right after I'd finished with my Sunday school classes. I should back up. I called the home on Friday right after we hung up, and so I know about David. I've been in touch with his executor, a lawyer, and... I'm going to run out of time here, aren't I? Anyway, I gather from Dr. Rainier that there might be more remains of other family members. If so, I'll be coming up to Winter soon to make arrangements. Probably in the next week or so. Why don't we meet then? Call me and we'll set something up when I know with more certainty when I'll be there." He left his cell phone number and hung up. Dr. Rainier's message was to the point. "Christian, I'll expect to see you in my office on Tuesday. We'll talk about where we can go from there." A longish pause. "That was remarkable. You're very brave. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Another pause. "But do me a favor. Don't make any decision. Not yet. And for God's sake, don't do anything stupid out of guilt. You got that?" I stood there as the machine told me there were no more messages. I was stunned down to my toes. How could Dr. Rainier have possibly known that the muttering of those voices from the sideways place was back? I kept my word. I didn't do anything stupid, but I didn't do anything about the door on my wall, one way or the other, either. School was pretty much the same, sort of. Everyone still stared, and they were back to huddling in groups, throwing looks my way, and then whispering excitedly. A couple of people surprised me, though. Said hi, how's it going, that kind of thing. I bypassed the cafeteria at lunch, like I always do, and made my way to the art studio. Man, it felt like I hadn't been there for 100 years. I felt different, like someone I barely recognized. The charcoal of my mom was still on its easel, but I hesitated a good minute before drawing the canvas away from her many faces. I stood, studying those eyes. I knew so well that face. I'd imagined in waking dreams. Mordecai Whittock's brushes burned a hole in my hip pocket. Obviously, I wouldn't use them on a charcoal drawing, but I felt this compulsion to hang onto them the way a drowning person grabs onto a twig. So was I drowning? Was I about to be swept over the falls? Because I knew I could be if I wanted. I sensed that the power lay within me. Yes, David had found me, but I had always had the power to use. Even in death, I'd been able to touch his spirit or soul, whatever you want to call it. But David was gone now, forever. I felt that the way you know when you've dropped a quarter down a sewer grate and it's gone for good. But my mother, she was still out there, somewhere. All I had to do was dare to touch her soul. I replaced the canvas without making a single mark. I ate my sandwich, alone, sitting on the school's back steps. The concrete was cold, and my sandwich tasted like sand. Dr. Rainier said, "So tell me what you're thinking." "I'm thinking I don't need to be here. It's not that I'm angry or pissed off or tired of you. That's not it. But I think we've pretty much established that this isn't in my head, and I'm not some maniac kid who's going to go all homicidal. This is a real ability with real consequences, and only I can figure out what to do with it." "Do you know what that is? What you want to do, I mean?" I shook my head. As crazy as it sounded, I had toyed with the idea of being kind of a psychic ghostbuster. I mean, here I'd helped to solve a real-life crime and expose Mr. Einsman as an imposter, and there was that baby in the hearth. I said, "Were you able to get it?" She nodded and brought up a picture on her computer. I snapped it with my cell phone, but I think I got enough detail. She had. "You see it, don't you?" I pointed to the girl's red hairband. "It's the same as the photograph in Mordecai Whittock's wallet. And look at how tiny her jaw is. She and her mom look a lot alike." Dr. Rainier thought about it, then nodded. So they both had Treacher Collins. Possible. The hairband would hide that. Marta didn't have any ears, and her mother's hair is styled to hide hers. Either or both would be deaf, of course. Both, I thought. Hadn't Wolf told Docker not to worry about the noise? And I knew that Marta had wanted to be an interpreter, not of something like German or Polish, but sign language. That's what she'd caught in David's memories. That's why her hands were always moving. Dr. Nichols said they could establish who the father was by comparing the baby's DNA with David and his father. I was also betting that Einsman, Herman Wolf, was the father. But what happened to Marta, or how she allowed her child to be taken by Wolf? I'd never know because David clearly hadn't. I was reasonably certain that Uncle Hank's prediction had come true, that a servant was the mother, because I remembered what I'd learned in one of my visions, that Marta worked for Catherine Bleverton. Of course, I couldn't tell Sarah that, but the DNA would go a long way. There was also a lot I didn't know and probably would never find out. Why the Whitticks' house burned to the ground. Why Docker had never ratted Wolf out, though maybe, as Einsman, Wolf had made Docker's silence very worthwhile. Whether Catherine Bleverton had been murdered out on the lake because she suspected or guessed the truth. I said all this to Dr. Rainier and added, "And don't forget the synagogue. We have no idea what happened there either. Some things will always remain hidden, no matter how much you dig. The question for now is what to do with the mysteries you really care about." "My mom, you mean?" I eyed her curiously. "When did you figure it out? That I was hearing the muttering again?" "I didn't really. Figure it out, I mean. I just had this feeling. I guess you'd call it a premonition. I thought about her willingness to believe in me and suspend her own disbelief. So maybe she had empathy, and a little bit more." "So what are you going to do?" she asked. "I don't know," I answered truthfully. "She's out there. They're calling me. If it was your mom and she needed help, what would you do?" She was silent a few long moments. "I would have to think long and hard. We're not talking about dragging someone from a burning building. This isn't the same as driving to the next city and giving her a place to live. You don't even know if being in the sideways place hasn't resulted in some fundamental change in who she is. She won't be the mother you remember, not after all this time. No one's mother ever is, not only because a mother changes, but because a child does. Yes, you'll always be her child, but that doesn't mean you're frozen in time. A parent's job is to be left." "What does that mean?" "The minute you leave home, things change. You can't and shouldn't want to go home again. And Hank would be doing a bad job of raising you if he insisted that you should. I don't know if you've noticed this, but he seems to have a hard time letting me do things on my own." I told her about the thing with the barn and Decker. "By your definition, he's doing a lousy job." "Don't confuse ambivalence and regret with incompetence. Of course he's got mixed feelings. What parent wouldn't? You're his only blood relative, and his job means that he sees all the ugliness in life, all the things that can go wrong. I haven't known a single cop who doesn't worry more the longer he stays on the job. Remember, he's alive. He's right here. All you have to do is reach out and take his hand." We moved on to other things after that, like whether I would return to Aspen Lake. Dr. Rainier wanted me to. She really felt as if I was gaining some control over we just called it a gift, and she thought I could free up some of those other people, help them rediscover themselves the way I had with Lucy. The limiting factor was in my ability to protect myself from getting sucked into those maelstorms of rage and death, or sucking them out. Otherwise, what are your options? Live like a hermit? Be by yourself so no one can touch you, and vice versa? She shook her head empathetically. That's not a life. So I want you to try as hard as you can to be present, and that means staying engaged here, with us. I told her I'd try. I wasn't sure I meant it. Then at the door, she said the weirdest thing. "I know this is a dark time for you. I know you want to escape all this, that all you see right now is evil, and what you feel most is regret and loss. Believe me, the world's filled with dark places, and the armies of the night are just waiting their chance. But remember this." She took hold of my shoulders and squeezed them hard. "There's also the light. Call it soul. Call it God's light. Call it the human spirit. Call it hope. It doesn't matter what you call it. The only thing that matters is this. The light is here." She bunched a fist over my heart. "The light is power, and that power is love. And love is strong." I gave a breathy laugh. "All you need is love? You're smart. so don't act so dumb. You need a lot more than love, and you know it. What I was going to say is that love can also kill. Love, especially one that is so all-consuming that it overcomes reason, can be as destructive as any evil you can imagine. So be careful. You will beat back this darkness, Christian. I know you will. Follow your heart. Just don't get lost. Chapter 33. And then it was Halloween. Uncle Hank always works on Halloween. Trick-or-treating is limited to the hours between 6 and 9, and the town has a big bonfire at the school at 9:30. Curfew is 10 o'clock. A little harsh for a Saturday night, but doing things this way really cut down on all kinds of vandalism. So I biked over to Sarah's at 5 to help set up. The 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 live out a ways on about 15 wooded acres, but I enjoyed the ride. Her father wasn't home. He'd gone to some kind of conference down near Madison and wouldn't be back until Monday night. Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘪 had things pretty organized. A big tub out back for apple bobbing, about 1,000,000 bales of hay, and bunches of cornstalks all set up near a big steel fire pit, and more near the house for people to sit on. A piñata chock full of candy and coins, and stuff like that. It was kind of old-fashioned, yeah, but there was also a karaoke set up in the basement and a stack of scary DVDs for anyone who just wanted to stuff his face with candy and popcorn and gork out. Sarah opened the door to my knock, and for a second I thought I had the wrong house. She wasn't just dressed up, she was beautiful. I mean, really beautiful. She wore this poofy, off-the-shoulder yellow dress with a very big skirt, like big enough to hide under, and a red rose in her hair, which she wore swept up in curls. A pair of white gloves reached all the way to her elbows. Wow! I looked her up and down. You really look nice. Yeah? She did a little twirl, so her skirt poofed out like an umbrella. I've always wanted to be Belle. Yeah, I knew that. Back when we were little, she had this thing for Disney, and I guess it hadn't stopped even after she got popular. Or maybe Disney was something popular kids liked. I don't know. She stopped twirling. You're not dressed up. I looked down at my black jeans, black t-shirt, and black chucks. Touching the black beret perched on my head, I said, I'm a starving artist. See? I withdrew Whittick's pouch from my hip pocket with a flourish. I haven't brought my brushes. Hey, that reminds me. Didn't you want me to paint something like a mural for the party? Her neck flushed with color. Well, I got to thinking about what you said, and I didn't want you to think that the only reason anyone would want to hang with you is for what they can get out of you, like, work. You're here to have fun and be with people. I didn't know what to say. Thank you. That's really nice. Yeah, well, don't let it go to your head. Then she grabbed my hand and pulled. Come on, and help me set up chairs. I thought I wasn't supposed to work. Christian. So everything started out okay. Pretty soon there were about 20-30 kids, all doing different things. Everyone had dressed up, though a lot of them, like me, dressed down. Hobos, gangbangers, things like that. I was the only starving artist. Surprise, surprise. Some of us made cookies with Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘪𝘬. Yeah, I know, it sounds lame, but it's really fun, and I really like chocolate chips. We drifted on to karaoke. I didn't sing, but Sarah's got a beautiful voice, and I liked listening to her. She sang something about kissing and barley and swing, swing, something like that, and I got this warm feeling in my chest. It was nice, like she was singing to me. In between, we took turns answering the door for trick-or-treaters, who came in waves of cars with their parents because of where the 𝘍𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 live. I had fun watching the little kids see how much they could grab with one hand. So yeah, it was good. Night came on fast, and a couple of guys, football jocks, but playing it cool, started a fire in the big steel fire pit the 𝘍𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦s had in the backyard, well away from the house and about 50 yards from the woods. The air had been cool before, but now turned chilly enough for our breath to fog. I was prepared and pulled on a thick black sweatshirt. Sarah changed out of her princess outfit into jeans and a navy blue sweatshirt, which was kind of a shame, although she kept the hair, which was classy and cute at the same time. Mrs. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 brought out platters of graham crackers, bags of marshmallows, and those humongous Hershey's bars for s'mores, which I haven't had since I was I don't remember. Anyway, does this sound really lame? Yeah, I guess, but there was something about hanging around the fire, toasting marshmallows, getting a little queasy with all that sugar, and listening to the sputter of wood send red sparks flaring into the night, like fireflies, that made me start thinking about how eager I'd been to get away, and what I'd leave behind when I did. I tried to imagine what it would be like next year, come May and June, when I'd know about college, and I felt a little sad. Right around then I realized I was thinking about what it was like to fit in, if only a little bit. I mean, it wasn't like a bunch of guys were elbowing one another to be my best friend or anything. I wasn't the center of attention, either in a good way or bad. After people got over the novelty of seeing me there, I was just there. I did some things. A couple of people talked to me. I was on the periphery, yeah, but there was this tiny opening I could see, because of Sarah. Like I wasn't getting all mushy or anything, but I kept thinking about us growing up, being close and talking, and I thought that before you could grow to love somebody, you need to know how to be best friends. Weird, I know. I should have realized all that was too good to last. Around 9, we did the piñata. Big mistake. The voices started in, loud, like cranking up the volume. Had they been there all along? Sure, but low, like white noise, you know. You stop hearing certain things after a while because you get used to them. Anyway, the muttering suddenly got clearer and louder. I had practiced not showing much in the way of how I'm feeling, but I felt like crying. It was so unfair. I felt like, leave me alone. I'm trying to be normal for a change. But that was too much to hope for. I think it was because of the piñata, watching people wind up and then let her rip. I had this, flashback, I guess, to the moment when Wolf whipped that crowbar around and smashed in Mordecai Whittock's skull. I heard the crunch. I smelled the blood. My heart ramped up, and my palms were sweaty. Come on, Christian! Sarah was laughing. She held the baseball bat in one hand, and now she trotted over and gave my arm a tug. Your turn. Give it a whack. I tried begging off. I'm really not very good at that kind of thing. Come on, she said, but her eyes were pleading and angry at the same time. Don't be such a jerk. You were doing so well. I shot a quick glance at the other kids, waiting for me to get on with it already. Something Dr. Rainier said, or had it been Sarah, came back to me. Have you ever considered that you exclude yourself? Sure, hand it over. I let myself be blindfolded and then started taking shots at that piñata with the bat. At first, people were egging me on, but then all the talk suddenly dried up and I felt the air change. In the silence, I could hear the distant sing-song of Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 talking to someone in the kitchen. A girl doing a breathy, very bad Mariah Carey imitation on the karaoke, and the sudden surge of the muttering in my head. Oh no. I tugged off the blindfold and saw that everyone was staring at something behind me. I turned, and all the feeling in my body puddled at my ankles. Carl Decker was there. Curly and Larry, or whoever flanked him. All three wore that weird mask and cape, like that guy in Scream, only the glow-in-the-dark masks were pushed up on top of their heads. Trust me, the view wasn't any better or less scary. Silhouetted against the orange flames from the fire, Decker was a demon straight out of hell. Decker's lips split in a wolfish grin. Hey, killer, trick or treat! And right then, I knew something else. 𝘚𝘩𝘢𝘬𝘦. Chapter 34. No one said anything. I just stood there, baseball bat in hand, my brain totally frozen. I felt like every bad thing I imagined might ever happen was standing right there, like a chemistry experiment where you distilled away all the crap and ended up with only one element. In this case, the element was evil, and evil was 𝘚𝘩𝘢. How hadn't we heard them coming? This far out of town, they had to have ridden their motorcycles. Of course, none of that mattered now. I became aware of a general shuffling, a quick glance over either shoulder, and I saw that everyone else was edging away, trying to move to the relative safety of the house, leaving me alone. Except for Sarah. She moved up, a little behind and to my left. Shadows danced across her face. She said, "What do you want, Carl?"
"Not anything you haven't given up before, but—"
𝘚𝘩𝘢's grin widened.
"I just want to talk to Killer here."
"Stop calling him that."
"Ooh,"
𝘚𝘩𝘢 mimed fear, and I flashed to that moment at the school when I had seen how his eyes slid over Sarah's body, to the day he'd come to the barn and cut me with his knife. Really, it was all the same, a ghastly replay. I'd been here before, and I'd lost every time, and this was the third time, the last time. 𝘚𝘩𝘢 said, "We got business, Killer and me. He ruined my bike, not once but twice. This is the first time I got a chance to talk to him. No, this was the first time in a long while I'd been away from town, away from Uncle Hank, away from the law. Every time he'd really come after me, not the garbage in the schoolyard, there would be too many witnesses, he'd done so where it would take time for anyone to show up and help. So he must already know that all these other people were no threat. You want to be a man? This is the time. I'd faced him down once before, at the school. I could do it again. I had to. There was no one who could do this for me. I found my voice. So, talk. I told you I'd fix it. I know that. So how about right now? We go to my place. You get started. That way I can supervise. I'm not going anywhere with you right now. What's the matter? You afraid? I said nothing. 𝘚𝘩𝘢 took a step closer. Come on. I know you got a mouth on you. Come on, Killer. Show off for Sarah the way you did before. Leave her out of this, I said. I don't need protecting, said Sarah heatedly. 𝘚𝘩𝘢 laughed. Yeah, you're a regular spitfire, aren't you? Let me tell you, Killer, I know what Sarah's like when she gets her blood up, and she's like a cat in heat. Darting forward, Sarah slapped 𝘚𝘩𝘢 across the face with a sound like a pistol shot. Shut up! She was screaming and crying at the same time. Just shut up! Shut up! Shut up! We were too stunned to say or do anything. A couple of Sarah's friends took a few tentative steps toward her and then stopped. 𝘚𝘩𝘢 said, Sarah, you do that again and I'll set your fucking house on fire. Hey, come on. Out of the group, one of the jocks said, Come on, 𝘚𝘩𝘢, leave them alone. Okay, who's the brave guy? 𝘚𝘩𝘢 turned to glare at the group. His cape flowed around his body like black oil. Come on, brave guy. You want to come out where I can see you? You want to say that to my face? No one volunteered. Gliding forward, Curly touched 𝘚𝘩𝘢 on the arm. Easy, man. I said, Listen, I'll come tomorrow, first thing. Tomorrow I got to work. Someone's got to work, right? Because of your old man, I ain't got the luxury of worrying about homework or school or going to some fancy-ass college. In the house, the karaoke singing had stopped. The fire crackled. Sarah had stopped crying, though her face glistened. Of course, the voices were still there. Before I could respond, a pair of floodlights snapped on above the kitchen door, spilling a harsh yellow glare over the yard. The group of other kids suddenly reappeared, as if the house lights had come up in a dark theater, and then Mrs. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 was pushing out of the kitchen, onto the stoop, and then down the stairs. "You boys get out of here now! You hear me?" She was still pretty far away, but I could see that she had a phone in hand. She strode across the yard, and then she was toe-to-toe, right in his face. "All I gotta do is hit talk, and this'll go to the sheriff. And you don't want that, Carl. I'm not fooling. I am truly sorry if you think life has been unfair to you, but you reap as you sow. Now get off our property, and get out of my sight." Okay, I was impressed. This was one mom against 3 very bad guys. There was a long moment where no one said anything. Well, all except the muttering. Decker stared down hard at Mrs. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦, who did not look away and most certainly didn't back down. He said, "Let me tell you something, Mama. You think your little girl is so wonderful? You think she's so innocent?" Sarah made a kind of broken sound, but Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 didn't turn around. Instead, she said very distinctly, "Carl, I am sorry you've been so hurt by life, but that's no excuse to spread ruin wherever you go. Have mercy on others, and you might be surprised to find that they will have mercy on you." If she meant to shame him, I think she succeeded. Maybe a little too well in retrospect. People like Carl Decker don't bear shame well. But at that moment she seemed to have gotten through to him, because Decker suddenly turned to Curly and then Larry and then jerked his head. "Come on, let's get the fuck out of here." They faded quickly into the darkness, moving fast for the front of the house, their black capes snapping behind. They rounded the far corner of the house, and a few moments later I heard the roar of motorcycles growling to life. I remembered to take a breath. "All right, everyone." Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘬𝘦 turned to the rest of us. "I don't see why this should break things up. You go." A sudden blast of engine roar split the air in a chainsaw of sound, a racket that ruptured the night and rebounded off the trees, as if the world were cracking apart at the seams. Someone just had time to scream, "Hey!" I whirled. Decker and the others were on their bikes, racing over the yard in a wedge like fighter pilots. No one moved. We were all stunned, immobilized for a split second, too long as they bore down, and I realized they weren't going to swerve. In the lead, the tip of the arrow, Decker's bike wasn't just a machine. With those glowing, lopine eyes and snarling teeth, Decker's bike was an engine of doom, a creature pulled from a nightmare, from the sideways place. And I had done that. I had given him the power. My fault. This was my fault. That was also the moment I saw 2 things. Decker and the others had pulled those masks over their faces, maybe for effect, but mostly because they were from hell. Their faces glowed as if drawing fire from within. They were gleaming latex gargoyles as hideous as the ruined Herman Wolf had made of his own flesh. And Decker had something in his left hand. A pipe, maybe, or a crowbar. I couldn't tell. But I saw what he was going to do just as I'd known what Wolf would do an instant before he did. And I knew. I saw. God help me. I saw, and I was as helpless in the flesh, in here and now, as I'd been as a phantom in the past. The voices were trying to claw their way out of my head. I didn't know which was louder, the screams of the other kids or the gibberings of the things living in my head. "No," I whispered. "No, stop, please." Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘬𝘦 was closer to the house, standing where Decker and his boys had been, and separated from the rest of us by a good 30 feet, and they went right for her. No, look out!" Now I started forward, but I was too far away and much too late. "Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘬𝘦, look out! Get out of the way! Look out!" "Mom!" Sarah screamed at the same instant. Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘬𝘦 reacted, but she was too late. Maybe she saw it coming, maybe not, or maybe she only sensed that something very, very bad was about to happen. She took a few stumbling steps to the left, toward the house, but Decker anticipated her, and then he whizzed past. I never saw where the pipe hit her, but there was that awful, unforgettable sound from the past, of metal smacking meat and bone, and then a hollow popping sound, like what you'd expect from a cantaloupe if you smash it against concrete. The impact lifted her foot in the air as a fan of blood exploded in the harsh backlight from the house floods. Mrs. Schomburg made a sound, and then she crashed to the ground. She lay on the grass, her arms and legs jittering, and I could see that at her head, her face. No! Sarah was running for her mother. Mom! Mom! The other kids started screaming and shouting, and they broke apart, scattering like sheep as Decker and the other two swooped and turned, pivoting sharply, tearing up clods of earth. I just stood there, and why they never mowed me down in that first pass, I'll never know. Maybe they were just too focused on the chaos, or perhaps Decker decided he needed to get rid of Mrs. Schomburg first. I mean, you get right down to it, how better to shock the hell out of kids, even grown kids like us, than to show them that the adults can't protect them. Decker shot for the fire pit. Burning logs tumbled to the grass, some rolling to those dry hay bales, which caught fire almost at once. Sweeping up a flaming log, Decker held it high as a torch, and then sent it spinning and sailing toward the house, and the bales of hay and corn stalks heaped near the patio. The log buried itself in a square of hay, and in an instant later I smelled the sweet char of scorched alfalfa. Sarah had reached her mother, who wasn't moving any more. Help! She was almost drowned out by the engine roar. Help! Someone help! The fires were going in earnest now. Decker, two friends crisscrossed before the flames, their capes billowing, but I saw them pull up and turn at Sarah's scream. Their headlights glared out of the darkness like eyes, and I knew they were looking at Mrs. Schomburg because in the next second they'd wheeled around and were streaking back for the road, fast, leaving only Decker, who was more than bad enough. I don't know if anyone had the good sense to pull out a cell and call 911. I didn't have a phone, but I did see what Sarah didn't. 10 feet from her mother's body, the phone Mrs. Schomburg had been carrying gleamed orange in the grass. To my left, I saw Decker coming around for another pass, and then the beam of Decker's headlight speared Sarah, and his motorcycle sprang forward. Pinned in a bubble of silver-white glare, Sarah's skin was ghastly, washed-out gray. Her shocked, uncomprehending eyes bulged, but she didn't move. But I finally did. Sarah! With a wild yell, I rushed forward, cocking the piñata bat I still held with my right hand. As Decker screamed up, I chopped the bat with everything I had. I'd been aiming for that horrible mask, but either he'd seen me or some preternatural sixth sense warned him. He ducked, hunched up his shoulders, and suddenly decelerated, trying to plant a boot and spin away, but he was going too fast. In the next instant, the bat connected. The blow was solid, and Decker screamed as he and the bike went crashing sideways, wiping out, skidding along the ground. A white blaze of pain shuddered all the way to my shoulder. I screamed, lost my grip of the bat, and then it was a choice. The bat or... No, not the bat. Instead, I scrambled for the phone, prayed that Mrs. Schomburg hadn't been bluffing like Sarah, and then heard the musical notes of the 3 numbers dialing, and then a voice. The dispatcher. Winter Sheriff's Department, 911. What? Fire! The Schomburgs! Send help! Send an ambulance, now! Then I dropped the phone, but left the connection open, hooked my hand under Sarah's arm, and hauled her to her feet. Sarah! Sarah, come on! We gotta go! We gotta go now! What? Sarah was in shock. Closer to the house, there were screams and shouts, and she turned, saw the fire. Would have started that way if I hadn't yanked her back. What? What are you? No! Mom! Mom, I can't leave. Fuck! It was Decker, and I jerked around, saw him crawling out from under his bike, his hideous mask swinging in our direction, and then he was pointing, screaming, "You're dead! You're fucking dead! Come on!" And then I was running as fast as I could, dragging Sarah behind, sprinting for the woods. "Sarah, hurry! Hurry! Go! Go!" We plunged into the forest. Chapter 35. The flames devoured the hay, releasing pulsing orange light that throbbed against the forest dark. In a way, that helped us because there was no moon, no other way for me to see where we were going. But the fact that I could see something meant that we could be seen too. We wore dark clothing, and that would help, but we had to get out of the light. "This way." I pulled Sarah to the left, angling us away from the fire. Here the darkness was denser, thicker, and soon the woods swallowed us up. Branches whipped the bare skin of my face. Snarls of brush clawed at my waist and legs. "Cover your face," I said to Sarah. I put my arm up to shield my eyes. The trees pressed around us, but I had only the vaguest sense of where they were and when they were coming up, the sense of something really solid hurtling out of the dark for my face. My idea had been that Decker couldn't follow us in the woods, not on his bike anyway. He'd have to come on foot. If we could just get in far enough, then duck down and wait until the dispatcher got the fire department and Uncle Hank and the others out here. Then we'd get out of this. We got maybe 100, 200 yards further in, and then I veered around a wide chunk of roots and clotted dirt and pulled Sarah down into a soft earthen bowl created when the tree had toppled. I had a fleeting thought back to Mosby and what he'd said about the difference between a depression made by felled trees and a grave, and I shivered. The things you think about when you're a hair's breadth away from getting yourself killed. "We'll wait here." I barely heard myself over the cacophony in my head, those voices that still clawed. But I forced myself to pitch my voice to a whisper. "Uncle Hank'll get here soon. It'll be okay." No, Sarah moaned. She was shaking. "No, Mom's dead. They killed Mom." "Hey!" I wrapped her up, though my arms had begun to itch and burn with the familiar fire. Right, a lot of good that would do me now. Yeah, I had Whittick's brushes, but nothing to really draw with. Nothing to paint on. No paints. And what would I draw anyway? Sarah felt small, fragile as a baby bird as she huddled in my arms. "We don't know that. It'll be okay. Sarah, it'll be okay." God, I hated how I felt. Helpless and scared, waiting for a rescue. Why couldn't I do something? Anything? What good was I to anyone when it really counted? It was Mrs. 𝘪𝘪𝘬𝘦 who had been the brave one, and when it mattered, when I'd had the chance to warn her, my stupid brain hadn't registered the danger until too late. And what if Uncle Hank got here too late? What if Mrs. 𝘪𝘪𝘬𝘦 was already dead? My arms were killing me. I tried clamping down on the itch. Useless. What could I possibly draw? "Oh!" Sarah gasped. "Oh, my God!" Startled, I looked up. "What?" And then I thought, oh no. A shaft of blue-white light lanced the woods directly in front of us. The light swept right and then left, then right again, in a search pattern, skimming the floor, sweeping up to the trees on either side. "Killer!" Decker's voice was almost a sing-song. "Hey, Killer! I know you're out here. Come on out. Don't make it worse on yourself. Come out and I won't hurt you." Sarah was trembling now, a bone-deep visceral shudder. I said nothing. I barely breathed. The inside of my head was going apeshit. My arms were on fire. You killed my bike! Decker's voice was closer. The bob of his light was brighter. And I knew he would find us soon. Even as quiet as we were, it would be a miracle if he didn't find us. Somehow he would know exactly where to look. I said, you killed my fucking bike! Decker pitched his voice louder, and now I could hear the dragging lurch in his steps, and then the rhythmic rasp of metal against metal as his knife opened. Closed, opened, snick, snick, snick. My fucking leg hurts like hell. I'm going to find you, you cocksucker, and I'm going to mess you up so bad it'll be a miracle they figure out how to put you back together. We remained silent, crouching behind that massive root ball, watching as the light stabbed and probed and got closer. Maybe 50 yards now, and there was no way we could get away, go deeper into the woods without being heard. Oh, and one more thing, killer, Decker sang out. You remember your aunt? Aunt Jean? My daddy got drunk a couple of nights ago, and guess what he comes out with? The night your aunt drowned, he said he saw her car right before it went under. Said she went off the road and crashed through the ice, and when he got to the bank, she was screaming, hollering her head off. Only he saw she was sinking, and so it wasn't any use going to get anyone. So he just had himself another drink and waited for the hollering to stop. Said it took a long, long time because he near about finished that bottle. Said she squealed like a pig before it was all over. Wee, wee, wee. He giggled. Wee, 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 help me, I don't want to die. Wee, wee, wee. I closed my eyes, remembered the empty fifth found in that gully. Maybe black ice had started the skid, but Decker's father had put the period on my aunt's life. And did it make a difference, really? Her death was fated. I had drawn it, pulled the horrible moment from the well of my rage and her secret hell. I couldn't remember if I'd drawn a drunk in there, and it didn't matter. The voices, beckoning, clamoring, and from Decker, wee, wee, wee. I let go of Sarah. She grabbed my arm. Christian, she hissed in my ear. He's baiting you. No. I didn't reply. My questing fingers closed around the pouch with Whittick's brushes, and I pulled one out at random. It didn't matter which one, and I wouldn't need to see for this, even if I had decided on something more complex. I doubted I would need my eyes. I drew in the dark, after all. Scrambling quickly to the deepest point in the bowl, I upended the brush, grasping it like a knife. Then I cut 4 sharp strokes into the dirt with the tip of the wooden handle, a rectangle. Then I visualized where the knob needed to be and quickly sketched a circle. Now or never. Stay down. I swarmed to Sarah and pressed her back out of the way. Stay away from the door. Don't come down here or near it or me, no matter what happens. Door? What? Christian, no, no! Sarah's terrified whispered, then to a wheeze, as I pushed to my feet. What are you doing? What I should have done a long time ago, I said, and turned as Decker's flashlight found me, firing my body in a silvery blaze. He was so close I could see he still wore that stupid mask. There you are, killer, said Decker. That's right, I said. Here I am. Then I bent, grabbed the knob, and turned. For an instant, as my fingers scraped dirt, I thought, you idiot, this isn't going to work. But then it was as if the idea of the knob drew on substance from the air, and my intent, because I felt the hard metal solidify beneath my palm and against my fingers. The margins of the door began to shimmer and glow, and then I yanked back as hard as I could, and then I drew. I don't know what I expected. No, I'm lying. I know what I wanted. You know what I wanted? I wanted black wraiths and goblins, things with jostling teeth and bloody tentacles. What I wanted from the sideways place, if that's what lay behind the store, was death and destruction and vengeance. I embraced the blackness welling in my heart. My mouth was coppery with the imagined taste of blood. I wanted Decker to feel every inch of pain and terror I was certain my aunt felt as she drowned alone in that freezing dark. That's what I wanted. But that was not what I drew. In the next instant, a great bolt of stunning purple light and sound blew apart the night. Imagine looking down an elevator shaft that is infinitely deep, and think of the brightest day that can exist on this earth, and then multiply that by 1,000, 10,000. The planet Mercury at high noon, so bright that the light is solid, it has a punch and heft. And now imagine that it is also sound that smashes the night, splintering trees with a great guttering roar. The armies of the light. That's what Dr. Rainier said. Light thrust from the sideways place with a moaning, screaming, cracking sound like the rupture of the earth. The concussive force was so great it hammered my chest, palming my body, flinging me from the bowl. I slammed the tangle of roots, and for a second my vision swirled as the air was driven out of my chest in a sickening whoosh. The voices in my head were churning, a maelstrom of sound echoing the great cataclysm I'd unleashed. But then, dimly, I heard Sarah shrieking. No, God, no, please, not Sarah. Clawing my way to hands and knees, I shook my head like a dog and looked up, and froze. The forest was alive with streamers of purple, and then lava, and then gold, and then scarlet. The light swirled in a dizzying vortex around the trees, spiraled up trunks, and spilled in a flood along the forest floor. It was spreading fast, wider and wider, and then I realized the light was the voices. The voices were the light, and they were alive and hungry. Light unfurled in tentacles and spidery fingers, swarming over the earth with a rustling, rasping, clacking chitter like the mandibles of 1,000,000 locusts. I spotted Sarah, backed up against a tree. She was screaming. Her hands were clasped over her ears, and her eyes were shut tight. And then my heart nearly died in my chest, because the light had her. It twined in her hair, tasted her eyes and ears, fingered her mouth, spun in twists up her legs. No! I shrugged to my feet. I screamed into the night. No! No! Not her! She's an innocent! She's not what you're after! Leave her alone! Stop! Stop! I don't know if the light heard me. I may never know if the light is mine to command. But something did happen. That awful purple light shuddered as it tasted Sarah's face and her tears. Not a blow, a caress. And then it retreated like water from the shore, leaving Sarah moaning and shivering, huddled in a ball, her arms over her head. Heart in my mouth, I took a step toward her, and the light at my feet parted. It eddied and flowed. Tendrils plucked at my skin and hair. And then, as quickly as thought, the light blistered the air, hurtling itself past me, and then Decker screamed. Light funneled around and around Decker in a tornado that ripped branches from the trees and drew up dead leaves and debris into an ever-widening spiral. The light spun itself into a shimmering purple cobweb around his body and wherever the individual filaments touched. His clothes began to smoke. His black cape curled and burned, and then it was his skin that began bubbling, and Decker's screaming mask was melting away. And then his mouth was wide open, and the scalding light was pouring down his throat, boiling away his voice, eating his flesh like acid. I didn't want to look, but I knew I had to. This army of light was mine. I had summoned it. I had drawn it. Could I have stopped it? I don't know. The truth is, I didn't want to. Then that nacreous purple light convulsed, gathering itself into a veil so dense I couldn't see through it, as if it had become a darkness all its own. If Decker was still there, I couldn't see him. The forest was thick with the stench of burning meat and molten latex and scorched wood and an unnatural fire. And then it was done. I don't know how the light knew, but maybe it's like any other fight. When the enemy's dead, you know it. The light pulled away in a quickening stream, rushing for the door. It did so with a sibilant whisper and in a rush, in that nearly silent way that a serpent slithers into the dark of its burrow. Muttering, the light spilled back into the sideways place, and I followed, stumbling, because I had to see. Tottering to the very brink, I peered past the lip of the open door and down into all that bizarre radiance. Yes, I could see it all, and it was as I had imagined. The rugged mountains, the clawing trees, and that queer spiked mountain. And something else. My face, shining, pulling together as if I peered into a mirror made from the sun. Come. The light wavered and whispered, and now I could smell it, an intoxicating fragrance, not of this earth, and so rich I wanted to fall into it, into that mask of myself. All you have to do is step through the door. Yes, all I would have to do is fall. Then, cutting through the darkness, I heard Uncle Hank. "Christian! Christian!" There was no mistaking the panic in that voice, or the love. He called again, but I didn't answer. I couldn't. Not just yet. Because here was the hell of it. I loved my mother. Didn't I? Or did I only love a mirage? A memory? I couldn't decide. I didn't know. I balanced on the brink of two worlds, each with its claim, and the promise that love waited as a reward. "Christian?" I could tell from his voice that he was moving off in the wrong direction, farther away. If I wanted to be found, I would have to guide him. All you have to do is reach out and take his hand. That's another thing Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘮 had said. Then I heard something else above the call of the light and my uncle's shouts. I heard Sarah. She was still curled in on herself, but she was moaning, and I knew she would never get out of these woods without help. I couldn't do that to her, not to Sarah, who was kind to me and good. So I turned away from the door. "Wait," whispered the light, though it seemed to scream in my head. "Wait." My double sighed. "Mom!" Sarah was crying and rocking. "Oh, Mom! Mommy!" Wait. I knew what I had to do. I closed that door. I erased it, scuffing the dirt with my shoes, but I was crying as I did it. The light dissolved and splintered through my tears, and then it was gone. Then I went to Sarah and held her and shouted for my uncle, and I didn't let her go until we were found. Chapter 36. Uncle Hank insisted that I get checked out at the hospital, even though I told him I didn't need it. Mrs. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 was already in emergency surgery, but Uncle Hank said they were talking about calling in a helicopter and flying her to Milwaukee. "Is she going to be all right?" I asked. We were in the waiting room by then because Reverend 𝘍𝘍𝘪 was still a couple of hours away, and I wanted to stay until he got there. I hadn't seen Sarah since they loaded her into a second ambulance, but Uncle Hank said that Dr. 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘮 was with her. "If Mrs. 𝘍𝘍𝘪𝘬 pulls through, I don't think she's going to be the same woman," Uncle Hank said heavily. "We'll just have to wait and see.
What I don't understand is where Decker got himself to. You say he followed you into the woods?
When I only nodded, he continued.
Then there ought to be some trace, a trail, something, but there's nothing. We got his bike, so I know he didn't use that to get away. Of course, his two buddies aren't saying anything.
He checked his watch.
It'll be light in another couple hours. Maybe then, with dogs.
Maybe, I said, but I knew this world had seen the last of Carl Decker. I spotted Dr. Rainier pushing out of the elevator, and we stood as she came down the hall. "How is Sarah?" I asked. "Sleeping. They've sedated her. Between the medication and the shock, she'll probably sleep until this afternoon. Physically, she's fine, but her memory's pretty foggy right now. We've ruled out trauma. Her CT and neuro exam are clean, so we'll just have to wait. See if this psychogenic amnesia clears," said Dr. Rainier.
"She said nothing?" asked Uncle Hank. "She can't remember anything?"
"Oh, I didn't say that. She remembers, I think, but what she says doesn't make sense." "What did she say?" I asked. "She said that the light ate him. Ate Decker." Dr. Rainier's eyes never left my face. "She said the light destroyed the darkness." I couldn't speak.
"You're right. That doesn't make sense," said Uncle Hank.
"Well," said Dr. Rainier, "not to you or me." Dr. Rainier and Uncle Hank went to get coffee and an early breakfast in the hospital cafeteria, but I stayed behind. Maybe 20 minutes later, Justin came by and said that the guy with the dogs was maybe a half hour away from the Schoenberg's place. Fire chief says the house is going to be okay. They'll need to build a new porch, though. He went off to find Uncle Hank, and I thought about maybe settling in for a nap. I was so keyed up, I was sure I wouldn't get any sleep. I woke when someone touched my shoulder. "Are you Christian Cage?" "What?" Blinking, I pushed out of my slump. My neck hurt and drool slicked my chin. A lean man with clear brown eyes and well-trimmed beard stood over me. Yeah, I'm Christian." He stuck out his hand. "Rabbi Saltzman, we spoke." Yeah, sure." Dazed, I grasped his hand. His grip was firm, but his skin was warm. We shook, and I said, "What time is it? What are you doing here?" "It's around 9. May I sit with you?" Sure." I scrubbed my face with my hands as he dropped into the chair next to mine, and I noticed he wore a small crocheted cap with a Star of David. He said, "I had already arranged to come up for David Whittick's body today, but then I heard about Mrs. Schoenberg. How did you—" "Steve Schoenberg and I were at the same conference. I didn't think he should be alone, so we drove up together. He's with his wife now." "She's out of surgery?" I had slept soundly. "How is she?" "She's alive. That's all anyone can say. They'll move her to Milwaukee this afternoon. You want to maybe wash up and then get some breakfast? I'll bet we can scrounge up toiletries for you somewhere." Well, yeah, my mouth did taste like the bottom of a car. An ER nurse brought me a little packet of stuff they give to patients and a clean scrub shirt. Then she let me into the doctor's on-call room, which had its own bathroom and shower. After I got cleaned up, Rabbi Saltzman and I went to the cafeteria. The food was lousy, pancakes like frisbees, but I was starved, and I ate every scrap. Rabbi Saltzman had coffee. He waited until I slowed down and then said, "I hear you've had quite a night. Actually, speaking with Dr. Rainier, it seems to me that you've had quite the month." The pancakes turned to lead in my stomach. What did she say? He must have read my mind, because he said, "Nothing personal, if that's what you're worried about. She told me about what happened last week. You figuring out about the bodies in the barn. She was a little vague about how you did that. I gathered that you've had some pretty strange experiences." He paused, as if expecting that I might respond. It seemed best to keep my mouth shut, so I did. He waited another moment, and then changed the subject. Do you still want to know what happened to the Jews of winter? There aren't many records, so much as... He thought about it. Well, not gone, but it is history, and if there's one thing we Jews need to remember, is that life isn't lived in the past. So many Jews define their Jewishness only around the Holocaust, but our history stretches for thousands of years, so we should remember, we shouldn't forget, and we should abide by the past's lessons. But we can't remain there. I mulled that one over, and was surprised that I even had to think about what I wanted to know, if anything. In a way, I was still curious, but I felt as if I'd reached some sort of personal closure. There was much I'd already solved, more than I would ever know. And while I did not believe that ignorance was bliss, I was pretty clear I could fill in the gaps. So what popped out of my mouth was kind of surprising even to me. I would like to know what happened to the cemetery. You had to have one. Rabbi Saltzman pushed back from the table. Would you like to see it? This is it? I asked. What's left of it, said Rabbi Saltzman. Not very impressive, I'm afraid. Well, not exactly true. We stood by the edge of that grove of white pines, the ones everyone had always said were planted by shipbuilders. I told Rabbi Saltzman that, and he just shrugged. People remember what they want to remember. Say something enough times and people will start to believe it. But the truth is that when the Jews left, they took their dead with them and planted these trees. The only things they left here were their sacred books. At my questioning look, he said, Jews believe that God's name must never be destroyed. So any worn-out prayer book or Torah scroll or any book with God's name or written in Hebrew is placed in a special storeroom, a 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮. Every 7 years the 𝘊𝘰𝘮's contents are buried in a Jewish cemetery. So the books and Torahs are still out here? In the ground? Yes. By this time, though, they're the trees, don't you think? I had always felt that this grove was different. I thought of the hours I'd lain on the sacred ground and the intense peace that would seep into my body. Why did they take everyone with them? Rabbi Saltzman didn't answer at first. He stared into the grove's shadows as a breath of wind whispered through the high branches. Then he said, Because of Joseph's bones. You know the story in Genesis? No. Right before he died, Joseph made the children of Israel promise to take his bones when they left Egypt. God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here. At the time, they probably thought he was crazy, because life was good for them in Goshen. So why should they leave? But they promised. Eventually, of course, they became slaves. When God sent Moses and Aaron to lead them to freedom, Moses kept the promise and gathered up Joseph's bones to take with them. So Moses buried him? No, Moses was not allowed into the promised land. It was up to Joshua, finally to give Joseph a proper burial in Shechem, in a plot of land that Jacob, Joseph's father, had bought centuries before. And that's why you're here for Mr. 𝘊𝘬𝘮? To take him back, yes. I've also made arrangements for his father's remains when the pathologist releases them. Rabbi Saltzman hesitated and then said, And the baby, even if it turns out not to be related to the 𝘊𝘬𝘮. I didn't think there was much chance of that, but I said, Why would you do that if it's not a Jew? It seems the right thing to do. Who else will mourn that child? No one, I thought. No one but me. We Jews don't like leaving anyone behind, Rabbi Saltzman continued, and then he gave me a small grin. I guess you could say that we're like God's Marines that way. I don't know why I did what I did next. Maybe I was just so tired, Or maybe because of the presence in that grove. I don't know. But I told Rabbi Saltzman everything, pretty much. Not about Aunt Jean or Ms. Stefanczyk or anything like that. That was part of a story that had nothing to do with David Wittig. Instead, I told the rabbi about the barn, meeting Mr. Wittig in the home, my nightmares, the paintings, drawing that final confrontation, and then knowing where to look for David's father. I thought about telling him about the light and Decker, but I didn't. He listened and didn't interrupt. When I was done, he was silent a few moments longer, and then said simply, "I believe you." "You do?" I searched his face for a lie, but his eyes were gentle and clear. "It sounds nuts. I mean, when you think about it. Oh, I suppose there were a few people who thought Moses had gone off the deep end when he claimed to have seen a burning bush that wasn't destroyed. Or Jacob when he dreamt his ladder of angels. You're saying it was God? I don't know. I'm not sure it matters. If you want to get scriptural about it, there are passages in Genesis and Deuteronomy where it seems that people on the verge of death gain tremendous prophetic or clairvoyant powers. So maybe that happened to David. His mind fixed on the one thing he could not leave behind. But he could no longer act for himself. Either he chose you, or your mind found his, and then you acted because he couldn't. You did a great mitzvah. What? Is that like a good deed? He laughed. Let me put it to you this way. In our religion, we have what is called the 𝘚𝘩𝘅𝘵𝘮, a holy society. These are men and women who give of themselves to the dead, preparing the body according to our laws, and protecting the body until burial. To do so is a 𝘚𝘩𝘅 𝘓𝘬𝘦, a good deed of truth. It is a kindness done without ulterior motive, because the dead can never repay the favor. He put a gentle hand on my shoulder. That is what you have done for David. I don't know what you believe, personally, but remember this. What you did was a great kindness, and God will not forget. November 1st, night, Winter, Wisconsin. So, that's it, I guess, pretty much. They took Sarah's mom to Milwaukee this afternoon. The doctors still don't know what's going to happen. Right now, Reverend Schoenberg's still in Winter because Sarah has to stay in the hospital for another day. Sarah's aunt is on her way to Milwaukee, though, so Mrs. Schoenberg won't be alone. In a way, I think I ought to stay until everything's sorted out, but it might be a long time, and I need to do this now, while I've got things square in my head, while I'm still brave enough to try, because, of course, the muttering hasn't gone away. You know what day this is? Yeah, the day after Halloween. Ha, it's All Saints' Day. I looked it up. It's supposed to honor those who have had visions of heaven, and not just any visions, but beatific ones, direct communion with God. So is that irony or what? I think Dr. Rainier knows. We don't have what I did with David, but I'm not sure that matters. I think she can accept this because it's like she said, parents are there to be left. I'm glad she'll be here for Uncle Hank when I'm gone, though. I've seen the way they look at each other. You don't have to be a telepath for that one. It's important for me to say this, so there's no doubt. Most of all, I don't want any of you to feel bad or be sad because I don't, and I'm not. Well, not much. I love you, Uncle Hank. I wish we could go together, but we can't, because I don't think that where I'm going is safe for you. You've kept me safe all these years. Now it's my turn to return the favor, but I love you. So please, understand that you haven't failed. I need to do this. I need to see for myself what's possible. I need to see what that mountain's all about. I need to find out who's there. I've got a pretty good idea already. If it's Mom, Then I have to figure out why she can't get back. She might be trapped. Or maybe she won't leave Dad. Or maybe she doesn't want to come back because she thinks that what she's found there is better than anything this world can offer. If she thinks that, she's wrong. On the other hand, who knows? Maybe once I'm there, I won't want to come back either. But I don't know. And I won't until I see through her eyes and let her see through mine, so she knows what's possible in this world. Because this world is a good one. Because love is powerful and love is strong, strong enough to bridge time and space and worlds. Mordecai's brush feels right in my hand. So does the knob that I've painted. I take the knob in my hand, and it turns. And then there is light, that brilliant purple light, so bright I have to close my eyes. But I still hear them, these armies of light. I step toward them and whisper, "Mom?" The end.